jokes explode at the seams when a laps round circuits biker car. Speed so far, like shooting stars. Motorsports mania, gotta watch his channels. Take you from pit stops to panel. Virtuoso on asphalt and gravel. Commentary unravel. Grip the mic like a steering wheel. Real feel, no pretense, all deal. Loves motorsports, don't get it twisted. With his laugh hypnotic and listed. Faces fear with humor and rap. Yo Trevor, tell him about that bubble rap man. Taking command, fearless dude, pop in hand. Watch him go live, vibe so grand. Motorsports knowledge, broad as the land. Comedy tight, wrap him up tight. Crack a pop, no fight, all flight. Trevor rises, reach a new height. Bubble rap king doing right. Pop a bubble, feel the rumble. Trevor never stumble. Pedal to metal, adrenaline treble. Jokes and gears never settle. Commentate, captivate. Motorsport magnate. Live stream scene, his domain. Poppin' jokes like champagne. See him racing, fast pace. Heart racing, laughing faces. Motor chasing, commentator. Banter level major. From the track to chat, never flat. We know where the fun at. Trevor Byers bringing fire. Bubble rap man, true admire. Bubble rap man, taking command. Fearless dude, pop in hand. Watch him go live, vibe so grand. Motorsports knowledge, broad as the land. Comedy tight, wrap him up tight. Crack a pop, no fight, all flight. Trevor rises, reach a new height. Bubble rap king doing right. Poppin', watch it go live, vibe so great. Motorsports knowledge broad as the land. Comedy tight, wrap 'em up tight. Crack a pop, no fight, all flight. Trevor rises, reach a new height. Bubble rap king doing right. Trevor Byers, commentator, live streamer like a motorsports dreamer. Crackling jokes and cracking streams. Pop culture jokes explode at the seams when a laps round circuits biker car. Speed so far, like shooting stars. Motorsports mania, gotta watch his channels. Take you from pit stops to panel. Virtuoso on asphalt and gravel. Commentary unravel. Grip the mic like a steering wheel. Real feel, no pretense, all deal. Loves motorsports, don't get it twisted. With his laugh hypnotic and listed. Faces fear with humor and rap. Yo Trevor, tell him about that bubble rap man. Taking command, fearless dude, pop in hand. Watch him go live, vibe so grand. Motorsports knowledge, broad as the land. Comedy tight, wrap him up tight. Crack a pop, no fight, all flight. Trevor rises, reach a new height. Bubble rap king doing right. Pop a bubble, feel the rumble. Trevor never stumble. Pedal to metal, adrenaline treble. Jokes and gears never settle. Commentate, captivate. Motorsport magnate. Live stream scene, his domain. Poppin' jokes like champagne. See him racing, fast pace. Heart racing, laughing faces. Motor chasing, commentator. Banter level major. From the track to chat, never flat. We know where the fun at. Trevor Byers bringing fire. Bubble rap man, true admire. Bubble rap man, taking command. Fearless dude, pop in hand. Watch him go live, vibe so grand. Motorsports knowledge, broad as the land. Comedy tight, wrap him up tight. Crack a pop, no fight, all flight. Trevor rises, reach a new height. Bubble rap king doing right.
and going, jets up. But we've got 6 hours, that's right, 6 hours to go here. And we're only on lap 1.
Not too far away from Immortal Nick, but Immortal Nick right behind Verdwheeler here. But Verdwheeler still got to do that mandatory pit stop.
You can see there Vanessa enjoying this. She goes, "Oh, you're so brilliant and funny." And she absolutely loving that stream over there at 7 a.m. And this guy down there side by side with Random, and then it's Hoon Corp. Look at this down Kemmel Straight, Prince, as the team radio beeps are coming in, flying under the radar. Welcome to you, and it's so close. Is there going to be contact?
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching right around the world. Thank you, Race Control. The countdown is on. The cars are on the grid and ready to go for round 3 of this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series Championship here at Misano. And you join us at the perfect time as we wait for the cars to head off on their formation lap. We are at the Misano World Circuit, named of course, the official name is the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, named after the late great MotoGP rider, of course, as we see the cars pulling away from the grid. There have been a couple of driver changes and a couple of entry changes, but 22 cars out there on the circuit beginning their formation lap. And what we might do, we might take you through the grid order, and you can see there Cave Racing P1 on the starting grid, FTSC 1 not too far behind there in P2 as we continue the order. Big shout out Andrelli for these graphics, of course. Always a pleasure to work with the great man Andrelli. 3rd and 4th there on the grid as we continue to look at row 3 now. BCG 2 and BSR 1, the McLaren and Porsche. Row 3, row 4, 7th and 8th, OSR and the podium there. 7th and 8th on the grid. 9th and 10th, of course, BCG 1 and S2T1 there as we had a look. Talk English, please. 11th and 12th for your starting grid. Ford and McLaren. Ford versus McLaren there. Row 7. We've got BCG 4 and BCG 3. 2 porkers there, so it's going to be a BCG party. 15th and 16th, Hoon Corp and TTR. If you don't mind, row 9 is the Lost Boys and Kings Racing 2. Row 10, the podium, Ferrari and Aston Martin. It's the podium and Hoon Corp there. Second to last row of the grid, 21st and 22nd, Team Stingrays. And Hoon Corp as well won. Big elimination there in qualifying, of course. And on the final row of the grid, it is Cactus Racing in P23 as I welcome my co-commentator for the first leg of this race this afternoon. Jason Wilkinson, he's had a big night. The Hawks are up and about, and we hope you are too. Wilco, how are you?
Yeah, good mate, good to be back in the commentary box for an endurance race. I haven't done this. Normally I'm racing them, but here I am, chipping in while Voodoo's doing his 24-hour race on iRacing at Spa. So I'll jump in for a bit until Voodoo is here. So yeah, keen to get this race underway. We had Hoon Corp 3 sort of pull out last night, so Smitty, who was a solo on qualifying Friday night, he's been able to jump into the sister car. So him and Ikatosh are in Hoon Corp 2, starting out at P17, I think it is, or P16. And yeah, we'll see how it all gets going, but let's get ready for a 6-hour race.
And a big thank you to Andrelli for the grid graphics as well as the qualifying graphics, but we're almost ready to go. We'll get to that track preview to tell you more about this circuit very shortly, but we are almost ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. The cars are in their lane. You can see all 22 of them ready to go in this race. 6 hours is ahead of us, or 360 minutes of pure racing action. Green light, it is go, and it's time for all 22 drivers to definitely show them what they've got as we get away on the starting line. Good start from Willstar. We're following John here in the opening corners of this lap. This circuit, just the first sector, can cause some carnage with all the cars together off the line. A rolling start, of course, in this championship. If you are new to the championship, big hello to you, but look how close they are Willstar was alongside in the early part of that lap here with John from Cave Racing, but he slots into second place as the leaderboard sorts itself out. Mountain Goat in third, Norm in fourth, and Jason, it seems, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. Don't say it. Absolutely nothing will go wrong in the next few corners, but it appears that everybody, don't say it, I won't say it indeed, but John leads from pole position for Cave Racing, Willstar in second, but Mountain Goat has slotted into third, BCG2 in fourth, and it's going to be interesting to see further down the field. Lewis currently in P20, of course. They were a shock elimination on Friday night, Jason, from Q1.
Yeah, so Andrew is not racing this weekend, though they've lost a fair bit of pace, but obviously Lewis and Monkey Matt, they're two very experienced drivers, but obviously lack of practice meant that they weren't able to sneak into Q2, but they'll have their head down during the race. We know, especially crazy quick in the wet, so they'll be open for a bit of rain, but looks like we got through the first lap pretty cleanly, so only another 180 to go or whatever it is.
Now, please let us know. We are open to feedback, constructive feedback, of course, aren't we, Jason? I noticed looking back at qualifying on Friday night, we couldn't quite hear those cars, could we, coming through the stream? So if somebody could please check that out of the 21 beautiful people that we've got watching this afternoon, that would be fantastic. And they say practice makes perfect, but nobody's perfect, so why practice? That's probably not the best advice to take with you through your life. But John, my man Jono for Cave Racing here, and Willstar very close indeed. Big hello to you. Howdy all. Happy race day, says Hyperdrift HKS. It is great to have you along, and 20 plus people watching this broadcast here on a Sunday afternoon, earlier in Perth, later in New Zealand, and we love each and every one of you out there here this afternoon. But Jason, stint times, they are different, of course, between 2 and 3 car teams, aren't they? What are the stint times for everyone out there watching for each driver here?
Yeah, so everyone has 70 minutes to do a stint, but then we have max driving time. So each driver will have their own max driving time. So there's a few 3-driver teams. They will have to stick to 2 hours 30 per driver. The game auto adds time for 2-driver teams. So obviously a 6-hour race, 2 hours 30 with 2 drivers is short. So the game auto gives, I think it's 3 hours 45. That all the 2-driver teams will be able to do. And then, as we said, in qualifying Friday night, we have Immortal gaining P17. He's a solo driver at the moment, so he's got the whole 6 hours to, try and keep his sanity in check. But yeah, he's currently 17th, so he's just hopefully going to settle in, and hopefully he's going to do all by the end of the 6-hour race and he can finish, which would be a pretty good achievement. Just finishing, doesn't matter where he finishes, getting a 6-hour race solo with. It's not a bad effort if you can do that.
Magnificent effort, no doubt about that, as Willstar down the inside, looking to make a move here in the early part of this race. We're only on lap 2, but Willstar getting busy here alongside the 81 Mercedes. He had a go, Jason, but he couldn't quite get that move done, and he slots back in behind him as we go through the Tremonto corner. And Jimbo's joined us, Team Radio. It's just Jimbo. Thank you for that, Jimbo. But you have joined us, Jimbo Johnson Jr., at a very, very important moment in this race. Jason. And I won't be telling Jason to shut up this afternoon. He's really saved my bacon. But Jake, 97. Hope you're out there following, Jake. If you haven't, if you're already following, then please consider hitting that follow button as you can join this community. Let's go, Clocate. I can hear the cars fine. Not too loud for me. That means that I'm working beautifully. Jason's working beautifully after his big night last night. Of course, the Hawks are making the finals. Very exciting time for everybody there in Carrum Downs. But we're 5 minutes into this race, and it's looking, Jason, like Willstar is making moves already. Oh, a little bit of a moment there, but he's trying to make some moves, but he can't quite get it done, can he?
Yeah, we know, and I know from personal experience, that McLaren's not really the fastest on the straights, so you really got to run low wing to sort of keep up with the other cars, but obviously the maximum speed is through the corners. So you can see this first sector, He made that little mistake at turn 2, but last lap, the first sector and the second sector, that he was quite quick. And then on the back straight there, the third sector was where John in that Mercedes, which has a lot of power, able to stretch the legs. But it's just early days, sort of filling each other out. You don't want to push too hard on the tyres too early, because that will come back and bite you later in the race. But at the same time, if you're John, you want to try and get away as fast as you can, so you don't have to worry about these cars on your ass for the whole 6 hours. So be a bit of cat and mouse early on. Goat is right behind, tucked in the slipstream. Norm, the start of the car for BCG2, so we know they've got in their pocket, they've got Keenan to come out and pump out some laps. Oh, sorry, not Keenan, Noodles. Keenan's not racing this weekend. So yeah, Norm and Nemo, they sort of, and Noodles all sort of qualified a little bit out of position, same as Matt, Jono and Simon. So a couple of the BCG boys had some issues in the shootout lap, so they should be coming through the field. But yeah, 4 laps down, and at the moment, touch wood, everyone touch wood, still no incidents, which is always good to see. So hopefully these drivers have started to settle in now, and they can start punching in some laps.
Oh, you can see Norm there up to P3. It's all about settling into a rhythm, as Machin has joined us in the chat. He says, let's go, Nick. What's a 6-hour drive on your own? Well, to put it into perspective, Machin, if I got in a car and drove for 6 hours straight, I'd end up in Sydney. And I'm sure you couldn't have got through the rest of the race without knowing that, as Jimbo has redeemed some coins. We'll get to that in a moment, I think, Wilco, because there's still plenty happening right throughout the field. A fine day for a Sunday race, says Exo. And who agrees? Jimbo agrees. Hey, Jimbo, we are both kicking back here, relaxing, watching the stream. Fantastic Sunday afternoon's entertainment. We'll do our best to entertain you, as Robbie Williams would have said. But Gaz right down there at the back of the field for Cactus Racing, and really emphasising the fact that they're right at the back of the field, but they're still well and truly in this contest. We haven't seen anyone really going off, Wilco, as we see Jimbo there. Yes, mate, gladly kicking back. Binger working hard in Godzilla, and Gaz there finally in the final position on the track. You can see there Branchy as well in the big Chungus car there as Metal Steel. So plenty of battles always continuing to happen. We are going to ride on board, Wilco. The field still pretty compacted at the moment. Plenty of moves happening right throughout the field at the moment, but we might jump on board, Wilco. And as we can see, Jimbo has spent his kid coins there. He wants to ride on board with this man, my Bingerling, and a yellow Nissan. We're very familiar with seeing him in that, aren't we?
Yeah, the gold brick has returned the last couple of endurance rounds, which has been good. So yeah, let's jump on board, hit that drive button, turn up your volume. Let's listen to a lap around Misano in the Chungus Nissan.
As we're going to have a look at my Bingerling very, very shortly. And here he is now. We're going to ride on board with my Bingerling. We'll get you a better camera. We'll give you some dash cam footage, if you don't mind. We'll have a look at this dash cam footage now. We'll take off the chat and all this other nasty stuff so we can enjoy a lap with Binger in the very famous, it's become famous now, hasn't it? The number 33 Nissan, as Rock, Roo, Paper, Scissors has followed us now as we continue our journey towards 375 followers on this channel of ours. This is round 3 of the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series, and my goodness there, is that Mark looking to make some moves on Fly Sky? I believe it is, but what a wonderful insight this is into the cockpit and the Nissan. We can see now Binger coming through the final corner there. Great perspective of this Misano circuit. 16 corners. We'll get to that track preview as well in just a few moments as things begin to die down. But look at this. Look at the telemetry. You can see there traction control. You can see the... is that traction control, Wilco, or not? I'm not too sure.
Almost turned it off by the looks of it. He had a big slap of wheel spin on the exit there. Nearly lost it there, Binger. So too heavy on the right foot, and he's just been a little nudge up the backside by Shawnee Fuller there too. So it's all happening for the big Nissan.
It certainly is. The big Chungus continuing on there, up to 4th gear, up to 5th, as we approach turn 8 at the Quercia, or Turn 8 here at this Misano World Circuit. Beautiful track, this one, of course. Highly technical circuit. I think I say that everywhere I go on the calendar. But this is round 3 of the championship. Hope you're enjoying it. Just missing the apex there on that occasion. You can see the throttle inputs there. TC 2 out of 9. So very low on the traction control. Does it slow you down, traction control, Wilco? Traditionally in a lot of games it does.
Yeah, so I mean, these cars in this game is built, you have to use them. Well, we don't have to, but it is faster to use them, but you don't want to go too high on the setting because then it will impact your speed, especially the ABS is sort of more of the big one because it just extends your braking zones, and it can actually sort of hurt your tyres if you're just constantly getting into that ABS system. As the system sort of kicks in, it sort of releases the pressure, then it kicks back out and then puts more pressure onto you, like little tiny locks, which over an hour stint can sort of hurt your tyres a little bit. So I like to run quite low, so I'll probably be on like TC for like 1 or 2, and some tracks you can get away with TC on 0, but there's mostly 1 or 2, and then ABS will be about 2 or 3 out of the 10, 12 settings, whatever the car has. So you've got to work out during practice where your limits are. Obviously TC is quite easy to find out where the limits are because if you start wagging tail on exits, you're a bit too heavy on the foot. And then same thing as if you constantly can sort of see the ABS lights inside the car. If you do have inside the car, you can see your lock lights and everything. If you see them constantly flashing up, then you know that you're either pinching a wheel or your ABS system kicking in. So yeah, it's good fun to sort of learn and try and work out where the limits are, but it can definitely hurt your time if you go too safe, especially in the wet too.
Great insight there, Wilco, on the use of traction control, and not too much in the way of driving aids, I don't believe, is there in this game. I've put close to 200 hours into this game on the PS5, and I haven't even done 1 lap. And that gives you a great insight of my racing ability. Of course, I'm not quite... I haven't done the Nico Rosberg and formally announced my retirement from racing, but I just wasn't any good at it, so I stopped and started talking about it.
You did beat some Jason Wilco guy when he was driving an Alpine. He was driving a Ferrari in an F1 Co-op series, even though it lasted 3 races. But that guy in the Alpine did blow up 2 out of the 3 races, so you got protection as usual.
Absolutely, and boy, you almost predicted the downfall of Alpine, which was interesting 2 years before it happened. But anyway, that was a fantastic series, a 3-race championship there. And, at least I got to...
won't be coming back on 24. Maybe F1 Manager will do something there for F1 Manager.
Something to do there is
there's multiplayer on that.
That's coming out very, very shortly, and that is very close indeed. I think Norm has got ahead of Willstar. So, Cave, I was about to say that the gap between Willstar and John in P1 and P2 had reduced somewhat, but Willstar and Norm getting busy. 2 McLarens going at it here, Jason. They are very, they mean business. I tell you what, Norm means business for BCG2. Did he catch Willstar napping there? That was a great move, and Norm is now up into P2.
Yeah, it must have. I was watching towards the back, but I'm just noticing right now that Will has his, he has like 5% brake sort of flashing up. So I might give him a message and say, hey, you might have to clean out your brake pedal, because I can literally, if you hit drive and go to Will, you'll see on the ABS where it has that's his braking inputs. It's constantly flashing up for me. Let me just check other cars out. No, it's definitely just him. So that's probably, I mean, it's only going on probably 4 or 5%, but it's definitely I definitely notice it. So it just sort of flashes up as he's almost like he's just resting his foot on the brake, and it's just constant little bits of engagement. It's not flicking his brake lights up, but yeah, curious. I'll shoot him a message and say, hey mate, actually maybe unless Zest, are you actually in here? I'll see if you're watching Zest. No, he's not. So I'll shoot him a message.
Well, you can see whilst Wilco tries to contact Willstar, Exo's left a comment there. The Fez is good on a few TC, no real bog down. Thank you for that, Exo. Great to have your company. Relaxing on a Sunday afternoon, watching the stream. And it is great to have everybody watching this afternoon. But the brake indicator or brake sort of pedal there in the bottom right hand of the screen, I believe, Wilco, that's what you were referring to. We're now riding on board with Willstar, who also has the fastest lap.
Or is it just on my screen? You see the little red bar when he's on the straight. You see his green. You see a little. It's like a little flash of red.
Yep, we can see that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm seeing.
And,
which to me means he might just have to put his brake dead zone to 1% or something, because there's a big slide. That'll be hurting a little bit of speed. So yeah, I'll shoot Zest a message and we'll have a look.
So that is interesting. I'm not quite sure whether what that means. Of course, Wilco will send a message to Willstar. We care about our drivers now, but you can see even when he's on the throttle, Wilco, isn't it? You can still see that flashing in the bottom right-hand corner.
It's not actually engaging the brake light, so it mustn't be enough pressure that it's probably not slowing him down, but I mean, he's already a fast enough driver, so maybe this could be holding back by 2 seconds a lap, so maybe, it's not that bad, but yeah, I'm not sure, it could just be a visual thing, but no other cars haven't it. It seems to have stopped now, so maybe Zest told him, he might be just like, I've been resting my foot on, let's come back, it's constantly there, it's almost like he's just little pad check, so you can see he's a little bit slower on the straight, so maybe it is hurting him.
So you can see there now, Mountain Goat has made a move
his backside
ahead now of that man, Willstar. So we can see there the input of the brake. Of course, you can see the throttle input, the brake input in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen when we ride on board with some of our drivers. And well, I don't want to say it's affecting him, but he's going backwards quicker, Wilco, than he's going forwards, isn't he? 18 minutes into this one.
Yeah, well, we know he's obviously a Carroll champion too, so we know he's a very quick driver. So maybe this is hurting him a little bit more than we think. But yeah, normally he's got some good pace unless he's got something wrong. The setup's not as good. Tyres starting to go. I'm not sure. I haven't done laps myself around here in a while, so I'm pretty sure the tyre weight is quite high, especially with the track being 35 degrees, so I mean the track's going to cool off during the race, but yeah, that might be something to sort of keep an eye on, and I'll let you know if Zest gets back to me, that's Will's teammate. He might be like, yeah, we know he has problems with his pedals, and then it's all good, or it might be, oh shit, we didn't notice that, thanks to that, and then come the second stint when he gets the time to go into his settings and put a bit of dead zone on that brake pedal, could be flying again. But I reckon we need to start looking at Norm here, because he is starting to close in on John ever so slowly, so that could be something to watch.
And we'll get to that. Beautiful segue there. Thank you for that, Jason Wilkinson. Also a KRL champion along with Willstar. The only one not a champion is myself. And as Jason keeps reminding me, but Wilco, what car? We've got a question coming in from our beautiful, gorgeous Exo in the chat. A big shout out to Exo, who chucked us a subscription on Friday night during qualifying. He says, Wilco, what car has the best tyre wear? I've heard the McLaren likes to chew through the rubber, but what car would you suggest is best on tyre wear, Wilco?
I mean, all cars will be roughly the same. It depends on how you drive it. So the McLaren, yeah, I've heard that as well, was quite high on tyre wear, but obviously I've done a lot of laps in the McLaren, and it just depends on how you drive. But you don't want to be sort of, pushing it too hard and sort of constantly sliding, especially those early, 3-4 laps when the tyres are sort of getting up to 10. Because that'll come back and hurt you. So that's a bit of a skill element there, is trying to keep your tyres alive for a whole stint. But I know the BMW used to be quite hard on its tyres. I think the Mustang is very bad on its tyres because it just has so much power. You need to have to run that higher TC, or just be like really careful on the throttle. But we can see Will is sort of going backwards, so maybe he's gone. You can see how defensive he is driving down the right-hand side of the road there. yeah, you need to be careful not slide it like Will has been doing, because that will just constantly overheat the tyre. Or when the car doesn't look too good at the moment, it's quite loose.
Very loose indeed. Geesh, there's a bit of a train forming here, unfortunately. It pains me to say it, but Will Star struggling now, isn't he? He's down to 4th. He's got the quickest lap of the race, but that's going to be a little consolation.
What makes you think his tyres are gone. I think he's pushed too hard too early, and these tyres are really starting to hurt.
Yeah, I think he might have spent his lollies before the chickens came home to roost, that's for sure. But we're 20 minutes into this race. It's going very, very quickly. Hope you're enjoying it. Sunday afternoon, almost the afternoon, of course, WA time. But Geesh is also through now, and Sidorg is through as well. So Will Star down to 6th. Thank you, EXO, just sending a quick message. A big thank you to Jason Wilkinson, our tyre car whisperer. Sergio Perez used to be the tyre whisperer. Now he's
the barrier whisperer.
He spent more time calling up the marshals and the tow truck lately. But wow, who do you put into that car? Do you put Ricardo in for the rest of the year? If he does well, keep him. If he doesn't, get Liam Lawson. I don't know. So many questions, but I've got to tell you, they've got to do something. The Constructors' Championship is going. I'll tell you what else is going soon. It looks like Will Star's getting lined up by Hainsey here, Jason.
Binger and Shawnee Fuller having a bit of a moment. And then Shawnee Fuller and the Tags Ranger. A little bit of argy-bargy going down the back of the field, but what were you just saying then?
I've forgotten what I was saying just then, but I think I was talking about Hainsey as we were continuing to watch the decline of Will Star, which is a terrible thing to say, but he is down in 7th now. Wilco, does he just have to keep on keeping on, or would he come into the pits? Is it too early?
If it's something like the tyre pressures are out the window, then you could probably afford to pit a little bit earlier, because you know if you do hour 5 stints, you're going to have a sort of 15-20 minute sprint stint you're going to have home. So if you sort of choose to do that now and get the tyre pressures fixed up, it might come back to you, but then obviously you risk if there's rain. There's no rain in the next 30 minutes, but if he pits now and then there's rain in the next 40 minutes, that those people that have stayed out, like all the other drivers now, they'll be able to drive straight to that rain period, so then they'll go a lap down, or not a lap down, sorry, pit stop behind, which will hurt them, down the long run. But yeah, it might be just worth just trying to stick it out and just try and get to that sort of 5-hour mark, and then get whatever issue you have. As I said, hopefully it's just something simple like tyre pressures is a bit too high or too low, and then you'll be able to carry on for the rest of the race. And as we said, him and Zest are a very good team that will be able to claw back some time lost in this opening stint.
Absolutely, we continue to race on. There is a notable absentee, Jason, of course. I'm sure our viewers would have picked it up. We're speaking of the oh my goodness, Will Star very, very wide there through, I believe that's turn 14. But there is a notable absentee from the commentary box, especially in the early part of this race, I should say. And that is the Nigerian Prince, who is, he's doing his own race, isn't he? Or another race, I should say, over on his channel. Go check it out. Thank you for that. Wilco, getting rid of that message there. But he is doing his own race. He's doing the Spa 24, isn't he? Wilco, over on his channel at the moment.
Yeah, and he obviously knew that he was having a clash, and 24-hour race that started at 9 p.m. last night, or 10 p.m. last night, that he knew that he'd be able to get his driving done early, but he is the wet weather master. So they had he messaged us earlier this morning that they've had the radar come through and and it says about now was when it's going to start raining quite heavily. So he said, I won't be able to jump on for the first few hours of this race because I'll be cutting some wet laps at Spa, because he's the designated wet weather driver. So that's where he is now. So if you want to check that out, I think what's the commands? Shout out Voodoo. Shout out.
Don't actually. I don't know.
For Voodoo. Let me see if that works.
Shout out.
No, it doesn't work.
No, that's all right. We'll we're missing the.
V is for Voodoo.
We're missing the high technical knowledge of the great man, but he is driving around Spa. not a bad place to be a wet weather specialist, is it, around Spa? But he is over on his channel doing his thing. V is for Voodoo. Live is his channel, of course. We're always in a bit of healthy competition for followers. Not that we live for followers, but we do love it, that's for sure. It's like getting your likes and all that stuff on social media.
It's raining there now. I've just jumped on and I've
Yep.
seen. So currently it is raining. So if you want to quickly go check him out and say hi to him, here is the link. Click on this and it should take you straight to his channel and you can say hi. We're watching from the Oz and Jed endurance race. They're half an hour into the race and just see how they whether it's Spa, iRacing's going. I can tell you, iRacing wet weather. I did it a week ago, yesterday, at Voodoo's house, and it is unreal. The realism on it is like next level. You can't drive on the dry line or the racing line because you just have no grip. You need to do the wet lines, and that sort of stuff really interests me. And I obviously love wet driving on this game, but doing a proper realistic, wet line sort of stuff, it was like, I can't go back to ACC. I can't believe I said that, but I can't go back to ACC. I want to be.
Well, you better just be gosh darn careful because you're going to have to wash your mouth out with soap or something. But let me tell you, we are continuing on here. Check out V is for Voodoo Live. I did fire up iRacing. It is very realistic, isn't it, in terms of weather and everything else. I couldn't afford to keep iRacing, but it's not cheap, Wilco. But if you're right into your sim racing, it's a great little investment, isn't it? But back at the front, and let me tell you here and now that John is leading that gap. Norm 1.4 now, so it's steady, but steady as a mountain goat, as you can see him there in P3. And we've got Mercedes, McLaren, Porker in third, fourth and fifth. And Hainsey there in sixth. Will Star's decline from Grace. His fall from Grace now sees him in seventh. That's a little bit harsh, isn't it? But I think he's going to be okay for the foreseeable future because these three on our screens, Jason, are battling tremendously. CP Greeny has now jumped Cloquet up into eighth. But whilst they're squabbling amongst themselves, there's a gap, isn't there, forming to Will Star. But look at this. Fly Sky down the inside, Jason.
Yes, there it is there, and Cloquet drops back to 10th, Fly Sky up into P9, so that Mustang, we know it's got some horsepower, we do know there's more Fly can get up in the position leaderboard now, the better it is, because I'm sure those guys are going to start to drop off that cliff in the next sort of 15-20 minutes.
And Fly Sky racing for FTSC2. He did a few solo races, I believe, didn't he? Was it, might have been at the start of this year or the end of last year, I couldn't be more specific than that, but he's in ninth and currently P4 in his class. As we'll keep going through the order there. There's a few drivers we haven't mentioned, of course. We've neglected to give them some stream time. There is Mark Ledwich, plenty of McLarens in this field. And there is another one of them. But Captain Planet, how have you seen his race so far? CSR1, great effort in qualifying to make that top 10 shootout, but down in P12. In fact, the first of the Ferraris down there in P12, Jason.
Yeah, they've gone backwards a little bit, but as I said, it's pretty... they're in P12, they're still in the race, they're only, 15, maybe 10 seconds off the lead. So they're not going too bad, but yeah, they were hoping to aim for a top 10. I'm sure Super VT and Vertboy will be cheering during the day. They were the sister car. They've all moved to PC, those guys, so they're they're no longer racing on here, but I'm sure they'll be tuning in the same time.
Very sad indeed. I tell you, these ones that go off to do the PC thing, not me. I have a PC, but I don't race on iRacing or anything like that. But we are half an hour into this race. Not sure why I keep referencing what I do, because that's of little interest to our viewers out there this afternoon. They're awfully quiet, Jason, aren't they? I wonder what's going on there, but please.
Yeah, let's get your comments in. Get your comments in.
Comments in.
want to ride on ball with. Let's go to that front battle because Warm is all over John like a cheap suit at the moment. So let me go to that battle. Where is he? There he is. And here we go. This is the battle for the lead.
The battle for the lead. Here it is in front of our very eyes. The gap was 1.4. We got distracted a little bit, but now we're back here. 19 laps having been completed already. And EXO advising us that the Cheezel box, the Harry Cheezel box, has opened. Thank you for that, EXO. Another big Sunday afternoon at the EXO residence. It is great to have you with us. Kicking back on the lounge room and not on the lounge room, on the lounge, and eating the Cheezels. It doesn't get much better than that. How's Team EXO going? We'll let those two chat about it in the comments section. But half an hour into this race, the lead is on. The battle for the lead is intensifying. 2.6 back to Mountain Goat and Geesh. And they are having a little battle as well. It is very much a Porky Pig battle here. You can see those two in the background. As Norm, did he gain some time there as we go through the head part of the lap, or the track map I should say, which looks like a lizard holding a melted stick. And I think that's what we referred to on Friday evening, but it's a very strange one, I know. But Norm now, has he got a good exit here, Wilco? Can he potentially just use that slipstream to get up behind him? It's not a long straight here though, is it, the start-finish straight? So you're better off really gaining that time towards the back part of the circuit. But Norm continues on, currently holding up the field man right behind Branchy in the Bentley. And Branchy, whereabouts is he? He's down there in P21 on the circuit. We'll check out some of the other drivers in just a few moments, but you can see that battle between Mountain Goat and Geesh. It sort of looks like their two liveries, they're kind of inverted, aren't they, the liveries there, Wilco? They're sort of opposite.
Yeah, teammates.
Ah, there you go. That solves that.
BSR1, BSR2.
BSR1 and BSR2. Great stuff. Let's not forget about this man. I will not go with any jokes about Simon Bishop, because there's nothing to joke about here, Jason, because his race, he's always that quiet achiever, isn't he, coming through from about P5 in the field, but it looks like he's got plenty on his plate with Hainsey and Willstar here.
Yeah, he's a quiet achiever, but of course, at the same time, as soon as there's a bit of water on the track, he becomes clearly the fastest guy on track. So he'll be hoping for some rains, but as I said, at the moment, no rain on the radar. So, I mean, there's always a chance of rain when the wind is above zero, so that's interesting to see. Hopefully we get a bit of rain later in the race just to spice it up, and yeah, that'll really put Jono, Matt and Simon back into this race, because yeah, Jono and Matt, obviously good drivers in themselves, and Simon in the wet, that's why he's 19 promoted in the wet, he's a gun.
He sure is. Don't forget, we can see you lurking out there. There is a first-time chatter there, Jason, but if you could please dispose of them at your earliest convenience. The yellow brick is now moving forwards. We will get to the yellow brick road in a moment. Good stuff. Gazman just made a great move to get the Bentley. And that's what I love about this sort of stuff. There are battles and interesting things to look at right the way throughout the field. Simon still, I wouldn't say he's holding up CP Greedy. He's doing a great job there. Ooh, did he just get a little bit twitchy there? It looked like he just got a little bit twitchy there from what I was looking at. And now that could let CP Greeny in for some tasty moves to happen there. But Gaz has got past Branchy, and we were looking at Gaz prior to heading back to that lead battle. And you've got to say that Branchy and Gaz right at the back there. And wow, Hooncorp 1 currently with HC Lewis. And there's a big off, Jason. There's a big off. Is it Shawnee Fuller?
Nick.
He's gone off, but not in the way that Nick did. I just saw, oh, look at this. I just saw a Porsche there in the background of that camera shot, bouncing over the curbs, and that looks like it could be some serious damage.
Doesn't look too bad. I can't see any damage on the back of the car, really. But yeah, poor old Nick's half an hour into his 6-hour race solo, and he's had a little bit of mischief. So hopefully he'll be alright. He'll get his tyres back under control and continue on.
Let's have a look. We hope so. Like I said, try doing any activity on your own solo for 6 hours. I thought I was going to be doing that at one point today. But no, Nick is doing a fantastic job indeed. I'll just leave those little snide remarks in my brain, and I won't say them verbally out loud and verbalise them. But let me tell you, Gaz P20, I love a Ferrari. Not sure if I love it in green and black, but still, HC Lewis, I was going to make that comment about them. They're inside the top 20 after their pretty ordinary display in qualifying. Not too sure whether Nismo, the boss, will be happy with that, but Hoon Corp 1 not making great inroads. Wilco, were you expecting them to come charging through the field?
Yeah, I thought they'd be a little bit faster. We do know Monkey Matt, the other driver in the car, is quite fast himself. So again, might be another just struggling with the tyre pressures early stage of the race. So hopefully they can get that done and be fine for the rest of the race. But now that Lewis has a bit of clear air, he should be able to sort of start catching up.
As you can see, 5 hours, 23 minutes remaining. Great to have your company on a Sunday afternoon. We are 23 laps into this race. The gap between 1 and 2 is less than a second, as Exo has joined the chat. He hasn't just joined, he's always been here. He says, Trev, get yourself a box of chicken cheezels, top quality stuff. Thank you for the suggestion, and that's fantastic there. But I tell you what, the battle between the chicken and cheese twisties is now crossed over to the cheezels as well. Did not know that you could buy chicken cheezels. I really shouldn't have them because I am on a strict diet where I'm trying not to eat food, and I'm struggling with that one. But 5 hours.
T-Rex.
Oh yeah. What happened to that pit stop? What happened to that pit?
Yeah, well, I'm going now.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Oh, yeah, I'm Jack Ginnivan. I like to watch Jack Ginnivan and have a big night watching the Hawks obliterate the Magpie season, yes. 5 hours and 22 minutes. They're inside thoughts to keep inside my head. And just going to check myself. Sorry, Jason. Really have to put my manners back in. I didn't realise he would be playing the commentary there. But, ooh, John. Let's have a look there. What he just looked like he ran a little bit wide there, coming through the final corner, the Misano corner, imaginatively named, turn 16 of this circuit. And you can see there, Jono leads that gap back out to 1.3. Oh yeah, Trev, that wasn't good for the collie wobbles. And all I'll have to do, Exo, is console myself with the 2023 Premiership. And I can cry whilst I watch that. With my Collingwood tissues, but geesh, up to P3. It is a 5 and 6 Porker affair in third and fourth, and you can see that battle has ceased because Mountain Goat is now 2.8 seconds behind Geesh in P3 and P4. The bald Kiwi, known as Sidorg, the bald solar panel with his aerodynamicy, joined the admin team for the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. He's a man of many talents, and he does his best work in the wet as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's in P5. Will Star, currently in P6, the second in line in terms of P5 in class, I should say, for him. P6 on the circuit. We saw him spend his tyre credits a little bit early on, and now he is very much struggling with that. Can't talk about Richmond. Second year of their 10-year rebuild, and I've always felt for Richmond supporters, well, not really, but no, I felt for them. They had to wait 37 years for that premiership, as Will Star now having another moment here. I'm wondering when he will come into the pits, because he is all over the place, like me after 2 beers on a Friday night before I fall asleep on the couch at 8:30. I've got to say, those tyres aren't looking good, Jason. If you are there, please indicate, because no, Will Star looking very, very bad. These tyres aren't looking good for him at the moment.
It's unfortunate, but as I said, hopefully it's just a tyre pressure issue. But have you seen Haynes? It's a pity. There's a car right at the back of the field there, one of the stars. I think Seabo's in the car, so yeah, they've done a driver change in the first. Haynes is out of the car, it's demoted.
Great stuff. The thoughts of Jason Wilkinson there. And Jimbo has advised that we are hearing that Kings 2 are now inside the top 10. So the boss, Jason, will be very happy with that if indeed he is the boss of Kings Racing. It could very well be a democracy there, but anyway, I'm sure that that is good news for all of the fans of King Racing. The boss alongside me of Kings Racing, of course, and the Jason Wilkinson Driver Academy. So much happening out there on the circuit. We have seen a pit stop with, who was it, Hainsey, I think, there, like you said, Wilco. But this is a good battle here. We're looking at Cloquet and Ranger Oz just behind him, having a little moment there, but getting very, very close to Cloquet. It's down to 0.2 of a second. And we are approaching the 1 hour mark. You can see there, I don't think we're expecting rain here this afternoon. As Exo says, just an inside trip. The Ruse Season 14 will be GT3's 2015 cars and older. Starts this Tuesday, and I do appreciate that information. As Jimbo advising me that he has kicked you out of Kings Racing. We are hearing...
He's the last one to join Kings Racing. I think Jimmy, back to the poop deck, mate.
Yep, and I was about to say there was almost mutiny, wasn't there, on... was it Captain Bly and the Endeavour? No, I think that was Captain Cook on the Endeavour, but fight for P14 is on as... Oh, it's
Metal
very
Brandon
much...
side by side. There we go. Metal might be through, I think, or was that Brandon trying to pass and Metal defending? Thank you, Sparky, for the message. It's always good to have someone, another driver, to say, hey, yeah, we're actually having a battle. And here we are, have a nice side by side action with Brandon there. And Metal is taking P15, so they've moved up a couple of spots so far in this race. Ikatosh and Smitty, they've sort of moved up a couple of spots too, so a few cars have gone backwards. And that's how racing goes. But if I jump to the field, we've got Mr. Sheesh. He's up into P3, and he over maybe and John put their tyres, and this Porsche is starting to come alive. That might be something to watch as well. So keep us updated on that battle, Sparky, when stuff happens. We'll go back to it.
Big crowd here at the Misano World Circuit. Walk the plank, Wilco. Thanks, Sparky, for the heads up on that battle. We'll keep an eye on that one. Walk the plank, Wilco, says Jimbo. And that's really what you'd expect from Jimbo. He likes sailing the high seas, of course. We know that on Sea of Thieves. But geesh, this is getting close indeed between Norm and Geesh. And just love saying that one.
Jesus.
More... oh, Jesus. More ease than you really should have in your PSN ID, Jason, but let me tell you, it works, and don't we love it. But Geesh all over the back of Norman Price, as you can see, because we are streaming the race, of course. We are 5 hours and 15 minutes away from the end of this one. Pretty sure he does. Pretty sure he does. LOL. Thank you for that, Jimbo. And geez, F7 in aisle in the chat. Let me tell you, Jimbo will have the AC/DC song, The Jack, playing. Binger is catching the Mustang. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Actually has been moved to the field. Car 36 round, Ranger.
Let's have a look.
Little whoopsie.
Car 36 is around Ranger Oz. We're jumping on to see what's happening with...
He's back underway.
Is he back underway? I can't see him. There he is.
Yep, car 36, there he is, yeah, he's back.
We can confirm that he is back on the circuit. I lost him there. Our Italian director said, where is Ranger Oz? Is the car 36? And I'm sure they don't all talk like Mario, but a big shout out to our director in Misano.
I was there last year, they do.
And yes, Greg and Gus, 5 hours and 14 minutes. And this it's funny. It's a great insight, actually, because the man alongside me in the commentary box, for everyone out there watching, has driven a real-life porker around an Italian circuit. Not this one, but probably the most famous of them all. If there is a more famous Italian circuit, Jason, I don't really want to hear about it because it is all about Monza, the Lesmos, the Ariana Curva Grande, and some fantastic corners there as we see CP Greeny into the pits here, Jason. This is interesting.
Yeah, so that's the other S2T car that has made an early stop. So obviously we had Hainsey and Stevo switch over, and now we have Greeny. I'm not sure if he jumped out of the car, but they've come out, so they're gone for a bit of an early stop. So they're obviously, while the track's at its hottest, wanted to do their short bed and have a look down later, which is pretty good strategy, because it means that you're out of sync with everyone else. As Simon's in the pits too, I'm just watching Simon dive in. So do we have some rain? Rain coming soon. Maybe everyone's sort of thinking, well, this the shortest done early while the tracks have maximised our speed throughout the race.
So Simon Bishop into the pits. That's not the most exciting thing to look at. So we'll look at Binger King. We might take this moment to show you a black screen, but it's not just a black screen, of course. It is much more than that. It's Andrelli's track preview. Look at the graphics. A Kid Buyers production. This is absolutely fantastic. And we are flying to the Misano World Circuit, like I said at the top of our show, named after the late great Marco Simoncelli, former MotoGP rider, as we fly to this Misano circuit in Italy, from the start-finish line down to turn 1. As you can see, challenging set of corners there, turns 2, 3 and 4, before we get into a very, very important part of the circuit, I should say, turn 6 and 7, the Quercia, and then we go through turn 9 to the Tramonto, and then we head to the Curva One and the Caroline Wilson corner there, turns 14 and 15, before we head to the imaginatively named Misano corner at turn 16. And let me tell you, where would we be without the beautiful work, Jason, of the one, the only Andrelli. What a fantastic performer he is. Grew up in Wodonga and was growing up in Wodonga, of course, which is very close to me. And he is a fantastic individual, and we appreciate his hard work, don't we, Jason?
Oh yeah, for sure. It really does a lot of work behind the scenes that may go unnoticed. So it's always good to shout out. It really is our graphics man. He does all the results, but he does not endless hours in the safety car seat waiting for it. So it really does a lot of hard work for the
We appreciate you, no doubt about that, Andrelli. As you can see there, we continue on. Please do not text me. Oh, I don't mean everyone out there watching, of course, because you don't have my number, but just kidding. Hang on a minute. Wow, that's it's not so nice when it's happening to you. 5 hours and 10 minutes left. That's right. Don't make me. Don't make me.
Medals all over Ikitosh here.
And have we got Medal and Ikitosh having a battle here? We'll go. We certainly do. The number 100 Ferrari. You can see there the number 100 Ferrari, driven by Metal Steel at the moment. Sparky God and Saint Sim. Their results have been somewhat mixed, Jason Wilkinson, because they finished 14th and 21st. They're approaching the top 10. They're looking for a good result this afternoon.
Yeah, they are. They've always been here since day dot with the Endurance Series. They were early on. And yeah, we appreciate them jumping on for another series, another bug. Right on Medal, and let everyone else see what Medal's series inputs are like, and his break. It's really just those 200 points, and we'll see Matazzi, who's, we've just seen Hainsey. No, it wasn't. Used the 3 4 5 the assist car. We have jumps. Matt and second behind, and Haynes second behind. Yeah, it's a nice early stop. Was there a reason for the early stop? Get clear air, or want to do the hot track sync? You know, do a nice short one now and then go on with the 6 rest of the race, or did you have an issue or something? What was the issue? What was the reason for an early stop, Haynes?
So many questions to answer there. Cactus Racing also up to 17th from last. Keep rocking Gaz, says EXO. Hainsey 07 was a fun top 10 battle in the first stint, so we'll keep an eye on how they go. Greenie, of course, has made that stop further back down the field. Of course, there's that sort of yellow-orange bar, isn't there, Wilco, for all of our viewers out there, which does that indicate how many stops have been completed, or how many stops to go, I should say?
The orange one to the right, or then
Yes.
yeah, mandatory stop. So we enable that just because if you don't have that enabled, obviously with our race you're going to have to do pit stops anyway, but we don't have the mandatory stop enabled, then the HUD, on the HUD will tell you, you've got an hour 10, you've got an hour 9. However, it won't have the sync timer up on your HUD. So yeah, that's why we've got the mandatory stop there. It also does help out us and the viewers as a commentary team. There's 2 mandatory stop kickoff, and once you'll see the cars down the bottom, excuse me, the ones that have done this one, that 2, if it is hard to read, it's a little 2, that will change to number 1, and then we'll go to a green box which they've done, so we'll know who the first cars are pit stops, get them out of the way, and then we'll also know who the last car do their 2 pit stops, so it sort of gives us a little bit of insight, and we sort of it's also good. Streaming and
try to keep you updated with all of those, a lot of detail, as you can see there on the screen, to do with weather, temperature, track conditions, the pit stops, the numbers. There's a lot going on, so we'll do our best to keep bringing you all of the information that we can as we continue to look at this battle. Less than a second, which means, in other words, that Jeesh is very, very close to John. And I wonder whether the Cave Racing team, who have they took pole position Friday night, they have been leading the race from the moment we got underway. I wonder if they're thinking about a pit stop at the moment, but still, we'll wait and see. I guess you can sit back, can't you, Jason, and see what everyone else is doing. You're in the lead of the race. You've got that advantage, of course, of leading the race, but still trying to just keep Jeesh behind him here at the moment. And you can see for BSR1 Racing, and let me tell you now that that is not the right graphic there to put up on the screen, but BSR1 currently in P2, and Norm has settled somewhat. He was on a bit of a charge earlier on in the race. It's hard to believe we're almost ticking over to the first hour of this race. Just 6 minutes to go until we hit the first hour of the race. As you can see there, that's Norm continuing on in P3, 2.3 that gap now. I wonder if he had a slight mistake or something. He's using every bit of the track that he can. Track limits are a bit of an issue. We saw a couple of invalid laps in qualifying. So it's interesting to see these drivers. There's a lot of runoff area, isn't there here, Jason? It's one of those circuits where it's easy to just put all 4 wheels outside the white lines.
yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about track limits. Yeah, it is quite a tricky one because you've got that all that big runoff means you can really attack the corners. You don't have to worry about being careful over it, you don't want to run too wide, around the grass and stuff. So there's a couple of spots where there is just a curve in the exit which you don't want to touch. So going out of turn is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, turn 6, that's left hand onto the back. There's a couple of sausage curves which you can launch the car and do some pumps and models, which is pretty cool to see. In the car won't help because he's a car on to land. But we just had Nick do his pit stop. He's just come out in between Bingo and Cloquet, so you can see a lap down because these guys haven't done their pit stop yet. But so Nick's done his stops. Just a few boys starting to make their stops now. We should see most of the field will be in the next sort of 5 or 6 minutes. Some people might be able to stretch it out to that 4 hours 50, 51, which would be the limit of your max driving time or max sit time. But yeah, a few guys just like to just their stints are just 6 1 hour stints are probably the best way to go. And yeah, we should see some action soon. It's car 13, which is 8 drives through the track looks best. It's like the dust.
Well, there we go, and unfortunately it happens quite a bit. We start talking about a discussion topic or something up here in the commentary box, and next minute something happens, and it seems that, well, it doesn't seem like it is, it's a definite drive-through penalty for car 572, which is Shawnee Fuller, the suave Englishman in that car. That's going to really affect him, of course, especially around this circuit. But the battle for the lead continues as we approach the 5-hour mark. Nick, who, as we keep mentioning, is doing this race all on his own, solo this afternoon, which is an absolutely fantastic effort from him. And was he lined up to drive with anybody, Wilco? Who was going to be alongside him? Do we know, or there was
Nick.
Yeah, was there any late changes?
Yeah, it was going to be Matchin. Matchin has been his teammate, and they're quite a good little team there. But Matchin is not available this week. I do remember the race was pushed back a week to try and give an extra week of practice for these guys, because obviously we had the mega race. So this race was pushed back, so that's probably a reason why I'm not going to the monster trucks in South Australia today, where last week we would have race, but so sort of pushed back a week, sort of hurt a few teams. But unfortunately, that's just the way it goes sometimes. Hopefully for the next week. But yeah, Nick's sort of been looking for a teammate, but no one I can watch that already drunk. Yeah, he'll do the 5 hours by himself. Try and get to the end.
Absolutely, and like we said, a great effort from him. Cactus is still being driven by Gaz, of course, inside the opening hour. They are in P14 or P8, I believe, in their class. The Merc looks very solid there. Thank you, Exo, for pointing out the terrific effort there. Cactus up to 17th from last on the grid. As you can see, there are 21 people watching this stream on a Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. New Zealand time, just after 1 p.m. Eastern time, of course, and 10 or 11, I think it is, in Perth. So it is great to have very sociable hour, of course, to be watching a race. As you can see, Nick is all over the back of Binger, who is currently in P7. This isn't for position, but he'll be looking to get past Binger in the big Chungus yellow brick and really get a move on in this race as the battle for the lead continues. It keeps on keeping on, and Binger and Fly Sky, they are having their own battle, and Nick is right behind them. So I wonder if we're going to see Binger. I don't think Binger and Fly Sky are going to be too worried about letting Nick through and let him continue on with his race, because Ford versus Nissan, this is a great battle to watch. As you can see, these two extremely square-looking motor cars here, beautiful cars. The Mustang, a very late addition to the game. It did mess a few things up in terms of the online multiplayer stuff, but that's all been sorted. And Fly Sky running wide. Binger is through. Jason, is he? No. Now he is.
He is now.
There we go. He gets the move done. Wow.
Yeah, very nice move there. So Binger, we do know Binger always just rave on about how dairy, which is a surprise, because it doesn't really have the has an extra weight than all the other cars. Yeah, it's just a big brick, but you wouldn't think would go well during the corner. Was Fly died, but get it done. So yeah, so this is quite good on tyres, and Binger is a very simple driver as well. So he's yeah, you can see he's moved on. I think he was down in 13th, 14th, about 20 minutes ago, and he just speeds slow off the field as he getting those tyres on the check. We've had Will and Norm, they're coming back out now, so we'll see who's in that car. There's cars 7, so Seth's in that car now. And let's go to car number 1. There's Noodles in that car now, so expect to see some purple lap times getting set now because Noodles is here.
Yep, pit stop action, of course. As we continue to look at the pit stops now starting to happen. As you can see there, sorry if I just sound distracted, we're under 5 hours now, and Fly Sky still continuing on, Cloquet as well. Fly Sky, he wants to be a little bit careful here because Cloquet involved in this battle as well. Nick just making way for Cloquet there on that occasion. We did hear the driver's briefing as we've been raided. We're hearing Jason with V is for Voodoo Live has just raided us with 6 viewers. He has sent 6 incredibly special people our way. We do appreciate that to the Nigerian Prince. We tried to give you a shout out, Chuck Norris, if you can hear us, but we couldn't quite get the command right, could we, Jason?
Yeah, but that means that unfortunately onto his stream, and he was fighting the car in the wet, doing really well, and as he's come over to he's driving backwards, and Voodoo had nowhere to go. Obviously, R-Racing damage, but yeah, we've got 3 or 4 minutes just to get the car towed back to the pits, literally. And then you've had at least 10, 20 minutes of damage, and they've already had 10 minutes. Race over, unfortunately, because he's raiding us. But I guess the only positive out of that is me being rid of him.
Yep, and
Leave me in my juice today.
he's yes, you sound like you really want to be here. No, but no, that's fine. But we will
talk about the footy last night if you guys want to know that.
Ginnivan, put it to bed, put it on TikTok, take a few selfies. And the worst part is he got that premiership medal, didn't he, before he headed off to the Hawks. But no, fantastic player. We like seeing that. He's only 20 or something, and yeah, he's just enjoying himself, isn't he? Great player. I always thought he was a little bit underrated. He probably got sick of being a sub at Collingwood, and then he's gone off to do greater things. But we are under 5 hours. We might think about, we'll keep an ear out and an eye out for Voodoo, but of course he won't be. He's been up for a long time, hasn't he, Jason, as well? So we won't get him in too quickly to the stream. As Cloquet, my goodness me, look at this battle. 3rd and 4th, we'll stick with the on-track stuff, but thank you, Voodoo. Every cloud has a silver lining, and despite Voodoo having to end his stream, he has sent 6 viewers to us, which is absolutely fantastic. If you're out there listening, Chuck Norris, I know you are, please take some time out for yourself, get some hydration into you and some chicken tenders, and yes, more than welcome to join whenever you would like to, as we continue this battle. Jason, Binger now in the pits for Kings 2.
Jimbo is now driving.
Jimbo is now in that car, and we're just over an hour into this race, and Geesh also into the pits. So this is interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. 40 laps gone. Cave Racing still lead this one. And we might go to a battle, Jace, and I'm just wondering...
You actually know what we'll do?
We might take a quick break, I think.
Yeah. Someone is watching. Quickly chuck in the... click on your... keep coin and choose who you want to ride. There's a few battles going around, but if you want to book, Trevor and I just have a little commercial break ourselves. Yeah, keep points in. You've got 30 seconds, so next 30 seconds, get your what am I trying to say? Sorry, I've been distracted through this jumped on.
Yep, that's
all right.
right.
Ride on board tokens in, and then commercial, and yeah, we'll get back to you with a nice fresh Voodoo ready for conference.
You have. You've got 16 seconds. You've got 16 seconds to make your decision.
We'll choose it ourselves.
Otherwise, we'll make it for you. That's democracy for you. But 4 hours and 55 minutes. I do think we have the Prince on the line. I was about to say, Chuck, that you didn't have to join straight away, but we heard a bit of an update, so it's not sounding good out of the Spa 24, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, nah, not at all. It's been a long day.
okay. Unfortunately, it ended the way it did. Yeah, look, we had I'll give a quick debrief before we get into this, and I want to debrief of how the start of this one's gone. But yeah, look, we had a mega qualifying, tough split. Qualified P16, managed to claw our way up to P13. Everyone was pretty good, clean over the first hour, and made a bit of a pit stop blunder when we did a driver swap. Pit limiter wasn't on when the next driver jumped in. Sped in pit lane, had to do a stop go 15. Ended up going down to P48, I think it was. Managed to claw our way all the way back up to P6, and then got murdered by somebody disconnecting while leaving pit lane. 15 minutes of repairs. Rain came in, and we were like, yeah, let's keep pushing, see what we can do. And yeah, I heard Wilco describe the last part there. The Porker was sideways at the top of Ratty on there, and yeah, literally just drove straight across the track. I had nowhere to go, and yeah, it's another 10-15 minutes of repairs, and we were like, yeah, no, we're done from there. So yeah, very unfortunate run for us today. We did well. Could have easily gone for a podium, maybe even a win towards the end with this big rain burst that just came in. But yeah, outside of that, it was a good run. I'm very tired, but I'm very eager to continue the commentary here with you guys for the next 5 hours. But just on my side of things, hope everyone in the chat's doing well. If they've been enjoying the first hour of the race so far. But yeah, Trev Wilco, could I please get a little bit of an update over this first hour that I've just started?
Yeah, I'll give you an update. Trev, if you go in these commercial rates, yeah, so just over an hour into the race, we've had a lot of cars already done the pit stop. Obviously, the sim timer ends in 2 minutes, so we have to be done by then, which looks like we should have. Coming down the pits now, they should be just in front. Yes, they are. So Jimbo, they started in P18, like my teammates. They're up to P10. But yeah, so we've had pretty standard race so far. No really. First, we left nice and clean. John and Bardas got out into a nice lead, and then they slowly got caught by Norm, and then Norm then started from the back, and then it was Mr. Jish in the BSR1 car, now Muffin's driver. They got right off the back of John, or sort of a three-way fight for a bit, and then they had a few cars pit early. I think the first car to pit was Hainsey and Sneaky Stevo, so they pit about half hour into the race. They're a little bit behind at the moment in terms of strategy, but of course there is pretty much 5 1 hour stints you do. You've got 5 1 hour, not 1 hour things, and then you have one stint that's a short one, so they've obviously done that nice and early when the track's at its hottest. And we just had, pit stops happened then, so new leader is now Noodles, so he's come from P3, he finished a couple laps earlier, a bit of an undercut. He's now in the lead, he's going to see to be taken off. Muffin is stuck in P2, and then just as I started to explain what's been going on, we've seen Bardas come out of the pits from the lead and he's back into P3. So those front three are sort of running away a little bit next group, but yeah. We should be good to go, but I'm going to go my own commercial block. We've got Noodles on board. If Trev's back, we might get to fix someone else. Great. And I'm going to go get some lunch. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, copy that. Appreciate the good rundown there, Wilco.
It wasn't in 60 seconds, I apologise.
No, it didn't need to be in 60 seconds. Yeah, just a quick rundown to kind of get me up to speed was good. So, now it looks like there's been some good running so far and nice clean racing, which we like to see. First pit stop action has obviously come through the field. So, yeah, looking on this rear wing of Noodles, it looks good. He looks like there's the consistency over the course of his laps, which we like to see. Muffin and Bardas are having a nice battle there for P2, not too far behind, and a little bit further back as well. Apex Humper, for P4. Looks like he's got a little bit of a battle going on from what I can see there. Obviously we're stuck on this rear view camera until Trev gets back, but no, I'm looking forward to this. Looks like some good pace after our qualifying. I still can't get over that one, though. How bloody... Sorry, it's been a long day. Yeah, I still can't get over how bloody close it was over the course of P1, 2, and even the top 10 shootout as well. What did we have? 6 drivers within 1.5 tenths. So, yeah, very impressed with that throughout.
Yeah, and as we said, it's there's a few cars who are out of position, so Matt and Simon are out of position, Noodles, they're out of position as well, so they've sort of jumped back up now. Matt had an early, they stopped about 5 hours 10, 5 hours 15 to go, so they stopped a little bit earlier, and they've sort of got a little bit of track position as well, so they're up about 15 seconds off the lead, so it's definitely not over yet. Long way to go. We have sort of been keeping an eye on the radar too. It's still clear for 30 minutes, but it has definitely become a little bit more cloudy over the last sort of half an hour. And the rain picked up from 1k down to 3k, so we could potentially see a little bit of rain coming soon, which might interest a couple of the teams and might hurt a couple of teams. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, the rain is always a spicy one around Misano, especially when you contend with the forbidden word of track limits.
We already have one breakthrough as well, after which is the Lost Boys. They had a drive-through about 15 minutes ago, so we're short of that, but now they've got Jack in the car, so they're going to try and fight back. They're not a lap down, but they're very close to being just about 2 seconds behind them. So if they go lap down, it's going to be a long back from them, but so they might be doing that anyway.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, I remember we were talking on Friday night how I didn't get hours in Misano myself here last weekend, and yeah, I was pretty bad on track limits, managed to get the drive-through in the first hour as well, so yeah, track limits is pretty nasty around here, but if you can keep it out of the pit lane over the course of 6 hours, you're doing pretty good. So, yeah, not surprising, I guess. We've seen the first one come through in the first hour, but, it's about nursing how quick you want to be going to kind of maintain that track position. So, yeah, there's still plenty to play for with 4 hours for P5 to go.
Yeah, so this is the show back. Back on. So I was just having a look at the I guess same before. Unfortunately, Noodle's going to fall in a good battle, but he gone and stretched his length down to 7 seconds. And John, that's right, Barnes has John. Last little battle is down to 7 seconds. You've got Partners and Buffalo close to the team there in the second part. There's Nate and Lloyd. Nate picks 1 second behind Matt, 1 second Evo, and then 3 seconds behind Cest, which Nate did so up those 1 second, so that's Cest and Will. Quite quickly during that stint. We don't really power of the family. That must have something going on. You have to find, he did actually early on, so I think he got his tyres, but now he's success 3.3.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the way that everybody's been handling, not only the qualifying night that we had on Friday, but, from what we can see so far over the course of this race, it looks like it's been pretty close. And, like you mentioned, Barters and Captain Muffin, they worked on a tick for tack a little bit ago, and obviously Noodles has been unrestricted his legs. He did get a new PB, not the last lap he just completed, but the one before that, so it is definitely a man on a mission, as I see our race control director man Trev is back as we see us going back to the trackside cameras.
Trev is back. So as I said, I thought Trev's just change the camera now. As usual, we just had a bite to eat because we got 4.5 hours, 4 hours, 44 minutes to go. So we need to make sure the comes and wheels up and then ready to back. So I will need to turn that to.
Great stuff. The voice of Jason Wilkinson, the dulcet tones. I've got it from here. Thank you, Wilco. What an absolute fantastic performer he is. Am I a failure? No, I'm not. This camera view is getting pretty boring. I do apologise because I tried to heat 2 pieces of last night's pepperoni pizza up in a 1,000-watt microwave oven and accidentally hit 30 minutes instead of 30 seconds. And then when I came back, my cheese looked like something molten lava like, and yes, I burnt the absolute. Anyway, I'll leave you to fill in the gaps. Keep your eyes on Mint Matt. Well, you don't need to ask me twice, do you? Here he is in P6 and fourth in his class, 6 on the circuit. We all know about my infatuation with Mint Matt, but let me tell you, he is on a charge. Chuck Norris says we've got a yellow flag for something. That's not very helpful information, is it? But that yellow flag has cleared, but Matt is on a charge here, Nigerian Prince. Charge!
Charge!
Get your sabers out!
Yeah, Matt's doing really good, 1.3 seconds off Greeny. But yeah, no, honestly, I'm very impressed, and I'm looking a bit further down the order as well, and there's a lot of drivers that are within a second, 2 seconds, so everything's to play for around Misano. It's one of those tracks that you push a little bit too hard, track limits come, mistakes are quite easy to make around here too, so yeah, it's all about how brave you are.
It certainly is, and bravery is what it's all about. Zest 1 for FTSC 1 has now got the fastest lap of the race, but there is a lot happening. Let me tell you, you duck off for 5 minutes or so and try to nuke a leftover pepperoni pizza, and you come back and there's so much to catch up on. Lap 48, Noodles is leading this race as I tell our beloved followers that I did have a pepperoni pizza incident, and like I said, the cheese was running over like Mount St. Helens, the volcano that erupted many, many years ago. But 4 hours, 42 minutes remaining, and Noodles, Barter's there with Nick. Nick is causing, no, he's not causing havoc. What am I talking about? A bit of perspective, we know, I think you do know too, Prince, that Nick is driving this race solo on his own, which is a fantastic effort in everybody's eyes. He had a pit stop and now he's trying to work his way back through the field. 25 people watching. My goodness me, let me tell you, thank you as well to the Nigerian Prince. Give yourself a shout out. We couldn't quite get the command module correct in the Twitch chat, Prince, but that's okay. You can do all of that. Thank you to the Prince who raided us with a party 17 minutes ago. How good is this Twitch activity feed? And you can see there, let's go Nick, says Aussie Racer. We'll take a quick look at Nick, who's now only 5.5 seconds off of Jackery there for Lost Boys Racing. And Aussie Racer joining us. Boy, I got a steam burn as well. Chuck Norris taking the cling foil off the top of the pizza. Let me tell you, it's dangerous stuff. But please click that love heart. If you are in the chat, click the love heart, go and follow Chuck Norris. He's not only an incredible human being, he's part of the QRT esports team who unfortunately didn't have a great run this afternoon in the race at the Spa 24 Hours. But, pepperoni, here I come. As Nick continuing on 5.4 seconds behind Lost Boys. He means business out there, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, it definitely does. You know, it's a mad effort to, you know, not only do a 6 hours solo, but to be able to, you know, push through with the consistency and, you know, that kind of pace all throughout. So looking forward to seeing how he kind of develops over the course of it. Hopefully he paces himself and he doesn't burn himself out too early. Otherwise, you might be regretting it. The old wrists will feel a little bit limber. If I can English correctly, I've been awake for like 21 hours, Trev, so forgive me if I get a little bit loopy. But yeah, no, look, he's doing really good. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on him, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I do believe we do have somebody else running this solo. It's not just Nick. I think there was somebody else. Chat might be able to fill us in with that one as well. But yeah, I'm very impressed so far with the pace of these guys.
It is absolutely fantastic. We'll let our chatters, our viewers, let us know. I can't quite remember, and neither can you, Chuck Norris, can we? There was another person, another team driving. Last minute team change for Smitty, so he didn't need to run solo. So thank you for confirming that, Ikotosh. Ikotosh, love that name. It is fantastic as well. Friends with most of these boys and girls on the PSN, of course. If they saw my creepy invite come through on the PlayStation Network at 10:30 a couple of weeks ago after a few whiskies, then that was only, yes, that is me, of course. Big job doing the 6-hour solo. Never a truer word spoken. As Will I Am says, pedal issues followed by stuffed tyre pressures, followed by a puncher. Great start to the race. Maybe not a good idea for him, though, Prince, to get a raffle ticket or a Tats Lotto ticket, because he's had a terrible run, hasn't he, Will?
Yeah, very unfortunate run so far, and you know, sometimes it's just kind of the gauntlet that we run through with sim racing. You know, like in the real world, they've got to contend with mechanical failures, things going wrong with the car that might be unexpected, and in this sim racing world, you know, it can be as simple as making a mistake in pressures, and all of a sudden the car's got a lot of understeer or oversteer, or you know, even down to our hardware that we run. You know, you can run into pedal issues, or sometimes, God forbid, your wheel decides to say goodbye for a minute, and that can really hurt your run and everything that you anticipated it to be. It can hurt it. So yeah, unfortunate to hear the issues there for Will. Hopefully that can kind of get sorted, and they can continue on for the next 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We appreciate the update as well from you, Ikotosh, as well. Last minute team change for Smitty, of course, so he didn't need to run the race solo, so it is just Nick doing the race solo. Is sneaky Steve, who you think he wears sneakers to sneak, and he's sneaking right up on the back of Matt. I'm not sure what I'm going with there, but it's a worrying sign to be starting to lose the plot. 4 hours and 36 minutes left on the clock. But Matt now, as much as it pains me to say this, he is under pressure from Sneaky Sneakers Steve-O. That is a 1 second gap there, but we're starting to see a few gaps forming right throughout the field, of course, following the first hour of the race, where things were quite bunched up. The field was fairly bunched up, but we're on lap 51 of this one, and you can see BCG2 continues to lead the way. They very much have been the top BCG team, haven't they, in many ways, in this endurance series and in recent races. We do see you out there. We know you're out there. There's 26 of you. We know you're just relaxing on a Sunday, and oh, look at me, I'm watching the stream, and how good do I think I am? But please, if you are following the stream, please consider following the stream and being part of the community. And I'm sure there will be a translation at some point from what I said, but what we're trying to say, Prince, is if you're out there, just click that follow button. It's going to take a couple of seconds, and it's going to change your life for the better.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. You know, if you want me to keep my sanity for the next 4.5 hours after being awake for nearly 30, definitely be sure to hit that follow button, because every follow adds one extra click of sanity that I have to get through these hours, Trev. But yeah, no, look, we love having new people and new faces welcomed into the community. So yeah, if you're out there, please do consider using that follow button. And if you want to support the stream as well, you can do so by subscribing. There's some really cool emotes that we haven't really touched on recently, but you know, Bubble Wrap Man, he's a good favourite of mine.
Absolutely. Let me just scroll through and have a look here at the waving, wobbling bubble wrap man. You can see that's the one I was looking for. And please, like we said, consider following. Each follow brings us closer to God. Catch me, Lord, catch me. Remember Rod and Todd there off The Simpsons, but Sneaky Steve is sneaking up behind Mint Matt here, and this is getting very serious. And you can see there, Mint Matt, oh my goodness, if ever you wanted someone to defend for your life and make a 96 Porker extremely wide, it's Mint Matt. But are they having some tyre issues or something, Chuck Norris? Because Matt doesn't look like the Matt that I know at the moment, and I'm getting emotional.
Yeah, the Porker's very interesting around Misano. I know the tyre deck on a Porker is pretty rough on a normal track, but even more so around Misano, you do really lean on those tyres, especially the left-hand side of the car, quite heavily, and it does impact it quite a lot. So, yeah, look, I think realistically is doing pretty good at the moment. Car setups from those guys are usually on point as well, so you know they might have worked through those issues. But yeah, Sneaky Steve-O, the McLaren, looking good, and looking a little bit further back, we've got Zest, who's got the purple lap of the race, 2.5 seconds away, and I've got a feeling, Trev, in a few laps we might see him creeping closer to this battle.
Absolutely. I believe if we continue to see this battle continue the way it is, we're going to see Zest 1, who does have that quickest lap of the race, as Chuck Norris mentioned. Multiple KRL champion, QRT esports champion, unbelievably incredible man, a force to be reckoned with, and not someone that you want to get on the wrong side of, because this man digs Grand Canyons for breakfast. And Zest 1 continuing on, just combining the jokes all into one mishmash there. But if anyone's got any advice out there, if you own a HyperX Cloud 3 gaming headset, my cord and my dongle, my cord, which is coming out of the headset, Chuck Norris, is curled up in such a way that it makes it difficult for me to manipulate my microphone and headset controls. It's very difficult to kind of get an idea what the hell I'm talking about. But Zest continuing. We might let Zest do his thing, Chuck Norris, and get back to sneaky Steve. But don't you hate it when your braided cords just tangle up and you can't untangle them, and you don't want to untangle them too much because you could run into some issues?
yeah, that's one of the worst things. I love my wireless headset. But unfortunately that doesn't like to go longer than about 16 or so hours. But yeah, cord headsets can be a bit of a pain, especially, when they start tangling up and not wanting to be a cord headset anymore. They want to be something completely different. But yeah, outside of that, that headset, I'm a big fan of that headset and mic that you've got. But yeah, back onto the racing for a quick minute. I could digress in.
I've got to say that we'll get off the headset there. Sorry, I'm just, I get distracted very easily. I have some sort of attention deficit thing going on, which has been undiagnosed. Or Steve-O, sneaky Steve-O, almost having a go there at Mint-Matt. The FTSC1 Macca is currently identifying as a drift car. Thank you, Will, for letting us know about that. It's drifting its way. I tell you what, if it's identifying itself as a drift car, it's doing very nicely now, because that gap between Zest 1 and Sneaky Steve-O is 2.2 seconds, and they are consumed with this battle. I think this is the closest battle, isn't it, Prince? I don't know whether we'll continue to look for other battles throughout the field. It's hard to take our eyeballs off this one, though. There's the McLaren, the number 543 McLaren of Sneaky Steve. And he is driving today with the help of HC Hainsey and Water Arrow. And you can see there the results, their previous results this season are on your screen. 11th, 16th, so that can only mean one thing, that they'll surely finish inside the top 10 here this afternoon, and very, very handy drivers there with Hainsey, Water Arrow, and Sneaky Steve behind the wheel of the Pro-Am class car. Big shout out to Andrelli for the graphics as part of not only this series but the KRL series. He does an incredible job with the intros and the track previews that you see. So we know you're out there, Andrelli, and we're thinking of you. But a quick question for a multiple esports champion like yourself, Chuck Norris. Is this a masterclass of defending we're seeing from Matt here? He's getting the elbows out and he's not letting Sneaky Steve get in there and have an opportunity to pass whatsoever, is he? He's really holding his nerve at the moment, and that is a professional esports driver for you.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Definitely the way that Matt holds himself on the track, and it's not only just how quick can you go, but it's how well can you defend, and as well as how well can you attack that driver in front to go for positions. So Sneaky Steve looked like he was trying to sneak down the inside there of Matt into 4, and Matt getting a little bit checked up there. He's got that pressure on. They're still not too far behind. He's lingering, he's watching this battle go on, and he's like, well, keep back, my lads. I'm not too far away from joining in on this one. But yeah, look, Matt is doing really good in that walker, making sure it's in the right places at the right times, and yeah, he's holding Steve-O behind. But I'm going to be rude for a quick minute, Trev. My computer's freaking out. I'm going to do a quick reboot, go and throw some food in the air fryer because I haven't eaten in a good few hours, and I'll be back with you in about 5 minutes, alright?
Excellent. We'll let you Control Alt Delete and do that reboot. We'll continue to watch this battle, and we'll get back. The Prince will be with us again shortly. You do what you need to, Chuck. Thank you for joining us here on commentary. And I was about to say that the race start time of 12 p.m. local Eastern time. Stint timer of 70 minutes. So I don't think I've run through this information. 2 mandatory pit stops to enable the stint timer on the heads-up display. Safety car was on, but it was since cancelled, of course, because Andrelli had some other personal commitments. Minimum of 2 drivers, maximum of 3. 30% chance of rain with the maximum driving time for 3 driver teams, 2 hours and 30 minutes. So the maximum for 2 driver teams, 3 hours and 45 minutes. All drivers must adhere to these limits unless there's a good reason, which has to be approved by the admin team, which we've had a few additions to the admin team as Steve-O, I should say, has now passed Matt Greeny into the pits. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on where he comes out. But Zest is in 7th now, right behind Mint Matt. So Mint Matt is struggling. And I can assure you I do not have any favourite drivers out there in the field. But Mint Matt is one of them, let me tell you. But Steve-O has gone through up into P5, P2 in his class. Matt now struggling, and the battle now is going to be whether this man, Zest, who has the quickest lap of the race, can get by Matt, who is struggling, like I said, as it pains me to say, but Jimbo as well, inside the top 10. We were talking about a promotion for Jimbo, who, there's a car off there at the head of the circuit there. We wait and see, it looked like car number 27. No, it's not. It's not car number 27. What am I talking about? Because that's car number 27, and they're still continuing to keep on keeping on. I was about to say we've had a couple of additions to the admin team for this championship. My voice broke again. That'll happen to you after 90 minutes of talking constantly. But Bob and Simon have joined the admin team. Why am I saying that? It's because you need to keep updated with all of the latest happenings and goings on as part of this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. But we're going to keep continuing on. Branchy now is in P22. He's a couple of laps off the pace there of the leaders. But you can see there EXO well and truly ahead of him now for Cactus Racing. And interesting start to this race for this squad because only 2 drivers. This is one of the 2 driver teams, of course, Cactus Racing with Gaz and the Exorcist joining us in the Pro-Am class. 26th in Spain, 5th. What a magnificent finish for them. Of course, it was in Split 2, but they did finish 5th in Split 2, of course. So that is fantastic for them. They are currently sitting in P21 out on the circuit at the moment, and they are having a reasonably good run. We saw them coming through from the back of the field and making their way through the field, so we'll keep an eye out for that. There is a close battle. Looks like Stewie just behind him. As we get that, sorry, a few technical issues, we get that out of the way there, but we continue on with this race. It is lap number 59 of this one, and it is not over by any stretch of the imagination, because Noodles is leading, but only by 5.1 from Barters at Cave Racing, of course, our pole position team. And they were leading the most of the opening hour of this one, as we're into the second hour now this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the coverage out there. Always a pleasure to have you along for the ride. Do not go anywhere. It is approaching the 4 hours and 23 mark. Captain Muffin there for BSR1. He's in P3 at the moment. Apex Humper. Those two are having a pretty close battle, but a lot of these gaps are starting to just creep out a little bit. 5 seconds between 1 and 2, 7, 9, and your supplementaries are 11. And whatever the gap is, this is close. In fact, it's so close, I reckon, that Zest 1 has got ahead of Mint Matt in the Porsche. And Sofa King, boy, whereabouts has he come from? Because he's got ahead of Matt as well, and he was a long way off there, wasn't he, last time we checked in with this battle. So Sofa King for FTSC2 has got past Matt, so surely there's got to be something wrong with those tyres, because this isn't the Matt Simmons that we're used to here at the moment, and it's very rare that we see him make any mistakes. And it's only really if the car fails him or something else is working against him that we see him in the sort of position where he's dropping through the field. But he's a fighter. He knows well and truly what he needs to do. Former postman, of course, before winning the Gran Turismo GT Academy series back in 2015. And he's become a good friend of mine. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, but I'm a huge fan right from the moment he welcomed me. Oh, well, we have a breaking development here, because Zest going side by side with Sofa King, but we're hearing from race control that Zest won. We don't need to hear from race control, because you can visually see it in front of your very eyes that Zest won and FTSC won. It was identifying as a drift car before, and it's got a drive-through penalty. Maybe it's been identifying as a car that's been falling foul of the track limits, because that is disastrous for them, and they were so well placed, 4th in class, 7 overall on the circuit. So I wonder, they'll have to serve that, I believe, within 3 laps of getting that penalty. So that is disastrous. And now, how much is that going to affect Zest 1 behind the wheel of that car? Because he's just getting a bit shabby, making a few mistakes, and they are electing to take this penalty straight away. And I've got to say that that's a pretty good decision, because if you keep on going, you're just going to lose more time and get more and more frustrated with yourself, as Jimbo now goes up to 8th. Matt in 7th, but Jimbo only 1.8 seconds off of Matt in that number 33 Nissan, and that big square yellow, orange and black brick is doing an almighty job here inside the top 10. And there we go, CP Greeny saying, I feel like I deserve a beer after that first stint. Go and knock the top off a frosty cold, icy cold beer, because CP Greeny, you deserve it. Let me tell you, Zest going through the pits and now coming back out again, as Brocky05_ Sim Racing joins us. He says, you drive well, Greeny. All the best. First time chatter, Brocky05 Sim Racing. And if you're out there listening, Brocky, I know you are. just move across, move your fingers across on your phone, PC or Android device, and please hit that follow button if you haven't already. It'd be lovely to have you as part of the community. But CP Greenie, go and knock the top off a frothy finger. Frothy finger. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is what happens. This is what happens when you leave me solo. You don't... Anyway, Brocky, who doesn't have fingers, please let me... there we go, he's done it now. So how good is that? Brocky 05, I can assure you that despite his lack of fingers, he's found another ingenious way of following the channel. But it is great to have Brocky as part of the community now. Is that the Brocky 05 that used to race many years ago? In the sim racing world, there was a Brocky many years ago who I raced. My boys are running 3rd and 4th right now. It is Brocky. It's the actual Brocky. I think we might have raced together or against each other many years ago, Brocky, if you remember. Back on the older F1 games. I've since retired from the sim racing. Not officially though. I haven't quite done the Nico Rosberg and formally announced my retirement because who knows, it still could be open for a comeback. But it is fantastic to see you, Brocky 05, back not only joining us on the stream, but your boys running 3rd and 4th right now. And I tell you what, lovely to have you along. We do feel for your fingers at the moment. And I didn't do F1, maybe a copycat, but no, don't try and pull the wool over my eyes, Brocky. I know who you are. But Jimbo now behind Mitmat. This is interesting because, boy, if you'd given me $1 and told me that you'd see Jimbo and Mitmat doing a battle, but I'm guessing that Mitmat is trying to just go as long as he possibly can on these tyres before he makes his next stop or their next driver change, because Jimbo is getting very close indeed to Mitmat here as we go down the start-finish straight. This is one of those circuits. There's not a lot of opportunities to pass, but you can see there's 16 corners as we come through the first part of the lap. The Variante del Parco. I think that's how you say that, but we are heading towards the Rio corner, turns 4, 5 and 6. And always a good opportunity here on this circuit. If you can get a good run out of turn 6, it really can set you up for turn 7. Or it's saying there's a turn 7 on my track map, but it's just a small kink, isn't it? A bit like the Red Bull Ring with turn 2, which isn't really a turn, and you don't really have to lift off whatsoever. But you can see they're down towards turns 9 and 10, the Tramonto. Let us know what that means in Italian, but look at Jimbo Jones coming towards the kink at turn 11, the Curvone. And let me tell you, he's looking very busy indeed. He's pulling out from behind Matthew Simmons, and he is through. Incredible stuff. Jimbo takes the place there. We might get back to another battle here. We've got Zest and Captain Risky. Captain Risky's named after the famous AAMI insurance adverts, of course, which you may remember a few years ago, where Captain Risky was taking unnecessary risks, and we wonder whether Captain Risky will do that here, because Zest is all over the back of him after his drive-through penalty, and he'll really have a bonnet in his bee. Really have a bee in his bonnet, I should say, because he will...
This for Wunderlife just cheer 5 bits. Hello Trevor Byeth, how about that? Hey.
It sounds like Mike Tyson is back.
But at left it do you need to worry about Chuck Norris anymore.
Norris?
Anyway,
Chuck Norris.
We have Tomei great racing here. Loving this.
And we love this too. Thank you, Chuck Norris, out there cheering the 5 bits. And boy, I don't know anyone called Trevor Byeth, but let me tell you, I can't even read that, Prince, because it's going to do my brain in. Oh, Zest and Captain Risky getting busy, but Zest is now through. Chuck Norris here. Thank you for streaming the 5 bits with snakeheads, because Captain Risky couldn't fight that one here at the moment. Chuck, he is through.
Yeah, Zeus, unfortunately, obviously, he got that drive-through, which definitely hurt him a little bit, and he's pushing a little bit hard here. I think he might have cooked another one a little bit back there, trying to get that move done on Captain Risky, but nonetheless, he got it done. He's kind of paving his way through again. He does look pretty rapid at the moment, obviously, considering he's also got the purple lap of the race. But yeah, Captain Risky is holding on for dear life here, so hopefully this is another good battle that we can keep an eye on.
We certainly will be keeping an eye on it. We'll be keeping an eye on everyone in the chat. I sounded a bit like Joe Biden, and didn't I? I don't want to. I swear I might have really told me to wait so long. I don't really know what I say. But it's okay, Joe. Time to go to bed. And I really felt as bullets were whizzing past me, I felt calm and relaxed. And there we go. Thank you for cheering 5 bits. That's a terrible Trump impression. And there we go. Chuck Norris, the great man, alongside me. It is great to have everybody with us. We'll let Chuck do his thing as Maxi Naked Blade now dipping his spoon in the soup. And getting past Mintmat, I should say, Maxi Naked Blade making the move there for OTR1 in car number 77. Let's have a look. This is another one of those 2 driver teams, of course, being driven by the man on your screen, Maxi Naked Blade, good friend of the channels in the Pro-Am class, and Mark Ledwich, Old Time Racing. Now that's what that stands for. You can see the logo there on your screen. And car number 77, Old Timer Racing. They're not 77, that might be the combined age of the two, but they finished 12th in Spain, 18th in Italy. And we're back here in Italy once again at the World Circuit, the Misano World Circuit. I knew I'd get that right 3rd time around. Lewis, hello to Lewis A151. Who wants to know, where is Jason Wilkinson? Well, it's funny you should say that, because Jason had some family commitments, and he's got some family coming over to visit him, and he had to duck out of the commentary box. We've got the Nigerian Prince in, fresh from his Spa 24-hour race, but don't talk about that because it didn't go to plan for him and the QRT Esports team. Hello to you, Lewis. He says, hey, Trev, you've just got me on your radio dial this afternoon. 4 hours and 12 minutes remaining as Sneaky Stevo. I've been calling him Snevo, which is a combination of the two. He's out of the car. Water Arrow is in. We'll get rid of that graphic off your screen as 30 people now watching the stream. Great to have you along on a Sunday afternoon. Chuck Norris will be back shortly. He's heading off to grab some steamed dim sims from the steamer, watch those steam burns, and we'll be lovingly bringing him back into the commentary box very shortly. But Lewis wants to know where Wilco is. I was just advising our viewers that Wilco had a family commitment that he had to attend to, Chuck, and that's why we don't have him. That's me crying.
I just want to quickly jump in. I don't know how you read my mind. You know, sometimes when I do chicken tendies, you instantly know what I'm doing, and that's a bit of a moment there in the background that we saw. I'm sure who that was, but that was a bit of a big moment. But yeah, no, you read my mind and you instantly knew that I went and got myself some dim sims. But yeah, no, I'm not sure who that was in the background there, Trev. That was very close to an almost murder on somebody else, but Monkey Matt, right on the inside of Heath here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who they looked like. A Ferrari, but I don't exactly have 20/20 vision on that one. I can't confirm that. There was, oddly enough, Prince, there were no yellow flags. I don't believe so. Green flag racing continuing on. 4 hours and 10 to go. No yellow flags there, so that is interesting. Maybe whatever happened to them, they maybe just had a brief moment going off of the circuit and made their way back on. But let me tell you, Jackery for Lost Boys Racing in the 572 McLaren is right behind Jimmy in his Porker. And I tell you what, Jimmy, you know what's coming, Chuck? He'll be protecting his payload like there's no... Oh, no, he won't, because his load is coming into the pits at a vast rate of knots. Let's hope he can get that under 60 or 50 kilometres an hour, I should say.
Yeah, the pit entry's a really tricky one here. You feel like you can take so much more on the entry. But unfortunately, you got to scrub a lot off. You can get back onto the throttle, obviously, once you do that hard left-hander. But yeah, making sure that you slow down. You're in first gear to be able to activate the pit limiter. But Branchy, I see, has been disqualified. So I'm a little bit interested as to what's kind of gone on there. The only thing I can think of is not unless he got a drive-through and maybe failed to serve that and got disqualified for that. Or the other thing that I'm thinking of is at the tail end of the circuit, the real fast triple left-hand or triple right-hander, or if I can get my words out correctly, Trev. If you kind of make a mistake there and you cut across the track and rejoin, you can get disqualified for that. As we see Lewis jumping in the chat saying it was for driving in the wrong direction.
Wow, this is a big moment. Oh my goodness me, Nick having a look there at Jackery. Some funny things happening on my screen in terms of lag and whatnot. But anyway, hopefully that's not affecting things too much. But yes, disqualified. Stingrays Racing have been disqualified. Car number, the Bentley, I think, number 63, have been disqualified. They will take no further part in this race. Go, Nick, go, says Matchin, who also, Matchin as well, is a Prime Gaming guy. He's got a 4-month subscriber badge as well, so great to have you along for the ride. That is interesting, isn't it, Chuck Norris? Driving in the wrong direction. So did they have a moment and maybe try to get back onto the circuit, and the game's just deemed it to be illegal, and they're now disqualified and sitting in the pit lane? Terrible news for them.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I think the bigger downside as well is, if this was on PC, we'd be able to remove the disqualification. They'd still be able to continue. Although obviously they'll still lose those laps that they were sitting in the pit lane. But yeah, I'm wondering kind of how they got that in a way. I mean, driving in the wrong direction, it takes a bit of movement in the wrong direction to be able to get a disqualification. So nonetheless, though, very unfortunate for them. Maybe Branchy or somebody on that team can kind of give us a little bit of a more insight, I guess you could say, into that one. But Nick, though, he is right on the back of Jackery here, and this is a good fight going for P17 here. A little bit of a look down the inside. Fortunately, a bit of contact there, and looks like he's going to hold off and maybe redress that one.
And Jackery getting back onto the circuit. 2 didn't go into 1 there on that occasion. Nick, is he going to wait up? We'll wait and see. But yes, we do need getting back to Stingrays and what happened with that team. We do need a little bit more context behind that one, I think, as Chuck Norris said, because you got to do something really bad to be driving in reverse around the circuit and get disqualified for that. As Nick has been practicing that move all afternoon, says Lewis. That's quite funny, but thank you, Lewis, for that. He's waiting up. He's doing the team thing. He's doing the sportsman-like thing, Chuck Norris, and he has let him through. And that disqualification for driving the wrong way around the circuit reminds myself of me sitting on the PlayStation 1 playing Formula 1 97. Many years ago, and as a 9-year-old, thinking it was entertaining to just start driving the wrong way around the circuit. And if you did it long enough, Chuck Norris, you'd hear Murray Walker say, "I don't believe it. He's actually driving the wrong way around the circuit." And then you'd get a black flag for doing that. But yes, those long straights at Hockenheim going the wrong way, that was something else. But yes, I thought that was entertaining as a kid. And you can tell that we didn't have much in the way of entertainment back in the 90s. But 4 hours and 5 minutes. Prince, what are you seeing here with your beautiful South Australian eyes at the moment? Because there's still plenty to play out in this race. We might just keep things a little bit interesting here, because Barters now is only 3.3 behind Noodles. So still plenty to play for here in a month of Sundays. And isn't that funny how I knew you were eating dim sims?
Yeah, I still can't believe how you read my mind on that. You know, my tired, delirious brain is like, "Will I maybe say something to Trev about what I was cooking for lunch?" But no, look, I mean, I feel like Noodles has maybe pushed a little bit too hard on that set of tyres to build a gap, and unfortunately might have cooked them as he's making his way, I would assume, getting close to coming into pit lane for a second time. And you know, likewise, I reckon Barders is kind of, you know, releasing the hound, so to speak, and trying to claw out a bit of time there, because, yeah, he was about 7 seconds, I think, last time I had a look at that time, and, yeah, down to 3.2.
Down to 3.2, so nothing in it. It's not the closest battle we've got, because let's have a look. Oh, Nick and Jackery. They had, I think it was this corner, I believe, but Sneaky Steve, who I've been calling Sneezy or Sneezy Steve, solid 2 stints. I can't talk, it's my S's. They're catching me out. Sorry about that, but solid 2 stints from the STT1 car. Track is eating tyres like a kid that has found the cookie jar. And you can see there, remember those cookies from Subway? They were good back in the day. I think they still sell them. But Nick has got through now. I digress. Like I said, I do have some sort of undiagnosed attention deficit problem, Prince, because I'm just all over the place. My mind is wandering. But Steve just advising that a solid 2 stints from that car. But we are hearing that these track conditions, which are set to optimum for the time being, track temperature of 31, is that playing a part in eating up these tyres like lollies at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. You know, tyre degradation around here is probably one of the highest in terms of circuits that we have on the ACC calendar. But yeah, on top of that, yeah, the track temp definitely does play a big crucial factor into that. And if you overpressure your tyres, under pressure your tyres, you're definitely going to run into a lot of dramas there. So Matt looks like he's into the pit lane for a scheduled stop. Looks like it's about on par with what we were expecting. Actually, Naked Blade here looks like he's continuing on. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big tough one. You know, these clouds are still hanging around. The wind is picking up a little bit. Wilco mentioned a little bit ago that rain might be on the horizon here. I mean, 4 hours is still a long way to go. So, you know, the weather might come into effect at some point. But, yeah, just making sure you're looking after your tyres and doing everything that you can to not overdrive the car. Otherwise, yeah, you will start to suffer in the later stages of this thing.
Yes, that's not what you want at all. It's we've heard that all afternoon. In the opening 2 hours, I should say, that the tyres are a big issue around here. Maxi having a slight incident there. Nice move, says Machin. Nice to have you along, Machin. Great to have you watching this afternoon, as we've got everyone watching here. I think we peaked at 32. We're at 29 at the moment. Sneevo, Steve, oh God. Sneaky Steve, thank you as well for your comment. And Matt into the pits. We saw that happening. Captain Risky, the insurance specialist, there having a moment. And is that Magic Planet? Magic Planet. Captain, who are you? Allergic Planet, in fact. Right, I don't think this is for position though, is it? Because Allergic Planet is a couple of laps down, we're hearing, and Captain Risky into the pits. Oh my goodness, you just have to hold your breath, don't you, Chuck Norris, when they fly into the pit lane, because they're getting very close to that right-hand Armco barrier there.
Yeah, they do get really close. It almost kind of gives me, you know, that NASCAR wall ride flashback, you know, in a way. If you take the pit entry, you know, well enough, you could almost ride the whole wall all the way through. You know, obviously it's not advisable because you've got a fair bit of damage, but yeah, the pit entry is one of the scariest ones, I think, on the calendar, and making sure that you don't do anything too silly, otherwise, yeah, you will find yourself in that area. But we are seeing a lot of pit stop action coming up at the moment, and I'm sure over the next, say, 5 5 minutes, we'll see a lot more people coming through. But yeah, there's some good battles even going on here for battle for P18, Planet and Ranger Oz. This is good to see. Porker v Ferrari, and I was almost feeling like that was one of the old Ferraris for a minute, Trev, until I saw the rear end, and I was like, no, that's a 296.
Great stuff, beautiful machine. And you can see closest battle, I believe, on the circuit at the moment. Ranger Oz, BCG 4, and they're right behind Captain Planet, and trying to take pollution down to 0. It's not an easy job when you've got 21 cars out on the circuit. Not a great thing for the O-zone layer. Apex Humper into the pits for BSR2. As Ranger Oz continues on, he's getting very close here to Captain Planet. And you can see Random now. He's they've changed drivers, I think, haven't they? Captain Risky was in that car, but now Random is, of course. So that is fantastic to see for BCG3. They are down in 17th. We've ticked under the 4-hour mark, and it is great to have everyone watching here this afternoon. If you're just joining us, it is a great honour and a privilege and pleasure and all of the above to have you with us on a Sunday afternoon. And I can tell you that this is round 3 of this championship. Only the 2 rounds to go after this this round here this afternoon. We've got, of course, Kyalami in late August. It might be August the 23rd to 25th. And then I believe we've got the Red Bull Ring, Chuck, October 25th. So I don't, that's just going off the calendar in my brain. But I tell you what, you know what the words Kyalami and August mean to me, Chuck Norris?
Yeah, I definitely do. It's definitely one of the big months of our year that we always look forward to, and you know, it's a good one close to a lot of people's hearts. You know, August we get behind supporting mental health and suicide prevention. You know, we've done this for the last 3 years, and this will be our 4th year coming through. So we've got a insanely good-looking mini-series being hosted with KRL for Wednesday, Thursday nights. We're going to be kind of swapping up cars each week as we go through the 4-week mini-series. And yeah, on top of that, as you mentioned, Sheriff, we're going to be doing the Kyalami round. I think it's going to be about a 4-hour race. I think we've got to kind of sit back and sort that out behind the scenes. But yeah, I mean, with that being said, if you guys out there in the chat want to get involved with anything that we're doing, exclamation mark Discord in the chat, that'll give you a link to our weekly series. And exclamation mark endurance if you want to get involved in our endurance.
Yeah, absolutely. Get involved. You know the drill, you know the commands now. So if you want to get involved, please do so. It would be great to have you along for that. It's such a huge, huge month, isn't it? It's huge, as Donald Duck would say. But there we go, 3 hours and 56 minutes remaining in this race here this afternoon. And boy, oh boy, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, because Barter's now 2.1, only 2.1 seconds behind Noodles there in the lead of this race for BCG2. I knew I should have got a Bluetooth headset, but anyway, I am struggling here in the commentary box. But 2 seconds is that gap. Mountain Goat is between them, but that is the best Mountain Goat I could do at the moment. What am I talking about? But Mountain Goat is between them. He's inside the top 10. Are we going to see any pit stops? Well, we are, in fact, for Stewie Wilson. And Nick now into the pits. Boy, he's been running at a brisk rate of knots in recent times. He comes out of the pits for TTR West. That might be a driver change. No, I think Nick's still behind the wheel of that car. So we'll keep an eye on that. Captain Planet is still battling with Ranger Oz just behind him there, as we see that beautiful camera angle coming through the turns 4, 5 and 6 of this circuit. The 16 corner circuit, of course, here at the Misano World Circuit in Italy. Round 3 is hosting round 3 of this championship. We did turn the, we've had a bit more stability, I think, in the way of cross-play. I think we turned that off, Prince. I think we've got all PS5 guys here, don't we? because we had a few Xbox guys, but we're back on the PS5 exclusively now.
Yeah, so we were suffering a couple of server mishaps, you could say. Pardon me, food's wanting to, not food anymore. But we had a couple of server mishaps, and you know, people were disconnecting through our races that we were hosting, and obviously that isn't ideal by any stretch of the margin. So considering we don't have any Xbox drivers on the grid anymore, what we did was we thought, you know what, let's turn off crossplay and see how that goes and see what happens. As we have a massive raid from Jake Wells Racing, Trev. I'll let you take this one away as I give him a shout out.
Goodness, a massive shout out. If that doesn't put some pep in your step, I don't know what will, because Jake Wells Racing is raiding with a party of 23 people. That's huge. It's absolutely huge. And look at that. Unbelievable stuff here. This is incredible. Big shout out to Jake Wells Racing, who has just raided the channel. We're giving you a shout out. Jake Wells Racing, get your little follow button and click that. But Jeesh is down the inside here of Zest 1, I should say. Heath just advising us, go Allergic Planet. He'll always be Captain Planet when it comes to my brain and the way it works. Jake Wells Racing, let me say it again. Jake Wells Racing has has rated the channel with 23 viewers. That sounds like UK Bob, if ever I've heard it. Ha ha, absolutely loving it. And we love Jake Wells Racing, but look at these battles happening in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, this is a really good battle. Just quickly as well, Jake Wells, welcome in everybody to the stream. Trev does a lot of good comment. I'm plugging you here, Trev. Trev's a really good commentator, V8 Supercars, commentate the Stars winner and all that kind of good stuff. So definitely be sure to support the stream, but also be sure to support Jake Wells as well. But yeah, this racing that we've got going on, this is really good. Nice, good, clean battle here between Jesh and Zest. And I've got to admit, Jesh was really quick over the course of the qualifying night on Friday, and he's definitely not letting that pace go over the course of this race either.
Thank you to everybody out there watching. It is absolutely fantastic. Oh, look how close it is. Choking on my own excitement here because Jake Wells, I can't stop saying it. But Jeesh and Zest 1 are continuing to have their battle. He says this looks like some good racing, and no worries, he has followed the stream as well. Jake Wells, great to have you along for the ride. And Jake Wells Racing, fantastic stuff. I've got a drinking game for you every time I say Jake Wells. Oh! Zest 1 is Zest off. He's gone off. And this is disaster for Zest 1 and FTSC1 Racing. We'll get back to that drinking game where you need to take a shot every time I say Jake Wells Racing, because this is disastrous for them and they are dropping through the field like flies.
Yeah, that was a little bit spicy. Zest getting a little bit zesty into that corner, if you don't mind me saying that one, Trev. But yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. He is pretty quick over the course of this race, but unfortunately I think he just finds himself making a couple of small mistakes, as we're just seeing, that kind of lets his race down a little bit as we see him coming into pit lane now. So this will be a scheduled stop, so obviously that mistake isn't going to help him for the long run, but yeah, hopefully maybe they can reset. We might even see a bit of a driver swap, depending on if he's already been in the car for, let's say, 2 hours so far. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake, but that's still very costly.
I've had a sip of water. I've maintained my composure because this is continuing this race with 3 hours, 50 minutes to run in this race. And yes, try my drinking game, but drink responsibly, gamble responsibly, all of the above. Jake Wells says, ooh, I can't wait to get drunk then. Let us know where you're watching from, Jakey boy, as Nemo in second. But for how long, Chuck Norris? Because Maxi Naked Blade is all over the back, lurking, wanting to pounce all over the back of him at the moment in that number 1 McLaren.
Yeah, Nemo is definitely a fish out of water. Maybe we get a little bit of water onto the track later on, and he'll be back in his natural habitat, as I like to say with Nemo. But yeah, no, look, Nemo, he's always a very flawless runner. He does it really well over the course of his stints. But yeah, no, look, he's got Maxi behind him, but I'm just looking. Maxi he's still got one more mandatory stop to go, so maybe he's still yet to come in. I could be wrong on that one, but looks like Sofa King as well is just jumping into the car and getting ready to come out of the pit lane.
Well, it's not often you're wrong, Chuck Norris. In fact, I thought you might have been wrong on one occasion, but I was mistaken. It was me that was wrong, not you. But I have to tell you, 38 viewers are enjoying this battle here, this race overall. Our race leaders came into the pits whilst we were getting very excited there. Now where are they? They are down at the field. I think Fly Skies jumped into that car, but it is an absolute pleasure to bring round 3 of this championship to you. My goodness, Nemo in his natural habitat there, continuing on to keep on keeping on, but Maxi random right behind him. That is not for position, of course, but he may be on some fresher tyres or something. But it is an absolute pleasure to have 38 people watching. Prince, tell them what they need to do if they haven't already.
Yeah, if we've got anybody out there that's enjoying the stream so far, we definitely encourage you to hit that follow button. We've got lots of good stuff coming up. We've got our mental health charity month, where we've got a lot of big events planned from our weekly series, Wednesday, Thursday night. Also, on top of that, our endurance series that we host here as well. So, yeah, if you want to keep up to date with everything that Trev does on the commentary side of things and the great content that he produces, definitely be sure to hit that follow button. We'd love to have you a part of the community.
We certainly would. The words of Chuck Cameron Norris. And you can see there, I have to get going, need some sleep, have a great stream, boys. Loving the commentary. Well, to put it simply, Jake Wells, you're my new favourite person. I wasn't expecting Cameron to be in this commentary box when I said that, because, of course, Cameron is my favourite person. Can I put my manners back in, Cam, if you don't mind? But no, we'll let you go. Jake Wells Racing there. Big shout out to you. Thank you for raiding us with your party of 23 viewers. Absolute pleasure to have you along. 40 people. Oh, these are record numbers that we have going here. We'll let you get some sleep, Jake Wells, and have a great stream, boys. Love the commentary. Absolutely sending our love to you as we look at Captain Planet. He's a hero, gonna take pollution down to 0. And spoke with my wife about Allergic Planet before the start of this race, Chuck Norris, and the first thing she said to me was, don't sing that song because nobody likes it. And I've just gone and sung it anyway in complete defiance of her.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes rules are meant to be broken, aren't they, Trev? No, we do love it when you go on and singing songs. We've got a couple of those actually for some of our drivers out on the grid, but Allergic Planet is doing pretty good. Although he might be down in P18, he's kind of locked himself into the battle here. Obviously, Ranger Oz, Allergic Planet are pouring onto the back of Saintson, so good nice battle here for P16, 8 seconds or so from there up to Lewis in P15, but yeah, there's some really good battle. I'm just looking a little bit further up the order as well, too. Mountain Goat not too far off the Fish, and Darcy not too far off Jono, and we've just crossed over to Random, who's right on the back of Hickentosh here.
Check out our emojis. Jake Wells Racing, he's getting there with the emojis, of course. He is loving this stream, and so are 40 else. Hang on. Let me rewind and start again. Everybody loving this stream. That's a simple way to do it, isn't it? On a Sunday afternoon, early Sunday morning, nighttime, if you're in other parts of the world. But 3 hours and 45 minutes of racing, and I'm that wound up. You would not believe it. But let me tell you, Heath has advised us that the man that we were looking at on our screens, Captain Planet, apparently he loves being called Captain Planet, and he loves it when I sing Captain Planet. He's also a hero to not just me, to everybody out there. But oh, look how this is brewing, because we've got Allergic, Captain Planet, Saint Sim and Ranger Oz all within a bee's knees of each other here, Chuck.
Yeah, this is what we love to see, you know, even though this is a battle for P16. This is still a three-way fight for that position. And these guys are going tooth and nail for it. So, yeah, looking forward to this one developing and continuing, because we've still got about 50 minutes on that skip timer to go. And, yeah, Allergic Planet is looking very, very racy at the moment.
Absolutely never a truer word. Oh, hello. Look at that Italian camera angle there through turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3, the Variante del Parco, as it's more affectionately known as here at the Misano World Circuit. Allergic Planet means business here. There's only 3 Ferraris in the field, I think, is it there? We've got 2 of them separated by fractions here at the moment as Saint Sim has a brief moment going off the circuit, and now Allergic Planet is going down the inside here as we approach turn 8. Is he going to get this move completed? He's got his nose in front. Nick is like a shark catching this battle. He certainly is. He's like a shark leading us to water and making us jump in, and he's like, and speaking of sharks, who can forget that famous shark joke I mentioned at the start of the year about Chuck Norris, who went swimming off the coast of South Australia. He swam with the sharks, and he was bitten by a shark, and unfortunately the shark later passed away in hospital, of course, in the ICU, surrounded by his other sharky friends. And then we heard the prince say, I thought I nearly lost my leggies. And how good was that? But I think Allergic Planet is through, and he's got that move done now. Chuck, he is continuing to keep on keeping on, because he's made a position there, and now he's onto the start-finish straight, well in front of Saint Sim.
Yeah, that was a really good pass that Allergic Planet forced Saint Sim into. Obviously going through turns 4 to 5, he put the pressure on, made Saint Sim run a little bit wide, and you know, that's all he needed to kind of, you know, get that extra leg up there, or his extra leggy up, if you don't mind me saying, Trev. And then obviously managed to go down the inside on that straightaway. So this battle definitely not giving up. Saint Sim is not going to let that one go for much longer, but you know, I mean, at the end of the day, they're still got to push on. So we'll start talking about pushing on, Trev. Just under 4/10 now. We've chewed out a bunch of time from random, and yeah, this is getting quite heavy down here into the braking zone.
We'll keep an eye, Chuck, we'll keep an eye on this one here. 44 people, what unbelievable numbers, record numbers in fact. Just finished my stint after 4 laps. I had no dash and no tachometer. I had to guess what gear I was in. Boy, that's not easy when you're going to go off, basically go off the sound of the car to know what's going on. Here comes Will Star through the Variante Parco del Monaco, whatever that's called, but turn 1, 2 and 3, highly technical, highly difficult section of the track. Randoms run wide. That's going to give Will Star an invitation, and he doesn't need much of an invitation, let me tell you. This man in the 27 McLaren, he can get this move done. When Chuck Norris goes diving with sharks, they have to put the sharks in the cage. Oh, that's a classic. Absolutely love it. As Will Star, I love this as well. Will Star gets the move done down into turn 8. Chuck Norris, those sharks. And let me tell you, when you go skydiving, when you go scuba diving, Chuck Norris, the sharks are the ones that need a bigger boat.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say when Chuck Norris goes skydiving, the sky actually goes diving instead. Will Star, he's holding on to this. He forced random into a good mistake there. Obviously after going through turns 1 and 2 into 3 and 4, and random looked like he picked up a track warning there, but he tried to fight back, and Will Star in the McLaren, he's just got the extra leggies. He keeps on going, and yeah, Will Star slowly building that gap.
Absolutely, and we'll spare a thought for those innocent sharks off the coast of South Australia in the Little Hampton area. But Fly Sky now let's have a look at this battle between the Mustang and the McLaren, because Fly Sky and JJ, they're out on their own having a good ding-dong battle. We see you out there lurking. We love you. We really, really love you. Please consider following the stream if you haven't already. Oh, Fly Sky is going Fly Sky through, and he's up into P5 there. That is absolutely magnificent stuff for him. And look at that, he gets that move done. JJ is helpless and powerless and cannot stop that move happening, because this Mustang, I believe, is it the only Mustang in the field? Chuck Norris is doing very nicely there, well and truly inside the top 10 now with Fly Sky.
Yeah, you know, the Mustang is actually a really strong car around here. We talked a little bit about how I did my Misano 8-hour here last weekend, and I did it in the Mustang, and I do have to admit, it is an absolute mental car around this circuit. You know, just the way that it can just get out of those corners, the way it gets on the throttle, and kind of just pushes itself through. Not only that, you know, how quick it is in a straight line, and just how it loves to just absolutely send it around here. But then again, it is notorious for picking up those track limits, especially when I'm behind the wheel of it. But yeah, Norm is holding on to that. It's holding at about the 1.1 second mark, but yeah, it's about making sure that you don't incur those track limits, making sure that you keep progressing, because the simplest of things if a drive-through around here can hurt you.
Yeah, it's not something that you can fall foul of those track limits. We've seen it a couple of times already this afternoon. It's not something you want to be doing too much of. There's so much. You can see it there off to the right-hand corner of your screen as we watch Fly Sky continue on. That there's so much runoff area, isn't there, at this circuit? We've got some grass there as well, but there's more runoff area than you know what to do with, and it can be very easy to fall foul of those track limits. But let's recap. I love a good recap, don't you, Chuck Norris? I love a good race recap, because with what do we got here? 3 hours, 38 minutes remaining in this one, and lap 87. It just seems naughty, doesn't it, to say lap 87? But there's plenty more where that came from. John in second. Let's wait and see. The gap, it is 7.8 seconds. Sheesh. Look at that there in P3 for BSR1. Mountain Goat, nah. That's what a Mountain Goat would sound like. And 2.5 seconds further back in P4. Fly Sky now, 30 seconds. Wow, that is a ginormously gigantic gap there. But he's currently P2 in his class and sitting pretty. JJ Norms, he got dealt with by Fly Sky. We saw that one on the stream. On the stream, of course, that gap's now 2.7 seconds. Here's my Bing-a-ling, my Bing-a-king, and I want you to drive in a big yellow brick. And there he is in P33. My wife didn't want me to sing. Stuff that, I'm gonna sing if I want to sing. Oh! And Iron Water Arrow. He had some contact there, and he just did a strange teleportation. And he's in a bad way. I've been checking on Water Arrow, and now he's... what is he doing? He's just going across the circuit. A bit of lag there, it would seem, Chuck Norris, for Water Arrow as he drops down the field after that incident.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit unfortunate that I kind of caught the tail end of that one. But yeah, it looks like a little bit of a connection spike, which unfortunately helped the contact through, and then yeah, Mark managed to just kind of drive straight through the car because it disappeared for a brief second. But yeah, very unfortunate that one. I don't really think there was too much that could have been done.
No, I tell you what, you don't want to be caught up on those connection spikes, because they sound very, very painful. It just sounds painful, doesn't it? But Captain Planet still continuing to do his thing. Ferrari, my Ferrari, as Carlos Sainz usually says, he loves his Ferrari. He'll be loving his Ferrari for another half a season because he's going to another team. There we go. We don't know what that team is, do we, at the moment for Carlos Sainz? But just love talking like that. Yes, yeah, great, says Hainsey. Well, what does Hainsey mean? Chuck Norris when he jumps into the chat and just says, yeah, great. That is my biological son talking there, who continues to let me down every single time. But what does he mean by yeah, great? Hainsey, let us know what you mean. But we are approaching the 3-hour 30 mark, Chuck Norris. We are not quite at half race distance, but we're continuing on now. Yeah, almost lost my leggies. 3 hours and 35 minutes remaining. Can't get that out of my head for some reason, Chuck. Why did you bring that up? Or was it me that brought it up? Anyway, 3 hours and 34 minutes. Big shout out to our new followers, of course, Jake Wells Racing, who also rated us with a huge party of 23 viewers. And thank you for that, Donald Trump. Brocky there, following Roo, Paper, Scissors, and Cowboy. Yeehaw, he followed a couple of days ago. So anyway, we'll move on from that. But where else are we looking here? It's one of those, Will Star and Water Arrow, who is recovering from that incident a little bit earlier on with his connection spikes. He is under pressure. It looks like Will Star's going to get this done for P11 here, Chuck Norris, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this is a good battle that we've got going on here, obviously. There's separate classes being Pro-Am and Am, Pro-Am and Pro, forgive me there, Trent. But yeah, no, I'm just having a little bit of a read as well. Looks like S2T1, they've been suffering a little bit of internet connection issues. Obviously, as we've seen with that contact, and a couple of drivers are reporting that it's a little bit worrying being around them at the moment. So as we see just then, they let FTSC1 through, and that's purely just because of a safety concern based on the ping. They don't want to ruin each other's races, so it's good to see these guys kind of sorting that out temporarily while Water Arrow can finish his thing and get back in the pit lane and maybe do a drive swap to sort that out. But yeah, no, outside of that, some good battles going on here. McIntosh still going onto the back of Random, Water Arrow, still holding on despite the ping issues. But even Allergic Planet, Saints in the Ranger Ross, they're all within a second. So yeah, lots of really good battles. It's hard to know where to keep your eyes looking.
It certainly is, and we need to keep your eyeballs focused on this battle in front of us, because we've got Ikatosh and Random doing their thing at the moment. Big hello to 34 people out there watching. Great to have you with us. Make that 37 if you don't mind on a Sunday afternoon. And Ikatosh down the inside through turns 1, 2, and 3. And Random is putting up a fight. How long this fight will continue for, I'm not so sure. As you can see now, is that Gaz? I think Gaz is further down the field. He's currently P21, but Random and Ikatosh, this is such a good place to watch these battles from, Chuck, because you see drivers on the outside go to the inside and vice versa. It's absolutely fantastic to see, but Ikatosh has got that move done. And Hooncorp are now, they have gained a position there. Ikatosh is up into 13th on the circuit. And whatever that is in his class, we'll let you know shortly. But 91 laps to go, and Nemo is still swimming with the fishes out there in P1. 6.9 seconds is the gap. We can see John from Cave Racing, but that's all we can see, Chuck, because he's on his merry way. 6.7 now the gap. We're going to have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, definitely are. We saw Barders get that gap down to about 3.3 seconds, I think, off memory. And then obviously it kind of grew a little bit, but you know, I think I'm correct on this one, Trev. Do correct me if I'm wrong. But in round 2 of our Enduro series, we actually saw John claw a massive gap out of, I believe it was P1 at the time when we were at Imola. So there's a couple of good peddlers behind that Cave Racing team. Obviously, nothing to stop that with BCG teams either. But yeah, this gap, it seems to be coming down, but it's still also holding pretty steady.
It certainly is. Yeah, round 2. So Imola, I think, on June the 2nd. We'll get somebody in the chat to confirm that. But yeah, they clawed back a massive amount of time, didn't they, in that race? But 3 hours and 30 to go. We hope you are enjoying this coverage. And it is a great pleasure to have everybody along for the ride, wherever you are watching from across this beautiful world of ours. Please consider following this channel if you haven't already. Chuck Norris, the man alongside me, and I, he also has a channel called V is for Voodoo Live, and that channel is his channel. And we also have a competitive thing going on. I've got more followers than you. Yeah, well, I've got more followers than you, and I've got me leggies. And yeah, so it's a competitive thing we've got going. We like to challenge each other to see who can get more followers. But it's not about that, Chuck Norris. It's about the Twitch journey that we've been on over the last couple of years. And I've got to say, I'm here for it. I'm down for it. And it's absolutely fantastic to be having sharing, what do they call it in Formula One? Sharing some technical knowledge, or having a technical partnership between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the most important thing is, you know, having a bit of good competitiveness between us. But yeah, we bounce off each other quite a bit in our streaming sides of things. So just want to do a quick friendly reminder, if you're out there enjoying this stream, please do be sure to hit that follow button, because we've got an upcoming charity month that we get behind supporting mental health and suicide prevention. And you know, we've got a weekly series, a 4-week mini-series, Wednesday, Thursday nights. Use exclamation mark Discord in the chat if you want to get involved in that one. And on top of that, we've got 4 hours of Kailami coming up towards the end of August as well. Exclamation mark endurance for more information on that, because we would love to not only have you a part of our Twitch community here, but we'd also love to have you a part of the group.
We would love to have you along for the ride. That's what the Nigerian Prince is saying. That charity month is going to be incredible. It's we raised a hell of a lot of money in the last couple of years, since 2021, I believe, Chuck, when we started that. So that is fantastic, and it is a great cause. We would love to have you along for that, and just have you along in general as well, because we've still got 3 hours to go in this race. 3 hours and 27 minutes to be exact. What is happening if you are joining us from your Sunday roast and gravy and Yorkshire puddings and all the rest of it that you do on a Sunday? Ikatosh is closing up on Water Arrow, and you would have had plenty of experience, Chuck, with drivers and their connection spikes. And is it a matter of trying to stay clear of them, just leaving a little bit of margin there when you go past them? Because they can sort of just move erratically around the circuit. Is that how it sort of works? You don't want to get too close?
Yeah, it can be a little bit hairy sometimes. So, you know, especially say when I do LFM on ACC on the PC, I typically have about 320 ping, which is not ideal. But my favourite thing is I like to say I've got a bubble around the car that I don't want to pop, and if I get too close to somebody within that bubble, unfortunately, most of the time it ends up in either me being murdered or me unfortunately murdering somebody else. So yeah, it's just about kind of dicing between, you know, noticing the connection that the driver next to you has, and maybe taking a couple of extra precautions there. But yeah, Water Arrow, he's nursing it over the course of this stint. He's had a couple of unfortunate bingles, and yeah, I'm sure they'll get that all sorted in the next time.
We hope they do. Exo says, I'll be doing the next stint as Stevie Wonder. He doesn't see a lot, does he? But I tell you what, if he could see, he'd be watching this stream, because the eater of food is a first-time chatter, and how fitting that we're looking at your man Ikatosh. Woohoo! Woohoo! Sounded a bit like Homer. Woo! Ikatosh, that needs some work, that Homer Simpson voice. But with 3 hours and 25 to go, the eater of food, Chuck, is a first-time chatter. Please, get your microphone close to your mouth and tell them what the eater of food needs to do. Now he's watching us on a Sunday afternoon.
Let me get
let's do
deep
this
and
with your
personal
leggies
with you.
attached.
Yeah, Trev likes it when I get nice and close to the microphone.
yeah.
So, the eater of food, I know you're out there and you're probably wondering, why is this man in my ears right now? Well, that's because you need to hit that follow button. But yeah, no, look, we love to have new people a part of the community, so if you're out there enjoying the stream, please do hit that follow button. But this battle, Trev, Ikantosh is putting up a good fight here, and Water Arrow, he's trying to do his best with the connection issues, but he's holding on.
He's holding on, Water Arrow. You heard the man, eater of food. Get your fingers and your fingies working. Hit that follow button. Become part of the family. It'd be great to have you along. And massive lineup coming up. We've got a mini series. We've got the charity month. We're at Kaya Lami this time next month. Not sure why I said it like that, because I'm a bit distracted by this battle in front of my very eyes between your man, the eater of food, and Ikotosh, coming around the final corner now, and Water Arrow is hanging in there. He's hanging in there, but for how long we do not know as we come down the start-finish straight, approaching turns 1, 2, 3. Zoom, zoom, zoom at the Variante del Parco there, turns 1, 2, and 3. And interesting pit lane here, of course, isn't it? Because it sort of feeds back onto that sort of turn 3-ish area there. But eater of food, great to have your company in all seriousness. So we see you out there watching. We don't see you following though, so that's a little bit disappointing, but we'll let you dunk your tea bag and come back and hit that follow button. But Ikatosh, so close to Water Arrow, as we've got a yellow flag there. Is that car number 33? Do we have a car number 33? We do have a car number 33, and Binga King has run into some trouble as Sir Galahad, yes! We've hit the follow goal of 375. I put it back to 375. Prince didn't tell you why. I'm so sorry. It wasn't 380. I manipulated the controls and I didn't mean to. I just thought 375 was dangling a carrot in front of him. But now we can move it to 380. I'm so sorry, Prince. We should have had this discussion a little bit earlier on, but you had so much on your plate we didn't. Prince, will you ever forgive me? Oh yeah, kick me up the ginger with one of your neggies. But Sir Galahad, 2432, has followed the stream. It was weird. I was expecting Theatre of the Gods, the Eater of Food, to follow, but that's okay, Sir Galahad, because we are absolutely honoured to have you as part of this channel now. And boy, you are going to see some incredible stuff. 375 followers. That is absolutely terrific news for everybody on our Sunday afternoon here. 3 hours and 22 minutes to go. And John, 3.6 seconds is the gap. And we'll start behind him on the circuit, but he's outside that top 10, of course. He's got the fastest lap, but Water Arrow in the pits. So, Water Arrow is coming into the pits. I wonder if this is going to have any impact on their race. Will this help with connections, Chuck Norris, or if Water Arrow goes out of the car and somebody else goes in?
Yeah, I think it's safer at this rate for somebody else to go into that car, just because, you know, a few moments ago we did see Water Arrow blink out and then kind of blink back in, and, you know, we're kind of seeing almost the same thing happening with Nick as well. So, yeah, I'm wondering whether... it's hard to say whether it's maybe the server having a little bit of a moment, or whether it's certain drivers' internet's having a little bit of a moment. But yeah, nonetheless, it's unfortunate for internet connections to be playing funny buggers. But yeah, we'll see what happens when they end up coming out of the pit lane there. But Allergic Planet though, 6 tenths from Ranger Ross. That gap looks like it's holding steady. He does get it down quite a bit, and then I think he makes a few mistakes that kind of opens that gap back up again. So just looking at the time, Trev, looks like we're about 25-ish minutes maybe away from the next pit cycle. So if these guys keep it nice and close like they are, you know, it's going to be another good ding dong all the way through for another skid.
Absolutely, and yeah, we are not too far away from that next potential pit stop window as you look at Captain Planet. Oh no. Wow, I had a brief moment where I thought, no, he's not going to do that. Is that a known passing place there, Chuck? I'm just trying to think. Is it Ranger Oz? Yep, it is. Who fell victim of that one. Yellow flags out in sector 1, but was that a little bit ambitious? As Nick's got a drive-through penalty. Wow, he is doing the race solo. That's got to be for something like track limits, I reckon, Prince, because he's all on his own at the moment out there.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a blunder there in T1. You know, maybe just went a little bit too heavy into the corner, couldn't quite make it, unfortunately made contact. And then Nick, obviously being in very close proximity to that all happening, had to take evasive action from what I could see. And unfortunately, it was on the final track warning before he had to come in for a drive-through. So yeah, sadly for Nick, it's just bad place, bad time. But then again, just friendly reminder to everybody out there, Nick is actually doing this one solo. So you know, he's about 20 minutes away from doing 3 hours straight, and Misano, as most people know, is pretty notorious for track limits. So yeah, unfortunate for Nick, wrong place, wrong time as mentioned, and that was just his final straw. Straw in the hat. You know what I'm trying to say, Trev.
Take your straw, listen here you, take your straw, get it out of your hat, and get it off the camel's back. Because it's the last straw that broke the last. Oh, it's getting weird.
See, now I've confused you. See?
It's the last straw out of the hat and breaking the camel's back. But yeah, okay, then 3 hours and 18 seconds. If you can understand what we're talking about, that's good for you. Oh, somebody into the pits there. Is that Dask? No, JJ, I beg your pardon, into the pits. He was part of this three-way battle between Mark and Dask and himself. He's now in the pit lane. Let's go FTC2, says Sofa King Bad. And FTSC2 Fly Sky, your man in P5, because this battler sounds a little bit like Frank Spencer, if anyone's old enough to have seen that Some Mothers Do Have 'Em show. And there we go, probably another thing that Mrs. B didn't want me to go with. But Mark, Ledwidge and Dask, OTR 1 and OTR 2, but Mark in OTR 1 wants to be in front of Dask in OTR 2. Any team orders with this lot at the moment, Chuck Norris, because they're going to be off the Christmas card list and the camel's back here with these two battling it out.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because sometimes, you know, we see those kind of team orders obviously happen in real life. So we wonder whether these guys have maybe got something in place for the race, but they're definitely going to work together. If one is quicker than the other, I wouldn't be surprised if they let them go. But on the same side, you know, we're all race car drivers, and you know, we still want to race no matter whether we're in that same team or not. So yeah, this one's going to be one to definitely keep an eye on. But something I also noticed, Trev, is John has managed to get that gap down to 1.8 seconds, which is now updated to 1.4 seconds. And last time we looked at that, it was 7 seconds away from P1. So John really catching up to the back of Nemo as well.
Yeah, it's getting close, isn't it? That gap hasn't really remained steady, but there we go. Wow, this is getting tight as we tick over to 100 laps of this Misano World Circuit. It's 101, make that in fact, as Nemo is leading this race for BCG2. What's the approach? What's the approach, Chuck? So we're 3 hours, so we're almost half race distance. What's going on in your mind if you're behind the wheel of that 81 Mercedes? Do you make a lunge? Do you not want to do anything too silly? Do you just want to hold station, or is the racer, like you said, we're all racers, do you just want to make a move and get that lead back?
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors that go into it, especially knowing that Jesh is pretty quick. We saw that during qualifying night on Friday. Knowing that he's only 13.8 seconds behind, the more these guys battle, the closer those guys will come back in to that, and might, you know, bring in a nice, exciting battle for P1 for us. You know, almost making it 4 drivers all in one cluster there. But at the same time, you've got to sit back and go, look, we're quick at the moment. Do we want to try and get this pass done when we can now? Purely because we're going to likely be coming into pit lane in the next 15-20 minutes. So yeah, I mean, look, if I was in John's position, I would definitely go for that opportunity, because if we get the move done, get in the pit lane before them, we've got a little bit of a better chance in that next stint to kind of push. But at the same time, there's also that part inside of me that goes, I'm happy to chill for a little bit, because then we can push them. Once they come out of pit lane in that stop, we can push them a little bit more, and they'll eat up their tyres a lot quicker than what we will.
It's I left you with a few options there, Chuck Norris, and you've worked beautifully through them. Oh my goodness, it's less than a second. It was just over a second as we came onto the start-finish straight, but now it is getting tight. Very busy indeed. Let us know that. Let us know if you're enjoying the stream. Well, don't let us know if you're enjoying the stream. Let us know. We'd love to get your feedback. How are the audio levels sounding? Hopefully you can hear both myself and Chuck Norris. Can we hear the cars okay through the stream? Let us know if you're out there, because the volume, these cars can be quite loud, of course. We've got 20 odd cars out there on the circuit, but it's an absolute pleasure to have everybody there with us, joining us here on. Oh my goodness, this is so close, Chuck Norris. Oh wow! Through the Curvone at turn 11. Was that just to put some doubt into Nemo's mind there? I tell you what, he is all over the back of him. Will Star is having front row tickets to this battle as well, but he's down in 10th, of course. Fastest lap of the race, useless facts you couldn't do without. But John right behind him. They've got the pace at the moment. They will be looking to make this move and get it done, I reckon, because it is getting very, very much serious business here at the moment. You don't want to sort of do too much. Audio balance sounds pretty good. Thank you, Snorkel, for letting us know about that. Everything working beautifully here at the moment. Absolutely nothing can go wrong, Chuck Norris. And every time I say that, guess what happens?
Yeah, something goes a little bit wrong. It was kind of like me on Friday night, Trev, when I was like, oh, wouldn't it be a shame if, track limits ended up winning this lap? And then, unfortunately that driver invalidated their top 10 shootout lap, and I did the same thing to the next car, and the same thing happened again, and I was like, hey, I need to sit back and I need to stop cursing people, because it always happens, doesn't it?
It certainly does. The commentator's curse, it's a real thing. It really exists. Don't try and tell me that it doesn't exist, because I've been sitting there and I've witnessed so many occasions. It's like saying that these two, John for Cave Racing and Nemo for BCG2, it's like saying that these two won't make contact and both go off the circuit. As a commentator, you know that's risky, but John, very, very close. But he has his head extremely screwed on, because he's not going to do anything silly at the moment. Will Star is right behind them here. They can't really let Will Star through, can they, Chuck? Because it's going to affect their own battle that they're having at the moment as we come back onto the start-finish straight to start another lap.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a tough position for Will Star to be in, because obviously these guys are fighting it out for P1, but at the same time, Will Star, he is a little bit quicker and he could have that opportunity to unlap himself, but at the same time, I don't think he wants to really get in the middle of this, so maybe he's just kind of biding his time, hanging back, just having some good front row seats to this battle.
It's Will Star, very difficult for him. We might stick with this battle. Greeny and Saint Sim. We'll get back to the lead battle. Sorry, I know we should be watching the lead duo, but Greeny down the inside of Saint Sim for PRT. Can he get it done? Yeah, kinda. Saint Sim running wide there off of the circuit, but CP getting that job done. We might head back to this battle at the front. I'm hearing lots of Discord dings in my eardrums, which can only mean one thing. No, it doesn't mean anything. We keep going with that. That's fine. But we're approaching half the race distance, and John and Nemo still doing battle. Will Star's dropped back a little bit there. from the last time we looked at this battle. We might just give you a heads up, I believe, Prince. We might, 3-hour mark, I think we might take a short break. But don't have to worry about that now. That's in 10.5 minutes time. Oh, this is so close, Prince. So close. Is one of them going to go for a dive bomb? If anyone's going to dive bomb, it'd be John, wouldn't it, of course? Trevor Byers, you idiot. But down the main straight into lap 104, 105 laps completed. It's unbelievable, isn't it? 3 hours, almost 3 hours of racing. And we're here watching this, and it is just extremely, extremely close. And it just shows you the theatre of it all, Chuck Norris. The closest battle on the track is this battle for the lead. You couldn't script this stuff any better. Yes, I lost my leggies. But thank you for that, and you can see there, this battle continues as Nemo, John dropping back slightly, but this is still continuing on here. We're going to get to an interview very, very shortly. Chuck Norris, if you've got us there, I believe we have a special guest. That's right. We do guest appearances as well up here in the commentary box. I think we've got a special guest with us.
Yeah, we sure do. Yeah, sorry, I was kind of ducking in and out. I saw Zest wanted to come in for an interview. I went to go try and sort that out, and Discord was doing Discord things. But yeah, thankfully we've got him in here. So I'll leave you with the interview, and then maybe we go into a quick short break.
Great stuff. Solid plan indeed, as we do have Zest with us in the commentary box. Zesty, great to have you with us, mate. First of all, can you hear us loud and clear there? Fantastic. Mate, quick race recap from yourself and your team. How have you seen things in the first half of the race so far?
Well, as you can see, we're right behind the lead two cars, which is usually the leads that we're lap down. So the first half of the race was a start. We're really quick with K Racing at the start. We seemed to kind of pull away with them, and then Will had a problem with his pedals. They kept flashing, like going on and off. So we started losing heaps of time. Then he just banged the crap out of them, and they started working again. So there was that, and then he in his stint racked up. I think it was 2 truck warnings. I can't read from my stint. And, got another 2. So I'm gonna drive through. So we're just gonna try and do another one for the rest of the race, hopefully. Pulling in Mint Matt, and that was struggling on tyres. I didn't realise just how bad, and in one of the hairpins I closed in a bit hard, and I just tagged him just enough to spin him, so that was my fault. Sent him a message saying sorry, but yeah, if you're watching, sorry about that. But yeah, at the moment it's fun just sitting here watching this battle going in front of us. It's pretty entertaining. It's a really good track to drive, to be honest. I've done laps on it.
Great stuff, mate, and yeah, beautifully summed up indeed. And of course, it's a silly question, but what are you aiming to achieve here this afternoon with 3 hours to go, half the race gone, half still to go, mate? Looking to get onto that top step of the podium, no doubt?
Oh, look, it would be nice. It's 3 hours to go, you know, anything happen, but it's only a long stretch from where we are at the. But yeah, anything could happen, and that'd be nice. You know, if we could push towards the top 5, that'd be really nice. But yeah, that's really our goal from where we're standing at the moment. But yeah, shout out to FTSC too, our sister car as well, because they've got some serious race pace at the moment. I think they're up in, it was P5 last I checked. Where are they now? Yeah, P5. So yeah, no, it's looking good overall.
Great stuff. We do appreciate your time, Zest, as that is John. Wow, there is a bit of traffic there. We do appreciate your time, Zesto. All the best for the rest of the race. Thank you for joining us here in the commentary box this afternoon. Great stuff. Thank you for that, Snorkel. A few issues there with the audio. He was a bit quiet, if you're able to turn him up all the way. But we do appreciate Zest. We appreciate you too, Snorkel. Please let us know if something doesn't sound right. We don't sound right, we never sound right, but we like to think we're right. But anyway, we're not all right. But 3 hours to go, the battle continues, and now Will Star is between them, Chuck Norris. Incredible stuff that has played out as we were chatting to Zesto there, will start getting ahead and feeling like he's quick enough to get ahead and mix it with the 2 leaders, although he's not amongst this battle on the circuit.
Yeah, sometimes that's, the best part of, I guess, being a blue flag. I mean, you've got that opportunity if you're quicker to try and unlap yourself so that you can get back on that same lap and, have that opportunity to try and claw your way back up, in that closing, say, 3 hours of the race that we're kind of creeping into. So it doesn't look like he's holding John up by any means. But yeah, again, these guys aren't too far away from coming into pit lane for another pit lane cycle. So yeah, it's definitely what we want to keep an eye on.
Certainly is, and we'll keep an eye on that one. With 3 hours to go, Zest joining us. Always a pleasure to have our drivers joining us. That was the first driver to join us after 3 hours of solid racing action. If you're out there driving or you just want to join us to have a chat, please message us and we'll try and get you into the commentary box. Speedy Tyres and Lost Boys for Jackery here, having a good old battle as well. Battles right throughout the circuit, and whichever way you want to look at it there. 36, car number 36, Speedy Tyres for BCG. Let's have a look at that team. BCG 4, I should say, car number 36. Ranger Oz, Speedy Tyres and Jimmy's Payload all amongst the action there. They finished 20th in España and 5th in Italy in that Porsche, but they're well down the field. Will they be disappointed, Chuck Norris, with their performance here this afternoon, although they are battling it out here for a position in the top 20? But I don't think it's going to be a happy Payload at the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes endurance races, don't quite go to plan. As I experienced during my Spa 24, you can do almost everything right, and unfortunately one small mistake can kind of unravel that. But the main thing is, constantly pushing forward, putting that best foot forward, so to speak, by putting in the best laps that you can, making sure that you're hitting your marks lap after lap, to, try and claw back, because you never know what you can gain by just going full send sometimes, which it looks like they're doing a really good job of it, being 4/10 away from Jackery there. So that could be a good battle that we can keep an eye on, and hopefully those Porker tyres are holding on, because I really worry about the Porker around here.
Yeah, it's a concern, isn't it? It's something that's always an issue, those Porker tyres. That's all, folks. Meant to be Porky Pig there, but yeah, that's sort of the namesake, isn't it? Sounds like Roadrunner, doesn't it? Or what else the other one? Anyway, Nemo now. Oh, wowee. Well, let me take a penny for you, Johnson, because around the final corner, John is all over Nemo, and this man likes to absorb pressure, doesn't he, over there in Waka Tempo? But he's one Kiwi who is going to be under all sorts of pressure here, Chuck Norris, because John on lap 110 is right up his Kiwi ginger.
Yeah, he's doing really good, honestly. Like, that's one thing I've noticed about Nemo in all the endurance races, and especially, our weekly series that he's participated in. He's definitely a man that loves a bit of pressure on the circuit. He keeps his eyes forward, doesn't really look in that mirror too much. And especially in this case scenario, if he looks in his mirror too much, you'll see a massive murk there. But yeah, Willstar was in the middle of them as well at some point, not too long ago, because he had a little bit of a better run and realised, you know what, John's gotten a little bit quicker, I'll give up that time, because obviously I couldn't, progress and maintain that gap. So it's good to see this battle ensuing, and yeah, like I say, 5 minutes not even away from coming into pit lane again. So the question is whether they're going to go for the undercut, as we see Nick having a good battle here, managed to hang it around the inside, held the inside again going down the home straight, and gets a position done there on Saint Sim.
Absolutely, we caught the back end of that battle, but that is terrific. Saint Sim, he's not done with yet, but Nick is done. He's through up into another position there, up into P15 on the circuit. And we're approaching half the race distance. We might hear from the Universal Boss at Race Control. And then we might have a short break, I think, Chuck, don't you? 5 minutes or so just to get our bearings and get our straw ready for the camel's back, because we're approaching half the race distance. John is continuing to harry Nemo and harass Nemo. And boy, this is showing no signs of letting up. Jono stand for BCG1 in the pits. And that started out as a very lime green car. And you can see there it's got some marbles and other sorts of rubbish and bits and pieces on it. But 3, everyone ready? 2, 1. Wow, I tell you what, there's nothing better. I waited 3 hours for that, Chuck Norris, but always good to see an inspirational message from Race Control as we've got some pit stop action. You said this would happen, Chuck. Side organ for BCG1 and Mountain Goat. He's also into the pits, so we're seeing some action.
Yeah, this is right on the money for when we were seeing, or when we would typically see the pit stop action. And I've been a little bit out of it in terms of reading all the information in terms of what we're running this evening in terms of, stint timers and stuff like that. But I assume it's the 70 minutes that we usually run. So depending on how these guys are going, they might extend that. But something we typically see is, they might run 65 minutes and then kind of pass the car over, just so that they all kind of get an even split amongst each other. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised we're starting to see some pit lane action, but the one thing that I'm interested about is what are we going to see happening with Nemo and John? Is Nemo just going to bide his time and stay out as long as he can, or is John maybe going to start thinking about that undercut? Because around here that actually pays off quite heavily, so he is quicker, so maybe if he bites the bullet, comes in early and passes the car over, or even continues again, they might end up coming out in front of Nemo once he pits.
Well, so many questions remain unanswered, however, as we see the Eater of Food has left a comment, not a first-time chatter this time, because you said, woo, go Ikatosh, previously. Haven't seen you hit that follow button, so really, really disappointed, the Eater of Food, to see you not following this channel. It's terrible, terrible. It's terrible, Kenny. Terrible, terrible, terrible. I tell you what's not terrible is this battle for P1, because it is old Nemo running a little bit wide there out onto the concrete, and we've got Gintama, and has just followed, I think that's how you say that, Gintama OCE, and thank you very much for that. You should get an OBE for following this channel, because you join us right in a very tense time at the moment as we look at this lead battle continue. And Spaced 92, woohoo, go Ikatosh. We're seeing a lot of woohoo, go Ikatosh, Chuck, but we're not seeing a lot of woohoo, hit the follow button.
Yeah, we've got a lot of new people coming into the stream over the course of this evening, and just before we go to a quick break, just want to remind everybody, if you are enjoying this stream, please do consider hitting that follow button. We'd love to have you a part of the community.
We certainly would. That is the voice of a multiple esports champion, Cameron the Chuck, the Nigerian Norris, as he's more affectionately known to his friends. My goodness, they cut those track limits. Wow, Ikatosh cutting those track limits fine. There's Ikatosh on your screen. We're giving him some stream time, Speed 92, Space 92, whatever your name is, but we haven't seen you follow yet, and that is very, very disappointing, and that makes me sad. That's me starting to cry, as you can see this battle for the lead continuing. John all over the back of Nemo at the moment, and you can just give us your best Nemo impression, because Willstar wants in on this action. The last thing you want is Willstar. He's up to P9, so he means business. And Salaiki has also left a first-time chat, but we're not seeing much in the following department. Is that Willstar in the pits? No, it is another car in the pits, because Willstar has got ahead of Jono. It's Nemo! Nemo's at the pits! Oh my goodness! Nemo is in the pits, our race leader in the pits. Is that just to get out of the way, do you reckon, Chuck? As Salaki has go, Ika, go. Are these Ika bots? Are these Ikatosh robots, or are these real people? Because if you're real, click the follow button, or you've lost all credibility, Chuck.
Yeah, exactly. If you are an Icontosh bot, I just need you to type 1 in chat just to confirm something real quick. But no, look, I think Nemo saw an opportunity in that moment of John making a mistake there and went, you know what, this is my time. I come into pit lane now, capitalise off of that brief mistake, get some fresh tyres before John comes in. Because him staying out a little bit longer might hurt him, and we might end up having a bit of a bigger gap there. As I see, Greeny's just picked himself up a drive-through for track limits.
Oh, naughty, naughty. Not sure what's happening there, but CP Greeny, yeah, type 1, go ahead. They're not listening to me, so type 1 in the chat or you're gone. Niente. And there we go, CP Greeny there with a drive-through penalty. The reason I sounded a bit strange there, Nigerian Prince, is because I wanted to get CP Greeny's wrist, but it seems that that's busy at the moment. But I wanted to get his wrist, and you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to slap his wrist. That's me hitting myself on the stream. Mrs. B wondering what's going on, but CP Greeny, he's got to surely serve that penalty, as my wrists are red now. He's got to serve that penalty sooner rather than later, surely, Chuck, to get it out of the way.
Yeah, especially when you're in the middle of a pit cycle window. You know, you're cutting fuel quite fine at this point, so obviously he'll have 3 laps to get that drive-through served, but unfortunately, you know, you've got to get that drive-through served before you can actually come in and do your normal mandatory stop to, you know, put fresh rubber on the car as well as putting some fuel in as well. So yeah, that's definitely going to hurt him at this point in time, but fortunately enough, they're not the only ones to cop the drive-throughs for track limits, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is actually quite a few people out there nursing that final track warning.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. It's always a fine line with the track limits, of course. Jeesh has, whilst we were talking about that, Barters is now back behind the wheel of the Cave Racing car. They're coming out of the pits, of course. And oh, look at this! Norm and Barters. This is not for the lead, is it, Chuck? But it really is for the lead, if you know what I'm trying to say. Look how close it is.
Yeah, this is the provisional lead here. Obviously, Jesh and Flysky running a little bit longer than these guys. But once it kind of files back out and those guys come in, obviously Norm is your provisional leader of the race after the pit cycle here. So yeah, looks like Norm maybe had a bit of an average outlap or didn't quite get out of the pit box on time, and Barters almost capitalised on that, tried to hang it around the outside there, unfortunately couldn't stick it and had to file back in behind. But this is what we love to see, Trav. Another good battle, going to continue on for another hour until they come back into pit lane.
Well, it's going to be great to see Captain Risky, the insurance specialist. It's all right to come in and say, go Ikatosh, but you're not pressing 1, you are out. Boom. See you later. You're the weakest link who can't type 1 into the chat. Goodbye. And I wonder if Ikatosh has planted these Finnish robots just to keep us on our toes. We're not too sure about it, but we might... What will we do? We might go to a break. I'm just trying to find a battle here, Chuck Norris. We've got Binger King and Apex Humper. We might go to a short break. What do you reckon, Chuck Norris? And come back in a couple of minutes' time after we've refreshed our water and emptied our Johnsons. And we should be back in a couple of minutes' time. What do you say?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. And just quickly before we run away for a break, if you guys are out there enjoying the stream, please do consider hitting that follow button. And if you're an Icontosh bot, press 1 in the chat, otherwise you will get banned in 5 minutes. No, I'm kidding.
Ikatosh, go, Ika, go. And we're going to leave you with Apex Humper to and this battle with him and Binger King. It's escalating and it's reaching a crescendo down. Oh, hello. Hello, this battle might be done and dusted by the time we head off and do our thing as he is through, Apex is through. We're going to have another look at another battle there. Barters, we might keep it on Barters and Norm and Fly Sky. We might keep it on this battle. Ladies and gentlemen out there watching right around the world, we're going to be right back after a short comfort break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what a battle we're seeing here between Norm and Barters. This battle continues. It's in the opposite direction now. Speedy Tyres getting excited there, but it is great to have your company. Where's the commentary gone? Well, we went to empty our willies. That's what we did, Jimbo. Mind your manners and put them back in, you bloody twit. And Big Shep, of course, very big hello, Trev. Just got back from Cobden Miniature Railway. Welcome back, Trev. It's great to be back, let me tell you. But it is fantastic. Wow, Cobden Miniature Railway. I wouldn't put that location and Big Shep in that location, but I'm trying to get a bit of a mental picture of that. As Big Shep on the miniature railway trains down there at Cobden. He's living in Warrnambool. If I haven't told you the story, I used to live in Warrnambool as well. And Lady Bay down there, great part of the world. The beautiful part of the world indeed. Why am I telling you that? I'm telling you that because we have a special guest, Chuck Norris, who came into the commentary box, and then as he came into the commentary box, we walked the other way and went off for a comfort break, but we've still got him. It is Nemo, the one, the only Nemo. And Nemo, thank you for joining us. We got you there loud and clear.
Yeah, mate, I'm here.
Ah, fantastic. Well, let me tell you. Now, you tell me about your race so far, because that was an intense battle there for P1 just a few moments ago that was keeping us entertained. Talk us through the race so far.
Yeah, race has gone really well for us. Started fifth, I think, and yeah, made our way up to the front there with Norman Noodles doing a good job, and then they handed it over to me. I was trying to keep the lead and keep on the track, which I was able to do. It was pretty intense there with John still doing the nice thing. Had a all started with a lap down, very racy. Pumped me off, but it was really good fun. Good battle. Good hard race. Good stuff.
Fantastic. And I was about to say, what's the aim for the next half of the race? But judging by what we're seeing here at the moment between Norm and Barters, it looks like this battle's going to continue for a good while yet.
Yeah, I think we'll be battling these guys probably for the rest of the race. So, yeah, pretty close Sunday the race. They're also keeping an eye on with BSR 1 with Muffin and Bish. We're in third at the moment, but they look pretty quick when they will get going. So keep an eye in front, but also keep an eye behind as well.
Fantastic. Well, we do appreciate your time. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We do apologise about the wait, but I'm doing my best to get on the man shakes and lose it as quickly as I can. No, that's a terrible joke. But thank you for that, Nemo. Always a pleasure. We thank you for joining us. We're looking at your man here on the screen. The battle is continuing, though. Cave Racing is now leading by 1.7. Mate, thanks for joining us. We'll catch you again soon.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolute pleasure. We love having you there. That is Nemo joining us there, and love his little picture there on Discord, taking 7 for 15 against Taupo there in last summer's New Zealand cricket season. Not the best T20 World Cup for them. Great to have you with us as well, Big Alan Chip, of course, tuning in from the Bull. Is that Gaz going slowly? Or is he just letting people by there, Chuck Norris? What's happening there? He's just letting them by because he's down at the end of the field. I tell you what, this is not a good race for the Fezazis because they're in 17th, 20th and 21st at the moment, Chuck. Not a good track for the Ferraris on their home turf.
Struggling a little bit around here. I'm a little bit unsure whether it's, the tyre management with the Ferrari that can be a little bit hairy, but yeah, I mean, it could also just be down to the setup, and this may be just having an unfortunate run early on. But I also sit back and go, what about track limits? Right? We've seen a few people, unfortunately, be on the wrong side of the stewards there for track limits, and yeah, they've had to come through and serve those drive-throughs. This guy's gets out of the way for some blue flags. But yeah, look, a little bit unfortunate run for those guys. I feel like they'll, use this as a bit of a testing session now, see what works and what doesn't work, so that they can come back stronger for Kailami in around a month's time.
Yeah, it's all about the charity month, of course, coming up as we get back to our race leader. It is about the charity month coming up in August, or end of July, and August as well, I should say. Massive event for us, of course, and something that's very close to our hearts and close to the hearts of everyone involved in the charity month. So please do keep that in mind as we continue to look at our race leader. 2.2 seconds now, so the gap is increasing, and Norm 2.2 further back. Captain Muffin is in third. Not a lot happening. Zest, who spoke to us, we heard from Nemo a few moments ago. I don't know whether it was just me or he sounded a little bit I don't know, a little bit downbeat, didn't he? He didn't sound like the Nemo we all know and love, Chuck. He sounded a little bit concerned, not concerned I should say, but he sounded like he'd been just out of a big battle there, and he was really sweating when we spoke to him.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a chat to him during that quick break there about kind of how he's been feeling during this battle and stuff like that, and he said it was a very intense battle that he was locked into, and he was kind of hoping that, I think it was Zest that managed to get in between Cave Racing and himself at the time. He was kind of hoping that was maybe going to hold him off a little bit longer. Or Zest with the drive-through for track limits. That's a very unfortunate one. I mean, there's a lot of people nursing the final track warnings. I don't want to give too much away, Trev. But yeah, it's a couple of things that we got to hear from Nemo during the little bit of a break, or a little bit of a discussion I had with him. Yeah, it's a very intense battle, and it definitely took it out of him for that stint. But yeah, I mean, those guys, like you said, they're putting their best foot forward. They're hoping for the best. They're pushing. They're trying to go as long as they can, and obviously nurse the track limits as well. So yeah, I mean, he seemed pretty hopeful in the break. So yeah, look, I mean, 3 seconds, it's not too much for Norm to catch back up. But yeah, at the end of the day, Bard he's on a mission, and he's trying to build that gap. But yeah, unfortunate for Zest because he's coming in to serve that drive-through.
Serving that drive-through, that's terrible. We heard from Zest a little bit earlier on. Now he's coming through the pit lane. Drive-through penalty there. We'll keep getting back to, there's Maxi Naked Blade. Big supporter of this channel. Loves what we do. We love what he does, and he's in the OTR1 car, number 77 there. And you can see there, Maxi alongside Mark in the Pro-Am class. 12th in Spain, 18th in Italy. And currently they are sitting inside that top 10 and 5th in, I believe, in their class. So that is fantastic. Old timer racing. What is an old timer now? And if you're 36, you're waking up with sore bones and joints. But there we have it, 12th and 18th respectively for those cars. What else are we going to do here? We're going to keep looking through the order. Exo. Now, Exo had some issues. We believe he is driving blind. That's me getting around blind, Nemo, because he's got no dash display, we understand, don't we, as he's back there in P21.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. Maybe it's just in a different camera angle that he might not be used to, and that's why he just doesn't have his dash display like he normally would. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one from EXO. Obviously, he mentioned it to us, and I mean, look, these guys have been doing well. I've been pretty proud of EXO over the course of our weekly series. He managed to secure some really good results. We had the privilege of talking to him in some of the post-race interviews as well, and he runs a number very close to my heart, the old 666. So I'm a big supporter of EXO. But yeah, no, these guys have run the mill of the unfortunate one with track warnings as well, and the main thing is they're still pushing on, continuing, and doing the best that they can.
And that's all you can really ask for in these, especially in these endurance races, is you can only do what you can do, And even sometimes, Prince, just finishing these races is an incredible achievement. But Zest, after his drive-through penalty, stop everything, because Zest is right behind Smitty here, and he's not taking any prisoners with 2 hours and 34 minutes to go. And you can see there 33 people watching. If you're out there, you know the drill. Consider following the stream. We would love to have you a part of this incredible series. Just 2 more rounds to go. The charity round at Kailami on August the 25th, I believe, and also 2 at the Red Bull Ring on October the 25th, and those will both be 4-hour races. So that'll be fantastic. And if this was a 4-hour race, we'd have 34 minutes to go, Chuck. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, that's terrible, isn't it? We've got 2 hours to go. But we're going to recap 127 laps into this one. And Cave Racing there. Endurance. That is it. Check the chat. Would you like to be a part of the Oz NZ Console Endurance Series in 2024? Question mark. The answer is yes. And if the answer is yes, you can be a part of the series by following that link and joining our Discord. And you can also get involved in a big, big charity month coming up. I keep going on about it, but it is fantastic. It's probably, or definitely, is our favourite time of the year, raising money for mental health and suicide awareness. We're looking at our race leader now, and he's 3.3 seconds ahead of Norm and Captain Muffin. Haven't spoken a lot about Captain Muffins, but they're just really the quiet achievers here this afternoon, Prince. They're 13 seconds off of P2. They're leading their class, and they're 7 seconds ahead of Apex Humper for BSR1. They're doing very nicely at the moment. I think they'll be happy with their achievements so far.
Yeah, I do have to agree, and the tired brain me, Trev, just wants to kind of throw a question out there to everybody. Do you know the Muffin Man? Sorry, I had to do that from my dishwasher there, Trev. But yeah, no, look, I do know the Muffin Man, and he is a captain, and he's currently running P3, 13 and a half seconds away from clawing onto the back of BCG2. And these guys, like you mentioned, they've been doing really good. And something we haven't really touched on too much as well is the fact that we do actually run these in separate classes as well. So the white background obviously represents our pro drivers, and the silver background represents our pro am drivers. So Captain Muffin, these guys currently running P1 in pro am and P3 overall, which is really good to see.
It is fantastic to see. Wasn't expecting the Muffin Man, but there you go. There's a lot of things. And, I always joke about the man alongside me that he's sometimes it sounds like he's a fair way away from the microphone, and he's in his dishwasher or his air fryer. Don't want to be in the air fryer, but especially when the chicken tenders are in there. But Captain Muffin comes through your screen. Zoom. He's 13 seconds off of Norm. We're going to keep going through the order. There's Apex Humper. Interesting name to say the least, but is that Speedy Tyres behind him? Here's Sofa King in the only Ford Mustang in the field. I've got to say that colour scheme really does work. It's certainly working on my eyes, that's for sure. That light blue, it's a very KRL blue. And then you've got sort of the yellow. What is that? What's the name of that colour, Chuck Norris? What is the name of that colour? The Brawn GP sort of colour, the yellow.
The banana book. You know that banana yellow. Sorry. My brain is so
what the hell?
This is what happens when you be away for like 25 hours and you're like, what colour is that yellow? And the first thing that comes into my head is banana boat.
Well, Prince is going on about his banana boat sunscreen or whatever the hell he's talking about. But 2.5 hours to go. This wasn't. I'm not expecting these things to happen. You see, I said, "What colour is that, Prince?" And there we go. Great work from Chuck Norris. He's off peeling bananas and bending them as well. Sofa King goes through your screen. Clocade is there, and he's in P3, P6 overall. Jimbo Johnson Jr. has some company from Jackery. but Jackery is further down the field. Let's go to Simon Bishop now. I don't want to say I'm disappointed, but we saw Matt Simmons behind the wheel of this car for BCG1, and they have not really given it a shake-up, considering they finished second and first in the last 2 races, Prince. They're sitting P4 in class and in the pro class and P8 overall. Have we been disappointed with them this weekend?
Yeah, look, it's hard to say, isn't it? Unfortunately, they ran the track limit gauntlet during the top 10 shootout, unfortunately obviously invalidating their lap, purely because I mentioned, wouldn't it be weird if they ended up invalidating their lap and getting a track warning, and they ended up doing that. So they had to kind of start a little bit further back. So yeah, they've definitely had to push a lot more over the course of the race, which probably hasn't helped them. Considering where we've obviously normally seen them during qualifying in the races so far. So, I mean, look, with 2.5 hours left on the clock, I've got a feeling they might be struggling a little bit with, you know, maybe they didn't dial the race setup in as well as what they normally do. And, you know, the heavy tyre deck around here, maybe it's just impacting them that little bit more.
So we're interested to see how they go in the last 2.5 hours of this race. Here's Monkey Matt, who's behind Sneaky Stevo, and Hooncorp 1 now, starting lower down the order. Of course, they were eliminated in Q1 on Friday night, and now they're trying to work their way back into the business end of things. And this is a good battle here. We're watching Speedy Tyres and Metal Steel also doing battle, but we're going to stick with this Hooncorp battle. Ooh, that's interesting. That's not really a great place there through the Rio corner at turns 4. Heading in towards turn 5, and what comes after 5? It is turn 6 at the Variante Italia Di Masio. And there we go, now on to the long run down to turn 8. And you can see there he's dropped back a little bit here, Monkey Matt, but Hooncorp 1, haven't heard a lot from Nismo. I think the Hooncorp boys have some sort of track day or something going, Chuck. I think that's why we haven't heard a lot from them on the chat. So big hello to you out there if you are watching. My apologies, but there is a track day going on at Waco Taupo over there. So that might be wrapping up very shortly. We might get them later in the race, but we do say a big hello, kia ora, to our New Zealand viewers. But another battle going on, Metal Steel and Speedy. This is getting busy between the Ferrari and the Porsche. The 36 Porsche and the 100 Ferrari are very, very close, heading into Rio. Passing opportunities, Prince. I'm not going to talk to you about shades of yellow or shades of grey. 50 Shades of Grey, no, but this one is, this one's heating up here, this battle in front of our very eyes, and Lewis says, I'm not good enough for you, Trev, and he's getting all funny with me. Look at that, Prince. He's getting very funny indeed. But no, we do love all of the Hooncorp Esports crew, and this is getting awkward now, Chuck Norris, as we look at this battle continuing. But Lewis has called me out, and that's what you need to do. You need to call people out. But Metal Steel is rounding him up. That was me, who I heard in my headset there. The great people at HyperX Cloud 3 and that headset. Heard from Nath, apparently he's on his way home, and this Metal Steel man is on his way home to try and get back past Speedy Tyres here, Chuck.
Yeah, this is a great battle that we're seeing happening here for P19. Speedy Tyres getting a little bit hairy there out of the hairpin. Metal Steel looking like he's going to try hanging around the outside. Speedy Tyres files in behind. They're checking up a little bit here, so I'm wondering if some small mistakes were happening there. It wasn't really expecting to be caught out. But nonetheless, those guys all managing to survive on that occasion, which is good to see. Metal Steel, though, I do have to admit, that was a very brave move. But, you know, that wouldn't have worked if those 3 drivers in that, you know, short span of track there, you know, didn't work together in a sense of things to make sure they didn't end up crashing. But yeah, no, nonetheless, that was good.
Very nice piece of driving there, wasn't it, from those two? We've also got Zest, who had the unfortunate task of going and having a drive-through penalty. Track limits, once again catching people out here this afternoon in this big race from the Misano World Circuit. Pleasure to bring this to you. We haven't seen any rain, of course, as Saint Sin 69 redeems the Carlos Sainz. Did I send it or did I not send it? Yeah, send it, baby, yeah. And that's going to be an interesting race tonight, Chuck Norris, if you're around for that one. Both the McLarens, P1 and P2, and Red Bull, what do they do, Chuck? Because they've got a Mexican who keeps crashing.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I'll end up still being awake by the time that comes around, because I think I worked out by the time we finish the commentary here, I've been awake for about 30 hours. By the time F1 kicks on, it might be about 34 hours. I think I might be well fast asleep by then, so might not end up seeing Checo Bennett during the race, which will be a bit unfortunate. But I'll definitely be waking up to seeing that. But yeah, no, F1 things aside though, obviously we've got a good race happening before our very eyes here, and before your very eyes as well, in the viewers side of things. So just quickly, friendly reminder, Trev, I know you love me doing this. If you guys are out there enjoying this stream, please do consider hitting that follow button, and we'd love to have you a part of the community. And not only that, use exclamation mark endurance in the chat. Jump in the Discord, because we'd love to see you on the track as well.
We certainly would, and we'd love to see you wherever you're watching out there, as Nibbles is under the lemon tree. That's you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Lemons are yellow. There we go. Thank you for that,
yeah,
Mrs.
Lemons are the same colour as that banana.
And thank you for that. The banana boat is about to set sail. Mrs. B says Nibbles is under the lemon tree. That's our pet guinea pig Nibbles, who escapes her confines of her nibble area, and then she goes out and hides under the lemon tree. Thank you for that, Kaima. We'll have to get Nibbles a little bit later. The weather's getting a bit rough. Our guinea pig might not survive the night, but anyway, we'll keep you informed about that. Thank you, Mrs. B. She just tunes in to tell me that, so that's fantastic. You could have just texted, messaged me some other way, but thank you, Mrs. B. Always a pleasure to have you along. And yes, great to have you as part of the stream. But Simon Bishop, the man who is lacking in a follicle hair setup, is right behind Jimbo Johnson Jr. And it looks like Jimbo, Chuck, is going to have to man those cannons on the starboard side.
Yeah, so Jimbo having to man the cannons to try and keep in front and make sure he gets those sails hoisted at the right area and direction, so that he can get the wind to make sure he can keep propelling forward. And obviously you've got we've got that song with Sidorg in it. Yeah, but aerodynamically Sidorg pushing forward and doing the best that he can. Jimbo though, I do have to admit, Trev, Jimbo has impressed me over the last few months, especially with his performance in our weekly series, almost clean sweeping, I believe, the AM Championship that wrapped up and got that quick, swift promotion to Pro-Am, and he's definitely showing what he's made of at the moment. Very happy with his performance.
He certainly is. He's been doing very, very well. No doubt about that. In our weekly series, of course, the KRL weekly series, which wrapped up not too long ago. Jimbo, of course, a good friend of our community, and he does have a habit of falling asleep late at night when he's meant to be at the wheel of our sailing ship on Sea of Thieves, but we can't deny the fact that he is doing very nicely here in front of Simon Bishop at the moment. I think that BCG1, they just have been struggling, haven't they? I wonder if it's a setup thing or not. I'm not too sure about that, but we can see they round up Heath there. Watch out for Heath. And as they go by Heath there at the moment, Jimbo and Sidorg. What else is happening? Sneaky Stevo and Monkey Matt. I think Monkey Matt has got that move done, hasn't he? But back to the front on lap 135 of this race. The gap now 8.4 seconds back to norm. So for the time being, It's still less than 10 seconds, Chuck, so 2 hours and 20 to go. 8.4 seconds is nothing at all with over 2 hours to go in this one.
Absolutely, and you know, I had this discussion with Nemo. I was like, I don't want to spoil too much about this, but you know, the gaps are growing a little bit more, and I kind of feel like me throwing this out there will explain it for the viewers too. Had a bit of a discussion, obviously, as people know, with Nemo in our break before we brought him in for the actual interview. And I was like, how are you guys going on track limits? And he's like, oh, not good. We're on our final track warning, so if they get one more, they've got to come through the pit lane. So that's kind of why we're seeing that gap increase. They're really nursing it because obviously they don't want to be sacrificing, you know, a P2 overall, because if they have to come through, not only will they lose P2, but they're going to have to fight, you know, they'll end up dropping back to about P4, I'd say, having to serve that. So yeah, naturally they'll be sacrificing that little bit of time, but hopefully they can kind of find that performance and pace without utilising those track limits. But back onto Jackery here, I do have to admit, I'm not allowed to say this, Trev, as you know, but that is a really beautiful looking livery on that McLaren. I love that purple, pinkish, on the white. It really pops, and talking about popping, this is a good battle with Heath.
It sure is. There is, and we've got some breaking news. Sorry to cut you off there. It is a beautiful livery, no doubt about that. It's very Nigerian Prince colours, if you don't mind. But Nemo has advised us that Barters is out of the race. He is stuck in gear. This is a huge moment in this race. Yellow flags are out. I think they've gone off the screen, Chuck, unless our Italian director can give us a shot of that 81 Mercedes, but they are out of this race apparently, stuck in gear, we're hearing. Can they get it back to the pits? But that's going to cost them big time as well.
Yeah, that is definitely going to hurt. So I do still see that yellow flag chilling on that back stretch there, as our cameraman likes to just go on a bit of an adventure. So thankfully they're pulled off on the inside line, which happens to be away from everybody else, as you can see there. Quick snapshot in the background. So maybe Barters is trying to quickly get his wheel rebooted and see if he can get that thing going, but that is a hefty blow considering they had an 8-second lead and now they've dropped all the way back to P6. So just goes to show, even though we're in sim racing, you know, we can have hardware issues and all that kind of stuff happen at the worst possible moments. So yeah, very unfortunate to see their race ruined.
Let's have a look. We're going to ride on board. I forgot about the coin thing, but anyway, oh no! And we had a view inside of the car for a brief moment. It's got them doing. Have they got it back in gear? We're looking at the.
I think.
What are we? We're in the heavens now, Chuck. Where are we going?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We're looking at the sky, observing these clouds. So as you can see, you see that cloud on the left-hand side there. It looks kind of like a. Oh, we've missed it now. I was going to say it looks like a weird-looking dog. You know how you look at clouds sometimes and you go, hey, that looks like something. But no, I think at that point, Barters couldn't really get it all getting going. If I can English correctly, sorry, Trev. Couldn't get that going again. So they've had to leave the server, rejoin. John's now in the car. That red connection bar is not good. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. But on top of that, it does almost look like it's reset their laps completely, maybe. But yeah, enough of me rambling on about this, Trev. Very unfortunate for Cave Racing.
Certainly is. They're back. They're back now. We've got them there. Yep, we do. So we've got them. Where are they? Anyway, we'll get back to the racing, I think, won't we, Chuck? We were looking at the Italian sky, and that cloud looked like a shark with me leggies, and all the rest of it. That was an IKEA sentence. I had all the pieces. I just had to put them together. But no, that's fantastic. But Norm, they're continuing on. Is that going to rob us, Chuck? Rob us of of an incredible finish to the race. I don't know whether it will or not, and that's okay there. Sorry about that, getting some things happening there, but 2 hours and 14 minutes remaining in this race. Where has the time gone? And that's going to be disappointing for that team, and I think they've got to wait, don't they, Chuck? You know more about this than me, but I think they've got to wait for a little while, reset the controls and do all that good stuff. But that is, it's terrible to see that, obviously, with it's kind of like the real life equivalent of technical issues and all that, but we see that, mechanical issues I should say, as we see Heath now and Jackery on lap 139 here, still going very close. Look at that. Track limit's always an issue. Stint timer of 70 minutes if you're out there and wondering what it is. 2 p.m. in-game start time, so it's going to be an 8 p.m. finish. 30% chance of rain, Chuck. The clouds aren't really doing too much at the moment. I don't think we're going to see rain, are we, in the next 2 hours?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see rain at this point. I mean, you know, ACC can surprise us quite heavily. I mean, the track temperature is starting to go down. You know, I think we've gone down about 3 degrees or so. The wind has also been picking up, so we've maybe gained about 4 kilometres an hour in the wind as well. So, yeah, I mean, we might see rain, but I don't think it's possible at this moment in time. You know, we might manage to make it through this next 2 and a bit hours rain-free. But I did notice Cave Racing, they did join the server. Unfortunately, I think something's gone on. And they've maybe just decided, you know what, we'll call the pin. Unfortunately, today wasn't our day, and, you know, we'll kind of come back for the next one stronger. So, yeah, unfortunate to see them drop out. Unfortunate to see those issues happen. We hate to see it no matter who's driving. But yeah, that's just the gauntlet we run in sim racing, isn't it?
It certainly is, and they're the risks you take. We saw, was it Suzuka last year? I think Kings Racing did pretty much the whole race. I forget whether it was 6 or 4 or whatever it was, but hours. But they just unfortunately had a disconnection at the end. But look at this. Whilst we were chatting away there, Jimbo, Simon has got ahead of Jimbo. And not only has that happened, but now Maxi is applying all sorts of pressure to Jimbo as well. And getting closer, half a second off. Not quite sure whether it's the best time to be a big Chungus yellow brick Nissan. But both the Nigerian Prince and myself are suffering from some sleep deprivation. I did have a good sleep, but after the first 4 hours I start seeing strange things. But I tell you what I can see, I can still see 33 people watching this channel. We see you out there lurking. Please consider following the stream. We'd love to have you as part of the community, but that is a big, big moment in this race. CP Greenie now in the pits. JJ Norms takes over, and I'm trying to see whether we've got 20 cars. We had 22 start, I believe. We've lost a couple, and I don't think they're back in there, Cave Racing. I don't think they're back in. So anyway, JJ back out onto the circuit. Lap 141 here of this race. Wow, and boy, there's battles everywhere you look, really, when you consider now that Maxi Naked Blade, big supporter of the channel, he is all over the back here of Jimbo Johnson Jr., who's going to have to man those cannons, Sea of Thieves style. But Smitty and Zest, look at this, Zest, he is getting spicy here. Chuck is down the main straight, very, very close here on this occasion.
Yeah, definitely is, and you know, we kind of sit back and think about it. Zest has had, or FTSC1 have had the fastest lap of the race, the purple lap. They've had that for, you know, a good handful of hours now. But obviously, unfortunately, we've also seen them come through for track limits. They've had to serve at least one drive-through that I've seen over the course of this race so far. So it makes you wonder where they would be without a track limit warning, but where they are currently is having a really good battle behind Smitty. So this is a good battle for P9 unfolding, and not too far up the road as well. If they keep kind of chipping away at it, they might find themselves jumping onto the battle for P6. So yeah, it makes you wonder whether these guys are going to battle it out or whether they'll kind of work together to chew out that time to keep following up. But I'm going to try and bring you up on the interview for 2 seconds.
Excelente. As we'll jump across to Jimbo. I'll get back into the commentary box. Oh, it's one of my favourites. I love this. It's one of my absolute favourites. We've got him on the line. Sorry, I won't get too excited. Have we got him in? Yes, we do. We do have him in there. Getting a little bit excited there. Will I Am is with us. We've got you, Will, loud and clear. Come in. Over.
G'day, guys.
Mate, it is an absolute pleasure to have you along. We know it can get pretty sweaty in these endurance races, mate. But give us a rundown of the race from your perspective. Always a pleasure to have you along with us, as we know. How have you seen things in the first half of the race and as we approach the final 2 hours here at Misano?
Bluntly pretty average. I think on Friday night I probably would have been happy running 10th, but after I called second I thought maybe we'd be up the front, but not much has gone our way today, and I think lack of practice has probably played a big part of that. I think both Zest and I until Monday last week thought that the race was next week, and I thought, I'll have a good week to practice, like starting Monday or starting tomorrow, say, because I've been real busy with other stuff. And then it came to Monday and we're like, oh yeah, the race is this week. Oh, we should probably do something about that, but I didn't have time to practice till Thursday, so I sort of crammed Thursday, Friday night. I crammed a whole bunch of practice in. I haven't really, this is probably my second least driven track in all of ACC, so I've been learning track limits, which I think we've seen. I think Zest and I are 4 for 4 for track limits, so we've had 2 drive-throughs today. But yeah, we're just out to finish the race now, so we'll end up in the last 2 hours.
Great stuff, mate. And yeah, like you said, it's 8th, I think, in round 1, 4th at Imola, as we see. Speaking of track limits, your man on screen, Zest, for FTSC 1 Motorsport. Inside the top 10, mate, is that the goal for the rest of the afternoon? Obviously, you're having a great little battle here with Smitty for Hoon Corp. Is that, you're just looking to stay, like you said, you're looking to finish, but if you can finish inside the top 10, would you be happy with that result this afternoon?
Top 10 would be great. I think it's the way our strategy's worked out, we're probably going to have 2 sort of short-ish stints to the end. So, and the setup that we end up, we sort of didn't have much time to work on the setup, so we've grabbed one online, and it's real good for sprint races. So we're hoping to make 2 sprint stints to the end, and hopefully we can make up a couple more positions for that. Because the last 20 minutes at the moment, the car is like literally a drift car. They're sideways everywhere, and that's half the reason why we've had so many track limits.
Well, we saw that a little bit earlier on, impersonating a drift car, of course, but not the greatest race, not one to go into the archives, mate, but we do appreciate you joining us. Nonetheless, that is Will Starr and Zesto behind the wheel of that car. The number 27 McLaren there in a good battle there with Smitty, mate, but we do appreciate your time. Thanks very much for joining us, and yeah, we wish you all the best for the next 2 hours.
Cheers, Dave. It's still good fun. Doesn't matter where you are in the sleeve. Always good racing.
Fantastic stuff. We do appreciate you joining us there. Thank you, Will Starr, your man on screen, and always good to take some time out. It's never easy, is it, Chuck Norris, when you've had especially if you've had a bad race or something, to take time out and have a chat. Never easy, but we do appreciate the drivers having a chat with us. But this is getting serious here, Chuck, between Maxi Naked Blade and Jimbo Johnson. He'll need those extra special cannonballs that you put together, if you know what I'm saying, because Maxi and Jimbo are continuing on. Battle for P18. Thank you, Sparky God, between Speedy Tyres. Sorry, battle for P17 between these two. Metal and Heath continuing to keep on keeping on. But you can see there, thank you for that. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Sparky. But 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining in this race. This is getting busy again down the inside, Chuck. Here they go through turn 8.
Yeah, this is a good battle these guys have been having for a few laps. And, you know, like, one thing I want to kind of bring in to kind of play, I guess you could say, Trev, is, as you know, watching my streams recently, I've introduced a heart rate monitor while I do my races, right? one thing which I've been finding very interesting during my races, especially during moments like we're seeing on screen right now, where you're in a really close battle for position, I've noticed how much your heart rate actually goes up without really noticing it. So, for instance, I had a look at my statistics a little bit ago from today during, some heated battles that I had around the Spa 24. And your heart rate jumps all the way up. I think I worked out I hit a peak of about 151 beats per minute while I was in a battle with a couple of other people. So, the intensity of the battles that we see on the track, how close they are and how much these drivers are fighting it out, you also sit back and go, you don't realise how much your heart's kind of pounding, and the adrenaline almost kicks in like it's sim racing, but it's just as intense when you look at the analytical side of the body and what we go through trying to get moves done and maintain these gaps and get passes done. So, I don't know, I just thought I'd throw that out there as a quick little bit of random information, I guess you could say.
Wow, look at this, Jimbo and Sidorg. We've joined this one as Jimbo just came out of nowhere. I was looking at Maxi Naked Blade, Chuck, and Nismo has joined us, the boss of Hooncorp. Oh, wow. They are all over Simon Bishop here, one of your fellow Kiwis. Keep on chipping away at those gaps, Lance. Superb overtake by Metal. My goodness, Jimbo came from nowhere like a thief in the night, Chuck.
Yeah, that was a heart and mouth. One of those moments I was talking about with your heart beating, your beats per minute. That was definitely upwards, I would say, of like 140, 150 beats per minute moment where you're in the moment, you're like, I want to go for this move, and you saw Sidorg. He panicked a little bit, opened up the steering just because he was a little bit worried about Jimbo's entry, and man, they had a great 2 wide there through the final few corners, and yeah, they managed to make it work. But now Maxi Naked Blade has actually gone down the inside of Sidorg as well, so this is a good 3-way fight for P6.
Oh, wow, imagine the heart rate at the moment. There's Maxi. Nismo says superb overtake by Metal. No, that's Saint Sin that said that. Nismo, as Maxi has a bit of a moment there. Have we had any safety cars, Chuck Norris? We did have a safety car planned before the start of the race, but then we didn't have a safety car because we had no one to drive the safety car.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of Andrelli. Andrelli's our regular safety car driver for the Endurance Series, and unfortunately he was a little bit busy this weekend, so we couldn't quite have that safety car. And then obviously Wilco was a kind of backup, but he had to cover for me in the commentary for the first hour of the race because I was doing my Spa 24. So not only that, Wilco is also busy with a birthday thing this weekend as well. So yeah, sadly we had to have no safety car, but from everything that I heard when I got filled in once I arrived for the commentary this afternoon, we didn't actually need a safety car. It's been really clean all the way through. I mean, a couple of little mishaps here and there over the last few hours, but it's been very, very clean over the start of the last few races that we've had.
It's been very clean indeed. We got off to a clean start. Captain Muffin in the pits, along with Simon Bishop. Hopefully that answers your question, Nismo. Great to have you along there. And of course, Nismo just home from a track day, a track event with Hooncorp, I believe. So yeah, we hope everyone had a great time there. 2 hours to go, 147 laps completed. Apex is second, Norman first, Captain Muffin out onto the circuit again, right behind Mid-Mat. A couple of porkers on your forkers coming out there through the pit lane. We've got 2 hours to go. Maxi and Jimbo continuing to exchange blows here, and this battle continues to rage. Simon, of course, going into the pits, so he is no longer a part of this battle. But can you believe it, Chuck? 4 hours completed, 2 hours to go. And wow, wait for it, 18 seconds until we hit the 2 hour mark, but still 2 hours of racing action to complete. And boy, there's some still spicy little chicken tender battles going on everywhere you put your eyeballs.
Yeah, this is what we love about endurance racing, is when these battles are so close that you just can't take your eyes away from it all the way through, you know, not only in that opening hour, but, you know, every single hour that we've seen over the course of this race. It's just as intense, and battles are all the way through, constantly happening all the way through from, you know, the drivers making their way into pit lane after a stint, which we're not too far away from seeing more pit lane action. On top of, you know, once they come out, they find themselves in that same space of track they once were, and finding it away with that one again. But just a quick bit of info, Trev. I've just been reading back through some of the chat with Barters and Cave Racing. So, yeah, Barters mentioned the game glitched out. He lost all controls on the wheel. While he was parked, he tried to get a controller to connect to the game, and sadly that didn't work either. So obviously that's why we had Cave Racing retire. But they were running P1. They were running a nice battle with Nemo and BCG. Sorry, very vague brain at the moment. But they were having a good battle for P1. They were in about 10 seconds in the lead in P1. When Barters had that issue. So yeah, unfortunate to have the retirement there, but we've still got plenty of good racing going on. A couple of pit lane action between Jackery, Speedy Tyres, maybe a couple up the front. We'll see them coming in the next few laps.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting to see this next lot of pit stops. 70 minutes. So yeah, so what do we got? 1 hour 58 to go now. Hope you're out there enjoying it on your Sunday afternoon. I'm just, with this pit stop action, of course, we're now seeing some battles out on the track, and Mountain Goat, and he's got Cloquet right behind him, so this is going to get very interesting indeed. You can see there Cloquet and Mountain Goat in 4th and 5th, and you can see that in different classes, of course, but they're having a good time. Is that someone going slowly? I think that might be the... Sorry, no, that's EXO, I believe, in what looks to be a Monster Energy style livery there. He is, we might need a couple of Monster Energy drinks up here in the commentary box in the next couple of hours. But they are, no, they're still going, Chuck. They're just getting out of the way, so that's fantastic. But tell me this. If you're out there watching the stream, you haven't followed, you're thinking, oh, well, you know, this isn't too bad, they're okay, but I'm not sure whether I wanted to commit to a long-term relationship with the channel. I'm scared of commitment. Chuck, it's really not something you need to worry about, because you just got to hit the follow button, don't you, and not even think about that long-term commitment side of a relationship with the channel.
Yeah, exactly. All you got to do is, you know, drag that finger close to that love heart icon on the screen. Make sure to tap that. You know, it won't jump out, it won't hurt you. But, you know, the one thing that you will get is a lot of appreciation and a very big warm welcome into the community. Just a quick one. This battle, Cloquet with Mountain Goat. Not even 6/10 at the moment. That'll update once we go over the timing lines, but there's nothing between these guys for the battle in P4 here.
Tell you what, to sneak up on a Mountain Goat is one thing, but when it's a Mountain Goat in a pork, and when it's a Mountain Goat in the BSR2, needs a little bit of work, that sort of humorous thing. We could turn it into a sound effect. It would save my vocal cords. But anyway, there we have it. Nismo is Nismo, of course. I'm looking at the chat. I don't know why, but if you're sitting there, like we said, considering, thinking about life, considering following, then don't consider it. Hit your hot little fingers across to the love heart icon and follow the channel. If you don't have fingers, well, that's a whole nother story. I don't really envy you too much, but 150 laps gone in this race. We'll wait and see the timing beams, but it's a fairly decent lap, I think. Fairly decent lap, fairly decent lead, I should say, between Sofa King. The 99 Mustang is up into second at the moment. We've, of course, lost Cave Racing after the gearbox issues, could not change gear, and up the 99 says Willstar, who we spoke to. And how good is Willstar though, Chuck? Seriously, we got him in to the commentary box to have a chat. He's just, you just want to talk to him, don't you? He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think that's one thing I love about our enduro races. As we see Zest with another drive-through for track limits, so he's not, the stewards have not been a fan of him over the course of today, but you know, like we talked about, Trev, Misano's very bad with track limits. You know, you at least come through once. You'll see most teams come through once. Worst case scenario, you'll see a lot of teams nursing that final warning, so that they don't have to come in, and they'll be sacrificing a lot of lap time every step, so they don't have to do so. But yeah, back on to what you just mentioned, Trev, the one thing I love about our endurance series is, you know, not only the great racing that we constantly see every single time we host an event, but on top of that, how open and willing our drivers are in terms of wanting to come have a chat to us, tell us the good, the bad, the ugly, about how their race has gone, and you know, what their strategy is, what they plan on doing, where they see themselves towards the end of the race. And you know, that little bit of insight helps us out, and it also helps the viewers out get a little bit of a peek into what it's like doing an endurance race.
Yeah, it's a great insight, and you can see on your screen Maxi Naked Blade continuing to do his thing. Will just confirming that it wasn't their day, of course, but unfortunate as Sofa King, speaking of the 99, we disappeared. No, they're out of the pits now. Speaking of the 99 Mustang, they're into the pits and out of the pits again. The gaps are still very close, aren't they, right throughout the field? Hainsey and Lewis, that's a close battle, if you don't mind. In fact, it might be that close that I think Hainsey might have got HC. A couple of Hooncorp boys going for an old ding-dong ding-along, and it seems that Hainsey has got ahead of HC Lewis. Yep, now the timing screen's just updating. I tell you what we might do, Chuck Norris. We might find a battle, and then what do you reckon? We might ride on board for a little while as my Coles brand Australian spring water bottle is empty in front of me here and gathering dust. We might go and find a battle. What battles have we got, Chuck, through the field? I'm having a quick look. Maxi and Jimbo, potentially. We might just redeem a few coins here and just see what happens. I think I've got unlimited power. Right on board. There we go. Maxi. We're going to do that, Chuck. And there we go. We're going to ride on board with Maxi Naked Blade. Let's have a look here. Maxi. Let's have a look. We're going to go through Jimbo. We might get a rear Jimbo and We might get a rear view from Jimbo and just see where he's at the moment. You can see there. How do we get the rear view camera, Chuck? Let's have a look here. Camera select. And we're going through the cameras here, trying to get an idea of what we're doing. And when it's not gonna. How do we get the rear camera view, Chuck? Help me out here, for God's sake, man.
Can I phone a friend or quickly call you?
Oh wait. Hello.
Maybe let's go. Maybe let's go an on-board view of the row instead.
We could get a bit retro, couldn't we? Do you remember when the game first came out? This was the view we had. Remember the behind the car view of the big yellow square chungus? But we've got a rear view mirror at the top of our screens, of course. But there we go. If you're out there lurking, consider following. But we might get inside the eyeballs of Jimbo for a lap here. We might even go with Maxi, because that's who I did redeem. Let's have a look. Maxi. There's Maxi. We might get a view of Maxi Naked Blade here, Chuck Norris. Just chasing down our good friend and mine, Jimbo Jones. And I tell you what, we're going to be back in just a few moments, Chuck. We're going to refresh our drinks and so on and have a bit of a break. And we'll be back with them shortly, won't we, Chuck?
Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. And just quickly before we duck away, if you're out there enjoying the stream, please do consider hitting that follow button. I'd love to have you a part of the community. But yeah, we'll be back in a few moments.
Certainly will be. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly with the last hour and 50 minutes of this one. And we'll be back in a few moments' time. back on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! And there's an off there. There was a yellow flag, and you join us at a very, very sensual moment because there was I think it was a Ferrari off at turns 9-10, the Tremonto corner, and that is hasn't been a good place for Ferraris here this afternoon. But Hainsey all over the back of HC Lewis. Chuck, look at this, if you don't mind, for a battle.
Yeah, exactly. The Hooncorp lads, even though they're running in separate teams, still Hooncorp lads. They're having a good ding-dong here. This is what we like to see. Obviously, Hainsey and Lewis. They're different car classes as well. Being Pro-Am, that's a ripper of a send. I had to catch myself there, the ripper of a send there. So, no, that was good. As we see Beaky following the stream. I thought you were already following the stream, Beaky. But yeah, nonetheless, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well.
Great to have you along, Beaky. That is, sorry, that looked a bit strange. I thought Beaky was, I was going to put Beaky down as the best man. I'm already married, of course, but yeah, anyway, 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining. And Lewis and Hainsey, thank you for following, Beaky. Thought you were already following, but now he is. He's made a certainty of it. I wonder if you hit unfollow and then follow again. I wonder how that treats the stream elements notification. But Lewis and Hainsey cannot put an artisan cracker between them and a piece of cheese between them, Chuck, as they continue on their merry way. And 158 laps completed there. Noodles continuing to keeping on there, 16.9. How does Captain Muffin play this, Chuck Norris? We've got 1 hour and 42 minutes to go. What is the Captain of Muffin thinking of down there? Does he fight? Is that what he's thinking of, or is he just going to maintain that gap and get ready for one hell-dinger stint in the last hour?
Yeah, if I know anything about the Muffin Man, Trev, I definitely know that he's not going to crumble under pressure, if you know what I mean. Do you see what I did with that on? I'm getting good with these, Trev. But no, 17 seconds. There's still a ways to go. Noodles, let alone the BCG2 lads in that team. I should just categorise them all under that one team banner. They've all been putting in a monster effort over the course of this one to kind of maintain that gap. Not only that, obviously build it. They're fighting with their final track warning as well. So hopefully, I haven't spoken about that track warning, so now hopefully it doesn't kind of come and strike them out. But yeah, look, Captain Muffin, the BSR1 guys, they've been doing really good, They've been maintaining that gap. They do have BSR2, holding it about that 5.3 odd seconds behind them as well. So, yeah, maybe they work together if that gap does come down to keep clawing away, maybe catch up to Noodles. But yeah, nonetheless though, those guys have been doing really, really good.
A lot of impressive performances throughout this field, Chuck. I can tell you that, and there'll be some people who haven't had great days, but there's some who have had good days, and some have had even better days. But Jimbo and Maxi, look at this, both in the pits together. Name a more iconic duo as the 77 McLaren and the 33 Chungus comes into the pits. And is that going to let Fly Sky back through? Fly Sky in 6th, I beg your pardon. The artisan cheese crackers there coming back to haunt me. I knew that would, but they're not bad though, are they? But 100 minutes, 100 minutes of racing action to play out here, and it's not going to be too long before we're going to see some other stops happening. But Random in that team for BCG3. Let's get a little graphic action here. Let's get a little graphics for you. There we go. Random and Captain oh my goodness, Nick! Where did he come from? Nick leaps into action, and he's gone straight through there, Chuck. But I think Random's going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, Nick had a good dive and send down the inside there. Obviously, had to wash out wide on the exit. Random went for the undercut, I guess you could say, to try and do that crisscross and get underneath him, maybe to get a better line going into the next one. Unfortunately, couldn't make it stick. But yeah, I've got to admit, Trev,
Nick, you've been doing this solo so far. This has been a monster effort. 4 hours, 20 minutes, just over 4 hours, 21 minutes into this race so far, and he's still pushing on, he's soldiering on. I could only imagine how much, pain he might be in by driving for so long, like full chat. But he keeps finding himself in some good areas on the track where he's constantly engaged, having battles, and I don't think he's going to, be falling asleep while driving at this rate.
I tell you what, it doesn't bear thinking about, does it, when you look at these drivers racing solo? You know all about it, Chuck Norris. You've been there before, and you know the challenges that are facing drivers, of course. Random there, he's got Random done and dusted. Nick now looking at Metal Steel, and hello! Do the words DT mean anything to you, Chuck?
Oh, I feel like that kind of comes down to the old track limits, Trevor.
Tell you what, you sounded very mysterious there. You sound a little bit. You actually sounded a little bit like. No, you sound a little bit like Wheezy. I think I feel a song coming on. But I tell you what, H Corp, HC Lewis, you'll be proud, we know it. And HC Lewis there, and Hoon Corp 1, and that team in the only BMW in the field has to serve a drive-through penalty. That's no laughing matter, because that's going to really affect them, isn't it, Chuck? Because they're 12th. So what's that? They're going to lose out to Metal Steel, Random, Nick, that battle, Will Star, and they're going to lose a few positions here. Bump, crash, bang, crash. They pinball off the wall. But they're going to lose 4 or 5 positions here, Chuck. This is disastrous indeed.
Yeah, this is going to hurt them. This is about a 35-odd second travel through pit lane just on a drive-through alone. So yeah, they'll likely end up falling down to about P17. If they're fortunate, they'll hold P17. They might fall down to P18. But yeah, drive-throughs hurt, especially around tracks like this. A drive-through hurts just in general. But yeah, I mean, I've talked about it multiple times, I guess. Being Misano is probably one of the worst tracks for track limits, and it's just a matter of how far are you willing to go in terms of pushing it before you end up incurring all of those incident points. And race control slaps you on the wrist and goes, no, you've got to come through and serve this one, as Nick is looking very racy here, Trev.
Certainly is, and so is Random, and so is Willstar further behind them. Look at this. We've got 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th all together. HC Lewis has served his penalty. He's dropped from 12th to 16th, but my goodness, Metal Steel is up ahead of this battle, leading the way. Then it's Random. Nick passed Random, didn't he? But he must have had a moment or something, because now Willstar is all over the back of him like a cheap set of clothes. Because you can see there, 0.161 is the gap as Metal Steel. Interesting. Oh! Did he bounce off that wall? He was coming in very quickly, Smitty in behind him as well. But that's going to see the battle continue between Nick, Random, and Willstar. That is, it's all happening here at the moment. The battle for the top 10 places continues. Thank you to our followers here this afternoon. Gintamo, Sir Galahad, Jake Wells, of course, how good was he? Brocky05, Rock, Paper, Scissors, Cowboy, and Beaky, who is now following once again. So, wow. This battle continues in front of our eyeballs here today. Random, Nick, and Willstar, and you've got a feel for Nick because he's been doing this absolutely solo. And there's contact there, Chuck. I believe this Porker battle has reached a point where there has been contact between Nick and Random. I can't be too sure, but they're getting through it okay here.
Yeah, it did look like a little bit of contact there. Nothing, obviously, that's caused any dramas between them. So yeah, if there was that little bit of contact that I think we've both seen, definitely hasn't impacted these guys, and the battle is still ensuing. So this is a good three-way fight, as we
scrape them closer again. Depending on how people are going on pit cycles and stuff like that, you know, they might be pushing towards that 35, 40 minutes remaining before coming into the pit lane. So this battle, we might end up watching this battle kind of continue on for, I'd say, about the next 50 odd minutes here. This is going to be good.
Absolutely. Cannot wait for that. And Wilco there, more than welcome into the commentary box. I just advised him that we've already lost our marbles a long, long time ago, but Noodle's still leading for BCG2, car number 1. What a team they are, of course, and will we be talking to them at the conclusion of this race? We will be talking to someone else. We will see as somebody's in the pits there in the background, as Muffin Man. There he goes, Captain Muffin there going through, and Mountain Goat. Mountain Goat all on his own, but he's been in some interesting battles as we see the Mustang. Does it look any better than a blue and whatever yellow banana colour that Mustang is? Number 99. It's been a great addition to the game, Chuck Norris. How's it been received, though, on PC amongst the ACC community?
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. I mean, it's a tricky car to drive. I think a lot of people on the PC tend to just kind of, you know, BOP tourist is the word we like to use on the PC side of things, where people will just take the fastest car that they possibly can, given the BOP that gets applied in most races. And yeah, look, the Mustang is a very well all-rounded car. It does struggle at, say, tracks similar to Brands Hatch and, you know, those niche smaller circuits that don't really maximize the length that you can go in terms of the top speed. So yeah, look, it's a really solid car, but I don't really see it being used all too much at the moment. It was used a lot once it first came out, but yeah, it's not really used too much at the moment.
No, it was a big hit when it first came out, but like Vanilla Coke, it sort of just tapered off a little bit, didn't it? But you can see there, 1 hour and 31 remaining. We might get back to something a little bit more exciting as... Oh my goodness, this is fantastic! Wow,
Maxi_Naked just subscribed for 5 months. Happy race day, gents.
Wow, and you can see there, Maxi Naked Blade, 6 happy race day, gents, from Maxi Naked Blade, subscribing it at Tier 1, and they've been subscribed for 5 months. They're in the second trimester already, and he's a big, big follower of the channel. And how much do we appreciate Maxi Naked Blade, Chuck Norris, and his contribution to this wonderful channel of ours?
Yeah, Maxi Naked Blade, for those that don't know, Maxi Naked Blade actually, he basically funds the stream, doesn't he, Trevor?
Puts the kids through school.
That, he's our sponsor.
There we go. It'll be whatever you want it to be, Maxi Naked Blade, from this point on, because we've got 90 minutes of racing action ahead of us. Happy race day, gents, says the great Maxi Naked Blade. Hype train! Oh no! It's happening again! It's happening again! He's gifted a Tier 1. What the hell's going on? We've got a limited... I can hear noise, I can hear sound, and I can hear music in my ears, and now Banana 90 has also followed the channel. We've reached our sub goal of 30 subs, Chuck. And there's all sorts of bells and whistles, and I'm seeing colours and hearing music as Maxi Naked Blade comes in once again, putting those kids through school. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, Maxi Naked Blade coming in with 5 gifted subs. Greatly appreciate the support. And Trev, we got ourselves a banana bot. Following the stream. Let's go.
How good is that? Banana, or whatever the hell you're on about. That is absolutely fantastic. But Maxi Naked Blade has gifted subs to Marcy something or other. Maxi, hang on, Mac Main, Beaky, Sparky God, Water Arrow, and Banana, and that is fantastic, as everybody getting their bread in it, and they're all dipping their bread in it, trying to thicken the soup up at the moment, Chuck. But how good for Maxi, putting those kids through the next semester of school.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God, sorry, my drink is coming back off the wrong way, Trev. Sorry about that one. Yeah, no, we greatly appreciate Max and Naked Blade around here. It's great. Oh, we got a hello from Argentina. We're tapping into the world, Trev.
Wow! We are saying hello from Argentina to Banana. Why am I calling him Banana? Why am I saying Banana? It's Banner. Banner, like Eric Banner, the actor. Banner 90. Hello from Argentina. Cios bueno. And hello to you from Argentina. It's fantastic. We're going global, Prince. From Hampton to Buenos Aires. We are going global. This is just part of the influence that we have here. Just trying to breathe is just a mere struggle at the moment, but the hype train is at level 2. Ding, 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 ding. Chuck Norris, are you checking tickets, Chuck? Like the Polar Express, or what the bloody hell you doing, Chuck?
yeah, we've got 2 minutes 20 until the train wants to leave the station, so if you do want to get involved in that hype train, you can do so by using a Prime sub, or you can gift a sub, or jump in at a tier 1 as well. And once that train goes to leave, we will be punching those tickets, and then we'll get that train underway. Talking about a train getting underway, JJ Norms, we haven't really been talking about him all too much. He's been not really like a silent achiever, but he's been pushing, he's been doing good. He's on the back of his other team's car there, only 1.3 seconds away from them. But this is good. Like, they've had a good run in that McLaren, I've got to say. It's one of those things that the quiet achievers tend to do the best, don't they?
They certainly do. And it's Willstar we're looking at the moment. Banner 90 did it. He's left it. I tell you what, it's great to put a smiley face up there, Chuck, but can you please advise our Argentinian friends of the exclusive limited edition emojis that we've got on both channels, not just mine, but also yours?
Yeah, we've got some really cool emotes all set up. There's some really cool animated emotes that if you subscribe at a tier 1, even with a Prime sub, you get access to the luxury emotes that we've got set up. So there's a couple of good ones. My personal favourite, I always say this, my personal favourite is Bubble Wrap Man, purely because he can't hurt you, but he'll bubble wrap you. And yeah, if you want that one, you got to subscribe at a tier 1. But nonetheless, outside of that, if you are enjoying the stream, please be sure to hit that follow button. But this race, we're almost on lap 169, Trev. One of my favourite numbers, you might say. But yeah, Noodles carrying the way, 27.5 seconds now to the Muffin Man, followed by Mountain Goat in P3. So yeah, it looks like the battle for P2 is going to be getting a little bit spicy between those two team cars.
Well, you're joining us at the perfect moment, because that hype train has 17 seconds to go. All aboard! And you can see there, level 2 hype train, subs, gifts, use your bits, all your bits and pieces to get to the next level. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. The hype train has ended, and you have received, whatever this means, a level 1 choo-choo. Oh, look, we've got the choo-choo. The choo-choo train has, thank you very much, such strong support. Hype train completed at level 2. It's not our best effort, Chuck, but it's still pretty darn good, as we are on lap 169. Lap 169. My favourite number, Trev. And that's a bit rough and ready, rowdy, roddy peeper. You little rowdy, roddy, whatever you're doing over there. But yes, 169. Dinner for everyone. As you can see there, Noodles leading this race. Captain Muffin. Muffin Man a long way further back, but this is 1.4 seconds now as I share those exclusive hype train emojis with the choo-choo. Zesto, Wilco do a rebel run in the McLaren. Could we see a McLaren and Wilco around this circuit? I think he's got family business to attend to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see a Wild Wilkinson up here. He's a very rare Pokemon, as I'm going to call him now. You know what I mean? Every now and again he'll appear and he's there, but no, at the moment he's a little bit busy. I'm talking about being a little bit busy. Allergic Planet, unfortunately, he's a little bit allergic to track limits, and has managed to pick himself up a drive-through, which is not good to see.
No, and he comes to serve that drive-through. Trev, you can do it, he says. How good would that be? Zesto saying he wants Wilco to make an appearance here this afternoon. And let me tell you, here comes Captain Planet. He's a hero. Let's just put it this way, Chuck, he's not taking track limits down to 0 as he gets pinged with a drive-through. See what I did there? Wind, water. Remember they used to have those rings they'd put on their fingers? And he used to give them...
It was like the wind, water, ice, and fire.
Yeah, I said fire. Oh, yes! Mr. Miyagi! Daniel-san, catch a fly with a chopstick! Catch a fly with a chopstick! Oh! And then remember Daniel caught the fly with the chopstick and Miyagi was super pissed, wasn't he? But anyway, we don't want to upset anybody. Oh, you're just unlucky! Remember that when Daniel-san caught the chopstick? Do you remember that? He caught the chopstick and then Mr. Miyagi said back and said, oh, just lucky! You're just a rocky! And anyway, so we're on at lap, what are we on here? Let's get it together. 170 of this race. And, oh, hello. Because there's a mountain goat who is right behind Captain Muffin here and looking to make moves, Chuck Norris. Don't even try to beat me with that Mr. Miyagi impression.
No, this is going to be a good battle here. These guys are team members, I guess. Team drivers. Trev, you need to help me out a little bit. Look, they're both running for BSR, both obviously car 1 and car 2, so it makes you wonder whether team orders are going to be in effect or whether they're going to, race it out to the checkered flag, which I wouldn't doubt they'll end up racing for that position. But as long as they don't murder each other, they should be pretty comfortable to walk away with that P2-3 overall. But still with an hour 20 on that clock, plenty of time to go, and plenty of moves to be made here.
Certainly is. 1 hour and 22 minutes to go, and in 22 minutes time there will be 1 hour to go in this race, and that means that it will turn into pretty much a 1 hour race until the finish. And I'm really just spitting facts now. As you can see here, this battle continuing now between Mountain Goat and Captain Morgan and Captain I'm not going there again. Captain Muffin, and we'll continue on with Fly Sky. What's him and JJ Norms just having a Sunday afternoon tour around Misano, are they? What's going on here? Fly Sky in 4th, JJ in 11th. What other close battles have we got? Will Star and Nick, the man who is flying solo. He'll need a can of solo at the end of this, because that is as this battle is continuing here at the moment. Nick and Will Star, is he going to let him through? Is he going to play hardball as Cactus has a drive-through? But we're going to keep an eye on this battle through turns 1, 2 at the Variante del Parco. And you can see there, Will Star right up behind Nick. Where are the passing opportunities, please, Chuck Norris? Where are the best places to pass here?
If you're brave and you feel like you can get it done, T1, 2, you can kind of hang around the inside in T1, then you'll be on the outside in T2, which means you obviously have the inside through 3 to 4. That's a good opportunity if you can get it done, if you can hold it around the outside. That's a good one to do. Obviously as well, where Will Star just tried to go around the outside so that he could put himself to the inside for the big run down the back straight. That's also another good opportunity as well. But yeah, there's a couple of handful, I guess you could say, of good opportunities. But yeah, it's really hard around here because you've really got to do a bit of a switcheroo once you try and go for the moves.
The insights of a 2, not 1, but 2-time KRL champion, QRT Esports champion. Hello to the eater of food. We can't get beaten by, this is Zesto, we can't get beaten by someone doing the 6 hours solo, and that would be embarrassing. Oh, this is very close now, very, very close. Nick and Will Star continuing to battle. Ikatosh, of course, the eater of food, wants to ride on board with Ikatosh. We are skeptical. Oh, down the inside, look at this. Look at this, down the inside. 1, 2, and 3, inside, outside, becoming the inside. And I'll be outside tonight if Mrs. B keeps hearing me ranting and raving in the commentary box. But Will Star's got the move done here at this part of the track. The turn 4, 5 and 6 complex here. So Nick's going to have something to say about it. But what an effort, though, from Nick to race this race for 6 hours straight. And, ooh, Gaz, that's a fine, mate. I got one limit all race. Exo having a joke about his teammate there, Cactus Racing. But we're still sceptical, aren't we, Chuck Norris? And it's about time I decided to bring this up, because we're sceptical whether the eater of food is actually a human being and not a cybernet Terminator robot. And we're still very sceptical, aren't we, Chuck, to say the least?
Yeah, we've got a lot of people in the chat that haven't hit that follow button, that keep on saying, go Ikatosh. You know, we asked you to put a 1 in the chat, otherwise you get banned. That's a joke. But yeah, we there's a lot of Ikatosh fans as we get the eater of food following the stream. So I think we can approve that riding on board of Ikatosh.
Well, I'm heading that way now. How fantastic is that? Thank you. And Spaced 92 also following as your man Ikatosh. And someone else has followed too. We got 3 follows in seconds, Chuck. We are absolutely... What the hell what is going on here? Everybody is following. And we are going to keep an eye on your man Ikatosh. You get a special eyeball helmet cam just because you hit that follow button. We believe you now. We didn't believe you before, but we believe you now, don't we, Chuck? We fully trust that the eater of food, Space 92 and Xander Rocks are all human beings. And guess what, Chuck? They are now following the family.
Yeah, exactly. We have full faith in you now. We tried to get you to follow for a little bit now, but you know, maybe it just took you a little bit more watching of the stream to sit back and go, hey, I really actually love this commentary. I'll hit that follow button. So greatly appreciate the follows, and obviously massive welcome to the community as well. So if we've got anybody out there as well that hasn't hit that follow button yet and you are enjoying the stream, please do consider doing so.
Unbelievable. Banner 90 and the eater of food. Don't you worry about that. I'll be eating your food. Eating your food. I'll be eating food a little bit later on once this race finishes, as we look at Ikatosh. And you know what, Prince? We play a game. We play a game, myself and the Nigerian Prince, where every time I ask him the question about how does the sun setting affect the driver's eye line and the braking points into corners, you take a scotch of whiskey and you have a little nibble of that, or a nibble of port or something. And Chuck, I'm going to ask you, how does the sun setting affect the drivers later in the race here?
Yeah, so as the sun starts going down, there's going to be certain areas of the track where it kind of goes like straight into those eyeballs of you trying to see into corners, which makes it very difficult. So making sure that, you know, by this point in time, you've almost driven 5 hours of the 6 hours, and you know, you kind of know where you need to be braking, where you need to be turning, so it almost becomes a little bit of muscle memory. But at the same time, it can be a little bit off-putting when the sun starts going down, because the shadows from various pieces around the track start to kind of impede on that. Talking about impeding, I can't imagine waving a flag. All the pixelated spectators that we have out here this evening, how many of them are going to have really sore arms tomorrow, Trev? Because they've been waving those flags with quite a bit of intent for almost 5 hours now.
You know how much I love static 2D figurines in the crowd. And I've got to say, as we continue to ride on board with Ikatosh, this of course for the eater of food, Space 92, and the other person that followed, because they have been solidly waving those flags for 5 hours straight. Look at them go. They're continuing. A few of them have left now. They've gone off to get their cannellini beans and stuff like that. But they are waving with vigour, which I've never quite seen such vigour with anything. But you look at them, you look at the crowd and the stands here and here at Misano, and they're continuing. You've got to admire that enthusiasm to wave the flag for so long.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I couldn't imagine standing there waving the flag for that long, but you know, I've got massive props to our virtual spectators out here. good 2D spectators that, especially when you fly around in PC, when you can kind of go free camera, you go and sit next to them, and instead of them watching the track, they're all just staring at you.
Well, I tell you what.
What's going on here with Nick and Nick?
Yeah, talk about free balling it. These two are going hard. And Nick and JJ, wow. You know that Christmas card list? Well, I reckon that JJ is no longer on it, and Nick is no longer. They're not going to be. What I'm trying to say is that they're not going to be sending each other Christmas cards anytime soon, because we caught the back end of that battle, Chuck Norris, and it was very, very serious, wasn't it? So you can see they made contact there as we joined them. It's too close for comfort. Oh, and Hainsey and whack. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Pinball wizarding off the inside and outside. He's bouncing off the walls. He's got a drive-through penalty. I think I might disown him as my biological son, Chuck.
yeah, I feel bad for Hainsey because, he was kind of like, he was your son for a good while and he was making you proud, and then all of a sudden it was, Hainsey, you're disappointing me and all this kind of stuff. So, Hainsey, it's a drive-through. I'll forgive you, but your dad, Trev, might not.
No, that's it. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, you're out, and unfortunately, he's not getting any inheritance from me. Oh, the joke is that I don't have any money. But anyway, Will Star, I've got plenty to give. You've got plenty to give, Chuck. And we've got plenty of ourselves to throw around, because Will Star, Saint Sin, can we just, let me just recap here. 177 laps into this race, 1 hour and 12 minutes remaining, and it is Noodles for BCG2 leading BSR2, and Mountain Goat and Captain Muffin there in third. 2.4 seconds further back, and then it's Fly Sky. We've got Fly Sky there just behind Gaz, who also served a drive-through penalty. But that's one thing that we love to see, is that despite where they are in the field, whether they're 10th, 1st, 20th or whatever, they continue to wave their flags in the crowd. As Chuck, I've got to say that we've got 11 minutes remaining until we hit that 1 hour mark. What can you see transpiring in the last 60 minutes? Can you see any plot twists or anything happening in the last hour or so?
Look, I don't want to jinx it, but maybe BCG2 get that final track warning that they've been riding for the last maybe 2 hours or so. Like I said, I don't want to jinx it, you know what I mean?
No, that'd be the last thing we'd want to do, really, when you think about it. And boy, oh boy, I have been copping it, and I've been copping it big time here on social media. I tell you what, if that idiot who keeps... Anyway, so 36 people watching. We know you're out there. We know you're watching. Sorry, I'm copping it big time on Facebook. But anyway, that's the story for another day. Oh, Cactus has cacked off. Cactus has gone off the track in the 666 car. They were 7 laps down. Now it's saying they're only 5 laps down. Not sure what's happening there, but let's talk more about this team. They very much remind me of the Minardi Formula One team. You know how they were always at the back, and then unless some really bad stuff went down, they wouldn't get into the points. But 26th in Spain, 5th in Split 2 in Imola, and Gaz and Exo, love that logo there, Cactus Racing, and very nice logo there, Chuck Norris. It looks like it's a couple of cactuses as part of their logo there, so very inventive from those two.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't look a little bit interesting, does it? But yeah, no, we do love it. Like, some of the teams put together their own logos and all that kind of good stuff to kind of give it more of a team feel. And obviously, being on the console, although we can't do full-on custom liveries like we can on the PC, it's good to see these drivers coming up with different creative paint schemes that they're able to do within the in-game livery editor. So yeah, I do have to admit, I'm not allowed to say I love the livery anymore. because every time I've done that for real world racing, that car has decided to bin it 10 minutes later and be out of that race completely. So I'm not allowed to compliment liveries, but I can sit there and admire them.
Yes, you can look, but don't touch, and you can see there we're going to have to update that follower goal, I think, because we've hit 380 something now, and I think we were at 375, so we've smashed the roof with that one. But Chuck Norris, he's just sitting there like really happy with how it's all going. But you know, deep down it's a race, isn't it? It's a race, not only on the track out here, but it's a race to get to that 400 follower mark. And as I say that, the voice of reason. And what's happening there? CP Greeny coming out of the pits. We've hit a 390 follower mark now, Chuck Norris. What do we do? Oh, can I have some OTR action, please? Yes, you can. And which OTR? Let us know. Let us know, Maxi Naked Blade, which OTR action you would like, and which car, mate. That's sort of, we can talk like that to each other because we know each other pretty well. But Chuck Norris, whoever gets to 400 followers first, what are we going to do, please? Are we going to, I don't know, wash windows naked down the main street of Adelaide in the Rundle Mall, or what?
Yeah, we can go and shine up the mall's bowls. When I say that, we do actually have the things called the mall's bowls in Rundle Mall. You got to Google it to see it. They're these two big shiny metal things. Yeah, Google it, have a look. It'll make so much sense. But yeah, no, I mean, you wanted to do that hot tub stream for so long, so maybe if we get you to 400 followers, Trev, maybe you've got to do a hot tub stream and bring Bubble Wrap Man out. Because yeah, that was funny watching you unravel 5 meters of bubble wrap. And
yes, I nearly cut myself actually on that stream. I nearly cut my arm, and yes, amongst other things, with a cord on my microphone and my headset. Ooh, slight moment of oversteer there as we go through turns 4, 5, and 6. This is, of course, the special request of Maxi Naked Blade, who has gone for the TV view. How do we do that? TV view, yes. Car number 77. Just happy with the TV view there. So his wish is my command. And when Maxi Naked Blade says something, Chuck Norris, I happily oblige.
Yeah, we do love people getting in their requests as well. And one thing we haven't seen in a little while, Trev, is the commentary cam being redeemed. But
I wonder why.
Look, we've got so many cool channel point redemptions, from sound effects to all that other kind of good stuff. So, this is good stuff, but talking about other things going on. OTR2 P5 with Stu Wilson at the helm of that car, unfortunately on the receiving end of track limits.
Oh, so there is Stewie, who is coming, and that is going to affect their race big time. Love you guys, says Maxi Naked Blade. I'm just going to write back, no, love you more. And to which Maxi will reply back to me saying, not possible. And there we go. So Stewie Wilson in P5. He's, as Stewie Wilson there in P5. This is going to have a huge ginormous impact on their race, OTR2. Not possible, he said it! Oh! And there we go, he's laughing like a Japanese schoolgirl because he knows it's not possible to love us any more than we love him. But this is disastrous news as we've got 1 hour and 5 seconds remaining in this race, because he's going to have to come through, and all we need is love, da-da-da-da-da, all we need is love. Thank you, EXO, as Stewie Wilson, this is going to destroy any hopes they had of finishing in the top 5, but still an hour to go, Chuck. And I'd love to get another packet of those artisan cheese crackers from mainland Colby. But let me tell you, he's in the pits straight away and not mucking around.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he's coming early to make sure to get that out of the way, because Yeah, he's going to lose out to Matt, who's about to come through on the home straight. Even Mark might make his way through as well, and hopefully Stu manages to slot in. I guess in between Mark and Jimbo is my kind of prediction on that one. But yeah, I mean, coming into that final hour of the race, you know, you're not going to have to hopefully worry about track limits from here on. But yeah, I mean, everything's still playful. You've still got one more pit stop to go, and then kind of like a 30-40 minute sprint race to be at.
Yes, as you can see, they're approaching the 1 hour mark. We had a yellow flag there briefly. Not really sure what that was for, but anyway, the match the match goes on.
Slow car in T1-2.
And yeah, who is that? Who is that? Is that? I'm trying to see what number car that is on my screen. Turns 1 and 2. It's car number 13, and is something going on there for car number 13? I don't think we have a car number 13.
Was it car 1? I wonder if it was car 100.
Oh, Saint Sim, are we thinking? No, he's coming onto the start-finish straight. So
yeah, I'm not sure. Interesting.
Well, it's about as interesting as Jason doing a stake run down to the Carrum Down Shopping Centre. Remember Chief Wiggum on The Simpsons when he's riding around with Homer chasing Marge and that friend of hers who only appeared in one episode? It's a ghost car. And yes. There we go. Yeah, we're going to read your comments now, Eater of Food, because you are part of the family and we have adopted you fully into the system. And it's great to have you with us. But Mountain Goat is in the pits. And what does a Mountain Goat say when they're going into pit lane, Chuck? And you can see their BSR too. Into the pits. And Mountain Goat into the pits now. And how boring is that looking at? I thought there were some other pit lane things going on. And OP Greenie.
Just booked another drive as well.
And sorry to completely not understand what you said, Chuck, but CP Greenie battling here with Ikatosh. I don't think that is for position, but he's gone down the inside there. But CP Greenie now with another drive-through.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Unfortunately, obviously, Greenie just copped himself another drive-through, and yeah, I think that's just a testament to how tough Misano can be. Just in a nutshell, is how easy it is to cop, you know, not only a track warning, but you know, before you know it, you end up getting a drive-through really quickly around here. So yeah, very unfortunate. I think we've seen Greenie cop a few. So yeah, some people's races haven't quite gone to plan here this weekend, but you know, nonetheless though, we've still got quite a few of them still running. I think we've only had maybe 1 or 2 disconnects, and outside of that, it's been relatively good.
It certainly has. If you're out there lurking, please consider following the stream. You know when people, you're on a Microsoft Teams call or a Skype call or something, and then their connection goes really bad, and they start talking like that? Well, nothing like that is going to happen here because we're pinging through the roof at the moment. And let me tell you, if you're out there lurking, consider following. We'd love to have you as part of the community. We had a earlier stint. We had stints in the commentary box here with the Nigerian Prince. Sorry, the hell am I trying to go on about? We had Jason in the commentary box, I should say, earlier today. Then he went off to attend to some family business. And the Spa 24, Chuck, if you can tell our viewers, you probably don't want to relive it again, a bit like Donald Trump telling that story about the attempted assassination. It is very painful, Chuck, but you didn't have a good morning, we hear.
Yeah, no, our Spa 24 just didn't go to plan. Had a good run at the start, you know, quality P16, made our way up to P13, very tough, even field. And then, yeah, bit of a pit stop blunder, put us from P13 all the way back to P48. Managed to make our way all the way back up to P6 before getting murdered. where we had to serve 15 minutes of repairs, which put us all the way back again. And yeah, we decided, you know what, we'll send it, we'll see what we can, get out of it when the monsoon decided to hit the track and completely flood it. And then, yeah, unfortunately, when I was going up Eau Rouge to Radion, there was a car that was made a mistake and parked sideways off the right-hand side of the track. Decided, you know what, I'm going to drive straight ahead and rejoin the circuit straight in front of me. And yeah, I had nowhere to go and just went straight into the door. And yeah, we got another spicy meatball that was about another 10-12 minutes of repairs. And we just kind of sat back and went, you know what, we've had a good day, we pushed hard, we did well, and unfortunately it just wasn't for us this time around. So yeah, I ended up leaving that and relieving Wilco of helping me out by covering the first hour of commentary with the Trev, and I came here to join you, and it's been a blast, honestly. It's been a good 4 hours so far, still just under an hour left on that clock, so yeah, still plenty to play for and plenty more to enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely, and boy, are we better off for having the great man Chuck Norris alongside us. And that race, I believe it's obviously still going, but I think, what time does it finish up? 9 p.m. I'm sure there's a live stream or something, but you won't want to watch that live stream because you're watching this live stream. Jimbo needs to go pro. He's next to Matt. You heard it here, and there we go. Thank you for that, EXO. But looking at Geesh, wow, look at this, P2. I think they're both in P2 in their particular class, P3 and 4 on the track. We see Gaz from Cactus getting out of the way there. And those brake marker boards with the red and white lines on them, they've got the similar design to a KFC bucket, which I've just, it's been really bugging me for the last, it's been bugging me for 5 hours now and 3 minutes.
You might say it's really been bucketing me.
Finger licking good. And 57 minutes remaining in this race. And whilst you're licking your lips at the thought of the Colonel's secret 11 herbs and spices, let me tell you, we'll forget about the Spa 24 because unfortunately that is just, I can't imagine. So rain, darkness, someone sideways at the top of Eau Rouge. Now, when you put all that together, you really, it doesn't bode well, does it, Chuck, for any sort of happy ending. But anyway, speaking of happy endings, will this be a happy ending for Apex Humper there? Because Geesh, is he a new boy? What do we know about Geesh, Chuck Norris? We know much about Geesh? Old Geeshy, he's absolutely killing it here today, and he's been right up at the sharp, pointy end of the stick all afternoon.
Yeah, he's a new face to the grid. I believe he only joined and signed up prior to qualifying for this time round. So yeah, new face onto the track, and he came out in force over the qualifying night, and just kind of showed us what he was made of straight out of the gate. But yeah, we just got a bit of a confirmation there from Rocky that he was a GT World Tour driver. But yeah, he's very new to ACC. He's been warming up to it really quickly and really nicely. So, looking forward to seeing what he can do over the upcoming races and events and stuff like that we have planned.
It's fantastic, isn't it, to have a new driver, of course, coming in. And a big shout out to Brocky05_Sim Racing for confirming that Geesh has gone to a GT World Tour. And he's a serious racer here. We'll keep with this battle. BSR1 and BSR2, similar liveries. Yep, he's been a rocket ship in the GT scene for a while. So thank you, Snorkel, for that. Thank you, Brocky05_Sim Racing. We learnt that, there's a car off. I think it's the 666 car, but it might just be letting some traffic through at the top part of the circuit at turn 14. And I can tell you that it is fantastic to have some new talent coming through, and big shout out to Brocky05, of course, _Sim Racing for confirming that he's only new to ACC. That isn't the Brocky05 that I used to race apparently many years ago, but there's a few Brocky05s, of course, the famous number 5 and in homage to Peter Brock. But wow, Mint Matt now in the pits. So is this going to be a driver change, Chuck, for the last hour? Or is Mint Matt coming in? No, Mint Matt is in. That answers that question. Here goes Jimbo. This is the man that tastes like promotion. A lot of people want this man to be promoted as soon as possible, as Brocky05_Sim Racing says. There's only one real one though. Me. It's a me. It's a me, a Brocky. And my goodness me, you're certainly not the Brocky. But let me tell you, you are the one and only Brocky05_Sim Racing. As we look at Jimbo cruise through, if he's not loading cannonballs on the high seas, he's just passing Mint Matt. Does it get much better for this man than doing that?
Yeah, he's been a man on a mission over like we talked about earlier, he's been a man on a mission over the course of our last weekly series that we ran. He ran flawlessly in the AM category, got promoted. You know, he's been constantly improving and proving himself on the track. Each and every event, you know, from the weekly series to the Enduros. So, yeah, he's definitely been coming out of his shell, so to speak, and doing really, really good. We're talking about an unfortunate incident. Yeah, I've just seen you click over to that. Apex Humper with the drive-through. That's going to hurt those guys from P3. They'll likely just drop down one position. But yeah, that's definitely going to hurt their result towards the end.
Yeah, that's going to be dreadful as we are inside the last hour here of Brocky Sim Racing. I said, you're my only Brocky. Now let's never fight again. We can put that behind us. But he's still been really humping. Apex Humper has been really taking those track limits to the next level. Do you reckon that's the pressure, Chuck? Is it the pressure of having Jeesh behind you, a GT peddler? And I reckon it's got something to do with that pressure as he's bearing down on him, and that can cause you to just slip your wheels outside the white line and onto a sausage, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's just the kind of tick and tack, even though, you know, you guys are technically teammates, but just in separate cars, you still kind of want to finish in front of the other driver. So yeah, unfortunately they might have been tinkering around on that final track warning for a little while now, and then yeah, just that one mistake kind of managed to secure it for them. So they've got 3 laps to serve that. They're going over the start-finish line, which will mean they've got 2 more laps until they need to come through pit lane to serve it. So yeah, I would expect them maybe to come through at the end of this lap. But yeah, worst case scenario, they'll have to come in at the end of the next lap.
Yeah, it's going to have to be soon. I think it is 3 laps, I believe, as Exo says, I've been to the late great Brocky's Memorial a lot of time, an hour away from my house. Rest in peace, Brocky. And look at these two still continuing to battle Apex Humper. And Jeesh, Apex has a drive-through penalty to his name. They might be teammates, but they're sleeping in separate beds at the moment, because I don't see any reason, do you, Chuck, why Apex needs to continue this, because he's just going to have to come through and serve that penalty anyway. Is he better off just letting him through?
Yeah, there's a part of me that kind of goes, maybe he understands that, you know, he's possibly cost himself a podium result overall. Although he's still going to be P2 in the pro category. Yeah, there's a part of me that feels like maybe he just wants to keep sending it just for a little bit longer, kind of enjoy that battle with Jeesh here and then come in. So yeah, we'll figure out in about 2 seconds time whether he does peel in this lap, which he does. So yeah, he's getting that one out of the way now, you know, and then yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one, because about 10 minutes or so from now, we'll see a lot of people coming in to do their final pit stop.
So Jeesh goes through. Apex coming into the pits there. And let's have a look. Ooh, Saint Sim and MMC Jackery. Now, every time we've seemed to look at that livery, which you love so much, of the 572, McLaren, Jackery's been in some battles, hasn't he, all afternoon, as the sun begins to set here in Italy. And you can see there in the background the crowd, of course, rather enthusiastically waving at those. Are they still waving them? Yep, there they go. They're still waving. They're not even really flags, are they? They're sort of, well, they're flags, but they're kind of really nondescript sort of generic colours, aren't they, Prince? You think they'd be waving Ferrari flags or something around here in Italy. There they go again.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be waving some kind of different flag other than just kind of like a one solid colour kind of situation. But
it's really lazy, isn't it? Really, it's lazy.
Yeah, they're enthusiastic either way.
It's enthusiastic. Look, they go on the hill. They're up on the hill. That's incredible, isn't it? They're continuing to wave their solid one singular coloured flags. And guess what? Guess what has happened? Hoon Corp 1, who have really had a terrible day. They've got a drive-through penalty here. Chuck Norris electing not to serve it right now. That's always quite ballsy, isn't it, to continue on? But I think they can. Because I think is that their second drive-through for the day, Chuck? I'm not sure whether we can check that or not, but I believe I could have swore I've seen it. Could have been one of the other Hoon Corp cars, but I'm sure that Monkey Matt's been through before.
Yeah, I do think that car has come through once before for track limits. So, yeah, I mean, track limits has really been out in force over the course of this event, like it typically is around Misano. And yeah, unfortunately, a couple of drivers may be utilising a little bit more track than what they ideally want to be using. But yeah, it's the what could have and what should have been.
Absolutely, as Martin Brundle would say, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But there we go, Monkey Matt. He's got another drive through. Who else have we got? Gaz, who's been getting out of the way. You got to give it to this team, 666, the Ferrari of Gaz, and also Exodus. They've done a good job today. They're continuing their 20th. We had 22 starters, 20 are left. And you can see they're 26 for them. They're going to finish 20 today. So if nothing else, Chuck Norris, it's going to be their best result in this series. They finished 5th in split 2. But they're going to bring it home unless something happens. Oh no, I've done it again. I was about to say they're definitely... We don't know whether they're going to bring the car home. But Gaz and Exo, they're fantastic people. And it's a very strange looking cactus logo there with the one right in the middle of the two cheeks. But they've had a good time this afternoon, and they look like they're going to bring it home in 20th, Chuck.
Yeah, look, they've had a good run, and, you know, I think they've been doing the best that they can, and, you know, they've been respecting blue flags very well. You know, so they're a good team. They've still got a long way to go to be able to get the results that I'm sure they're really banking on getting. But, look, I mean... At the end of the day, they've always been putting their best foot forward in every single race that they do and every single stint. And unfortunately, yeah, they've just been on the receiving end of track limit warnings a little bit too much. But yeah, I mean, you can't discount how good of drivers they are and how respectful they are on the track as well.
You can see there, Gaz continues on. There's some other battles happening throughout the field as we remove that terribly suggestive cactus logo as Random now. And this is where you do start to see Random out of the car. Captain Risky is in. And now the insurance specialist will have a go at out onto the circuit, is what I'm trying to say, as those generic looking marshals and race officials stand on the pit wall. It's worrying that, I mean, there's no catch fencing or anything really there, as you can see there's some catch fencing there. And look at that guy waving the flag. Look at that. Look at him. Look at there's 2 of them. There's 3 of them. And they all look identical. Oh, man. And you can see them there. Enthusiasm galore. Imagine how their arms going to... How are their Italian arms going to be, Chuck Norris, with 45 minutes to go? I mean, they're not even going to be able to have the strength in their thumbs to really roll out the sausage carcass and really start boning out the lamb, are they?
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, I kind of feel bad for them at the end of the day, but I mean, they've probably got, you know, arms a little bit like Popeye, because, you know, they probably do this for, you know, 24 hours some weekends, and other weekends, like ours, they do it for 6 hours. So, Yeah, I do love our little pixelated friends out there.
I want to try and do a stream of me waving a flag for 6 hours and see how it goes on a hill or something. I just want to see how long I can last. Oh boy, yeah, you can tell I've been sitting in a dark room without any real windows there all day. But we have a car off the track. What are they? Let's have a look here. We've got a car off. It's now back on. So forget I said that to you. Race leader into the pits, Chuck Norris. Wow, that is a very quick pit lane entry. Thank you for the kind words, lads. We love everything about this league and the fantastic people involved. Well, guess what, EXO? I'm going to write you a little message here with my little keyboard. We love you more. And now you've got to respond back with not possible. And that's what we've been doing. But the race leader is in the pits, Chuck Norris. And this is really going to put a cat amongst you, Ginger.
Yeah, Noodles had a really quick pit entry, almost lost it there as he had to get down on the brakes and make sure he slowed down so he didn't get a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. But yeah, the final pit stop action, this is when we're going to start seeing it from basically, I would say now through about the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most, would be the maximum time we see people come in for this final stop. So yeah, effectively, you'll just be obviously putting fresh boots on the car and making sure that things go well as the game has gone black.
And I do apologise there. It's back now, and it went black and then it went back. So 43 minutes remaining in this race. We love you, not even close. We love you way more, says EXO. I'm going to reply back to EXO here. I've come this far. I'm going to keep going. Not possible. That's what I was looking for, EXO, but thank you. All caps as well. And as we've got Mark in the pits for OTR 1, and also Ikatosh, who's brought his own fan club with him today, Chuck Norris. He's in the pits as well. I wonder what the fans are doing, including Spaced and the Eater of Food.
Yeah, hopefully the Eater of Food has got plenty of food there ready to go, because Ikantosh, I'm sure everybody's been pretty proud of Ikantosh. He's been doing a pretty good job. There's a full fan club that we got going in the chat. We had to get them to type 1 in chat just to confirm they were real, which they still haven't done, Trev, but they did follow the stream, so
yep.
All credibility for them has been confirmed.
I tell you what, you don't need to type 1 in the chat, Eater of Food, Space 92, and whoever the other guy was, because you've increased my follower number as Monkey Matt and Saint Sim going hammer and blows at this one through the final corner onto the start-finish straight here at the Circuit de Quito Misano Circuito here at the Misano race course. And let me tell you that Monkey Matt, P16 and P17, it's hard to believe, Nigerian Prince, that we're seeing these battles continue right throughout the field. That just shows you how fantastic this league is, and everybody who watches it. Stick around, of course, after the race. We're going to interview some of our drivers, but it looks like Saint Sim is not giving up this one without a fight.
Yeah, this is what we'd love to see in the closing few minutes of the race. Obviously, closing 41 minutes of the race is, you're not giving up. You're going to battle the whole way through to that checkered flag, because at the end of the day, if you're fighting for P1, P2, you're fighting for P1, P2. If you're fighting for P17, likewise, you're going to keep fighting for that position to make sure that you hold that at the checkered flag, because at the end of the day, you don't want to be rolling over in the final few minutes because it could make for a better race next time around.
Absolutely, and when you think about it more deeply and more in depth, so to speak, Monkey Matt track limits, TL bro, TL's Maxi Naked Blade, thank you for the sub, says Beaky, cheers mate. And you've got to say, if you had 15 cases of internet disconnections or 15 cases of food poisoning and all the rest of it, Chuck Norris, you look at this battle, it might be P16 and 17 at the moment, but if a few further up the field succumb to the Black Death or something, this could be a battle for the lead that we're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like if you eat a 6-day-old curry,
That was me after eating a 6-day-old curry. But Saint Sim and Monkey Matt are very, very close. I think Monkey Matt's got him there. And that's what he'll be saying in that car, because he's managed to make that move stick. And he's got another Hoon Corper there too, I think, in Smitty. But I think Smitty's going through. He's up in 9th. So there we go. So is that the final? Ooh, watch out. The Italian sausage there almost catching out Saint Sim. He was practically bouncing over those sausages now as he's got Jimbo for company, Prince.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure now coming later on towards the race. So, yeah, unfortunately for Saint Sim, he's kind of lost out a little bit by being blue flagged, and some of the other guys being a little bit quicker, kind of creeping their way through, having their own battles as well in the closing 40 minutes of the race. So, yeah, hopefully for them, they can kind of claw back a little bit, get back onto the back of Monkey Mat, because obviously that's going to be a good position fight for them. And likewise, you look in the back of the screen there's quite a few people actually coming through onto this tail end of the track.
Certainly is. 197 laps completed, so we're going to get I don't know whether it's a record number of laps we're getting in. As Sofa King, I can barely speak because Sofa King has let me down. FTSC2 and Sofa King, they have a drive-through penalty. Let's wait and see whether he's going to serve it. Yes, he is. Straight away in that banana. No, it's yellow at the back there and blue as well. They're in the pits, and so is Jimbo Jones. Joey Jimbo Johnson Jr. into the pit lane there. And good thing there's no mechanics out there because he would have run over all of them, but he's in the pits as well. Jono is continuing on. Will they be happy with this, Prince? That's what I've got to ask you. Will BCG1, will they be satisfied with this result today? Because every time I've looked at them, they've been struggling, to say the least, as the Prince of Darkness. We're getting a message in here, Chuck, from EXO saying, Voodoo, the Prince of Darkness. A quick question for you, Chuck. Do you think there will be any more DLCs coming to ACC? Good question, EXO, and that is to you, Chuck.
Look, there's rumours going around on PC at the moment that we might be getting the Aston Evo. I think it's the Aston Evo. There's rumours we're going to get that. There was also rumours that there was another car that we could possibly be getting as well, but at the same time we've got Assetto Corsa Evo, the next edition of Assetto Corsa, coming out towards the later part of this year, which might only end up being about 3-4 months away. So yeah, it really just depends. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get any more content for ACC and they end up just pushing it out in the next game. So yeah, it's a hard one. Most rumours with ACC have kind of come true in some way or shape or form. Obviously the Mustang, nobody expected the Mustang. But once iRacing announced it, everyone was like, right, we know we're getting it. And then ACC kind of jumped and went, look, you can have it for free, here you go. You can have it before they get it. So yeah, look, I mean, keep an eye out. We might get another free car, maybe one more DLC worth of tracks. But I wouldn't bank on it.
No, and we hope that answers your question there, EXO. Keep your questions coming in. We have an absolute superstar in the sim racing world alongside us in the commentary box. An absolute wealth of experience and a wealth of knowledge. And we have another lot of time left in this one, 36 minutes to be precise, before the end of this race. And let me tell you, we've still got 36 beautiful people out there watching the stream as we approach 5:33 p.m. Eastern time. I am in Victoria, of course, on the eastern seaboard here in Australia, and wherever you are watching from right around the world, great to have you with us. It is coming up to 7:30, 5 p.m. for the Prince, 7:30 in New Zealand, and well, Perth, they just do things differently over there, don't they? So it's a little bit earlier over there, kind of mid-afternoon over there, so 35 minutes to go in this race. And we've got to say, we'll keep an eye on these gaps as we bring up the 200 laps there for Nemo Nation. He has crossed the line to complete lap 200 And thank you, Voodoo, for another great. Thank you for another great Aston. Thank you. It would be great to have another Aston. And Exo just advising that he did hear that an M4 BMW might be on the cards. Have you heard any rumours swirling and twirling around about that, Nigerian Prince?
There's been nothing that I've heard about a BMW M4 Evo, but the Aston Evo is something that's been thrown around for maybe the last 2 months. I would say a lot of people have been talking about it, as that's a very high possibility. I mean, at the end of the day, I wouldn't mind the Corvette coming to the ACC roster, but at the same time, ACC is based around SRO, so effectively anything under the SRO banner will make it in, but it just depends, because some GT3 cars are used in the SRO calendar, and other GT3s like the Corvette are only used under the IMSA banner, which is completely separate. So yeah, look, if there's going to be any new car that we get, it'll likely just be the Aston Evo.
We hope that answers your question again there, Exo. It's great to have the interaction here in the chat late on your Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening, because it's a really important insight into the world of sim racing, and I love the fact that not all the updates are free, but it was a nice touch to have the Mustang included in, as we see Geesh, and I think there is a lap between, is there a lap between first and second, Prince? I'm trying to work that out actually.
It's just different area in terms of the timing line. So P1's gone over the start-finish line, where P2 hasn't quite gone over it yet. So it will show us +1 lap. Once they go over the start-finish line, it will give a timing to the next car.
And you can see there, as we've got a comment coming in. Clutch Kick Australia, first-time chatter. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you along. He says incorrect. And he says Corvette does run under the SRO GTWC America. In America, sorry, Prince, do we, we'll get to that. Legend Voodoo, I'll ask my Father of Darkness tonight. But Clutch Kick Australia, what's more concerning than that comment is the fact that I don't seem to see you following the stream. And it is great to have you with us, but it would be also even better if you got your little hot finger over to the follow button. And ding, 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 ding. We have Clutch, we have a wiener, because Clutch Kick Australia is now following the channel. And boy, oh boy, don't I perk up big time with my voice when that happens, because incorrect, he's saying Corvette does run under the SRO GTWC America, Chuck Norris. That is a question for you and your wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to be incorrect at the end of the day. I've been awake for like 30 hours. My brain is absolutely fried. But look, I don't really watch too much SRO stuff these days. I primarily watch IMSA. So yeah, look, I mean, I'm happy to be incorrect as well. But at the end of the day as well, with the SRO banner that we use for ACC, there's only certain parts of that SRO banner, if that makes sense, that kind of get applied into ACC. But yeah, look, I mean, that's information I probably should have done proper research on, because yeah, I've only seen the Corvette run under the IMSA banner. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm just going to take it as you're factually correct, because yeah, I've been got my hot little fingers ready to Google that one. So yeah, like, I mean, look, it wouldn't be bad if we do see the Corvette, but yeah, it just depends.
No, that's all right. We do appreciate the comment. Clutch Kick Australia there. Sorry, we've been talking for so long, haven't we? It's incredible. 5 hours and 38 minutes. That's how long the stream's been going for. 30 minutes left in the race. We hope you're enjoying the coverage right around the world. And I don't mean to say incorrect in a bad way. That's all good. We're all friends here, Clutch Kick. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join the family, join the community. Wilco has also joined us. He says, hope you haven't missed me today. Sexy cars in their twilight phase with rubber build-up. And that's very suggestive indeed. But what he's trying to say is that these cars looking very nice in the twilight, in the Italian twilight here. And the rubbers are building up big time You can see off the line there, and you can see the marbles, as they're called, as we pass the KFC bucket braking markers once again here on lap 203. But Geesh is behind him. Apex, that drive-through penalty really put pay to that battle between those two. Sofa King in fourth. It's going to be great to see a Mustang, the big Mustang there, up in P4, the car number 99. More info. Kunos has been in beta testing for the last week. And my goodness me, is this somebody on the inside at Clutch Kick Australia giving us all the gossip from the inner sanctums of the Kunos world? And he's been on the Kunos bloody inside. What am I trying to say, Chuck Norris? What I'm saying is he's basically coming to us with inside information here.
Yeah, inside information kind of gets around real quick depending on what forums and stuff like that you're on, which is why I say primarily the only rumour that I know of is of the Aston Evo. You know, the same talks were going around with a lot of other content when that came out, and that ended up happening. So yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't really keep up to date these days with digging through forums and keeping up to date with rumours, because I'm just happy to see content. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I might need to start doing a little bit more digging around, because I'm excited for AC Evo, which I'm sure a lot of people are, and likewise, I would love to see a bit more content to ACC before they kind of push it to the wayside before AC Evo gets released.
I tell you what, Chuck Norris, you better be careful doing your digging around, because you remember the last time you took a shovel, walked out the front of your house and started digging, it ended up being the Grand Canyon. So I'd be very, very skeptical about heading out and starting to dig too far, because you are Chuck Norris. You are with us here, so are all of these beautiful people on a Sunday afternoon. 39 people watching, and let's give you something to watch about, because we're under 28 minutes remaining in this one. Binger in till the end. My stint is over, says Jimbo Johnson. Now can sit back and relax. Not even sure if he really likes being called Jimbo Jones or Jimbo Johnson, but not a bad job, Jimbo. Plenty of Jimbos flying around there. Jason Wilkinson in the comments. He left us to go and get cigarettes in the first hour, and he has not returned since. Cheers, Wilco. Thank you for everybody for watching this race here in Italy. It is a fantastico. Fantastico. Do you remember back in the day when Fernando Alonso would win for Renault and Flavio Briatore would get onto the team radio and he'd say, fantastico, fantastico. And I have a good race. And Flavio back, of course, at Alpine as an advisor, of course, so that's going to be interesting to see whether he can turn their fortunes around. But 27 gas, right? No. Right. Gas and right. That is the sound of Jason Wilkinson driving around Monza many moons ago. In fact, it was Grand Final Day 2023 here in Australia, September the 30th, 2023. And yep, AC Evo certainly going to be interesting later in the year, says Clutch Kick Australia, our newest follower to the stream. But what about that guy, Gus, who was talking to Jason, wasn't he? Like, did he even know who Jason was, Chuck? That's what I've always thought about, because he's just trying to tell him what to do, wasn't he there, the Italian?
Yeah, he was like, you put the brake here, and now you put the gas, and Wilco sits back and goes, do you know how many KRL championships I've won?
Yeah, oh, look, I'm a 6 foot tall MFer walking in, and yeah, I remember Chuck.
If I saw you walking up to me as a copper, I would just like it.
Oh, no, I'm out. What's my safe word? But there we go. And you can see there, 25 minutes, less than half an hour. Is that a little bit of rain I see in the Italian countryside, or is it just an Italian waving a flag in the crowd? I don't think we're going to get rain, are we? Because 30 minutes, it's staying cloudy, or is it just getting darker? My eyes might be deceiving me. But he certainly let Gus know, is it raining? And that is Jimbo there, redeeming the famous Trevin Voodoo laugh. That was that was from one of our horror streams, I think, wasn't it, Chuck? The Phasmophobia stream, I think. We both got each other going there. But lap 206, why are we looking at Hainsey? And, typical Wilco lobby, rain in his lobby. But the sun is setting there, getting very spicy, Wilco. Of course, there as he's, what did they put in the stakes down there at Carrum Downs? Because he's really spicing it up, isn't he, at the moment in the chat, Chuck Norris?
Yeah, because said maybe 1, 2, 1.
And
Shut up, Jason!
And that is, that's Cameron there. So there we go. So shut up, Jason. And thank you, Mark Ledwich, for redeeming the sound effects. 39 people listening to us ramble on as we continue to see the cars go through on the track map, which we learnt looks like a melted lizard with a stick. And he's just playing around with, you know that little meme that says, come on, do something? You know that one, Chuck? Sort of looks a little bit like that. But anyway, Gaz and Cactus Racing continuing to circulate the oil down there as we've got a ride on board request. With 24 minutes remaining, it is for my Bingaling. My Bingaling, we want you to play with our Binger King. And let's have a look here at, where's the Binger? We're getting through the Binger King. Jimmy, there's his payload there. Binger King, wow, look at that big Chungus fly. And you can see him coming around that corner there. 4, 5, 6. And we're going to ride on board with this big Chungus. And we're going to get an exclusive on board here. Let's have a look here. And look at this. This is just for our good friend. He's been a friend of ours for many, many years. Jimbo Johnson, Joey, Jojo, Jimbo Junes. And you can see there now he wants to watch his big square yellow Chungus, and why wouldn't you? Because it's a beautiful beast of a machine, Chuck Norris, as we start a lap of Misano.
Yeah, I do agree. I remember the last championship I actually won with KRL. I had to contend with Binger and the Nissan, and he is a very good peddler behind this thing. And obviously there was a big amount of time that he wasn't in this car, and I was a little bit disappointed to not see him driving the Nissan anymore. But yeah, look, I love seeing Binger back in his main car that, you know, I had to drive against, and yeah, he's very quick. He knows what he's doing. So yeah, good to see him back in it.
Absolutely, and I've just put the question in the chat to our man Jimbo Johnson. I've said, what's square and yellow and goes really, really fast? To which he replied to me, it is Binger King. I guess that is one way to answer that question. What's square and yellow and goes really fast? It could be a melting square of butter going downhill. But really, when you think about it, that's not the first thing that comes to mind, is it? But because Binger King, boy, you can tell we've been on air for a long, long time, can't you? But Voodoo is faster than lightning speed. And that's coming from Exo, who's giving you some nice comments there. But listen to this car. Listen to the doof. Don't you love that gear-changing noise, Chuck Norris? It sounds beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Nissan does sound really good. I've personally never driven it myself, but it really does sound good.
And we'll continue for another, we'll keep this going for another couple of seconds, and we better start recapping because we're getting our formal attire on, aren't we, Chuck Norris, for the post-race festivities, because 21 minutes remaining. And we had Jason joining us at the start. He's since gone for cigarettes and never come back. And we've had the one, the only Nigerian Prince Chuck Norris with us for the remainder of the afternoon. I've got to say, we've just really picked up our game in the last 4 hours, haven't we, Chuck? It's been an absolute hell of a ride here.
Yeah, it's been a really good run. You know, I came off my disappointing spot 24 on iRacing, and I was feeling a little bit down, if that makes sense. Obviously, you always feel like that when, you know, a race, you know, you could have won and it just doesn't go to plan. And honestly, I've had a really good time here for the 5 hours, or nearly 5 hours that I've been here with you doing commentary. It's been good to watch these guys race around the track. I've had the opportunity to sit back, chill, and enjoy some really good racing. So yeah, I've just got to throw out a massive thank you to obviously all the drivers for showcasing a good race for us this afternoon, and a massive thank you as well to all the chatters and the viewers, the followers, all that kind of good stuff. So just quick friendly reminder, if you're out there and you haven't hit that follow button yet, I don't know what you're doing, you definitely need to hit that follow button.
Well, Crutch Kick sounds painful. Clutch Kick Australia has followed 12 minutes ago. So has Zandrox, Space, the Eater of Food, and the rest of them. And you can see there, hoping for... Let's go, Nick, says Aussie Racer. I'm hoping for 20 minutes of a very, very wide macca here with Zest 1. He was up in the commentary box chatting to us a little bit earlier. And let me tell you, Aussie Racer saying, dude is going to have Misano burnt into his brain. And no doubt about that, they would have seen enough of it by now. But Exo says, Trev, my wife, is off to grab a big family box of KFC. Does it get much better than that, Chuck Norris? The missus heading off, getting KFC. That is incredible stuff. Sunday night, you just want a few drumsticks, don't you? The secret 11 herbs and spices of the Colonel, and sharing that with you on a Sunday night. Does it get much better than that, Chuck? And watching our stream.
You know what gets better than that? If you send me a Zinger stacker box, or Hainsey 130-second penalty.
Oh my goodness me. Someone's been a naughty, naughty boy. What has he done there? Is it a stint? That's got to be a stint thing. Surely. That's got to be a stint timer thing.
Stint timer, yeah.
Yes. Well, that is going to completely... That's me throwing a cat amongst the pigeons, because that's going to really, really destroy their race. But look at Nick. This man is flying solo, and he's battling against FTSC1's Zest, who still holds the fastest lap, but that means absolutely nothing because Nick is making moves here, Chuck Norris. This is incredible. This man has been sitting in his own racing seat for 6 hours now.
Yeah, he's been a man on an absolute mission. He's been doing really good. Massive props to him of being 18 minutes away from completing the first 6-hour race solo. And keep in mind as well, he's not only been doing that, but he's only 2 laps off the lead, or maybe 3 laps off the lead. But he's fighting for a top 10 finish here.
Unbelievable. What's even more unbelievable is Hainsey has fallen foul of something there, and we can't remove these penalties either, not in the race I don't believe, so that is a PC thing. You gotta spit on that thing. And OP, CP Greeny, you get me, and CP Greeny into the pits. S2T2, I tell you what, they've kept their pit stop people busy, otherwise known as their pit crew. They're in again, Chuck Norris, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, so I don't know whether that's their final pit stop, maybe whether they were able to go a little bit longer, or maybe something kind of happened over the course of that stint where they had to come back in again. But this battle between Zest, Greeny sped in the pit lane, coming in to do that stop, and he's now got himself a stop go 30. So not only that, he's got to come back through again, sit there for 30 seconds before he can come back out. So it's not only been bad, but it's just gone worse.
Well, I think the phrase that we're looking for is that it's not going to be any worse. We're going from bad to worse, because that's what I'm trying to say, because it's one thing has led to another. The floodlights are on here at Misano now. It's getting very, very dark indeed. You can see the lights on the cars, and the lights on the hill are blinding me. Oh. Was that Slim Dusty? Over the edge and down the mountainside, Nick is looking to get past Zest, and I cannot believe that we've got 38 people watching. Oh. And there we go. Big hello to Slim Dusty. And there we go. So Nick and Zest are still continuing on. And Slim Dusty, unfortunately, has passed away 21 years ago, so we can't talk to him. But down the inside of Zest 1 goes Nick. Enough about that, because this looks serious here, Chuck Norris. Move, done, tick. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Oh, has he? Zest down the inside now. Oh, they're so close. And Nick flying solo is not giving up on this one.
Yeah, this is good racing in the closing 15 minutes. Nick doesn't want to give this up. Neither does Zest. Oh, a little bit of bumping down the back straight. This is not what we want to see because this could end in absolute tears. These guys are having a killer race. But yeah, and Nick's got to be careful because I think I've seen him put another 2-track warning. So if he's not lucky, he might be on that final one. But yeah, you're almost at that checkered flag. You've been having a good race so far. Keep fighting, but you know, a bit of argy-bargy might end up in the steward's room.
Yes, we can see some pushing and shoving. There's nothing wrong with a bit of pushing and shoving as long as it doesn't escalate to something else. We can see Hainsey behind them, but it's really irrelevant, isn't it, Chuck? Because he's 1.9 behind this battle, but he's 130 seconds, unless he can get that removed in some way, shape or form. I'm not too sure, but that might be something for the post-race stuff to figure out. But look at this. What have we got here? Monkey Matt. Is that Sparky? Are they on the same lap? I'm just having a look at my timing sheets. That'll be removed. He messaged me earlier. So thank you for confirming that, Jason Wilkinson. It is great to have you along in the chat, even if you've left us high and dry in the commentary box. But no, just kidding. We love you. But Sparky there and Monkeys Matt, and let me tell you, this is another battle continuing to rage like a South Australian wildfire here. This is going to go down to the wire, this one as well, Chuck.
Yeah, this is going to be good. So Sparky is, unfortunately, I think a lap down to Monkey Matt. So sadly, that's not full position, but they were tick for tacking maybe like an hour or so ago for that position. But I think Sparky had to come through and serve a drive through for track limits. But either way, these guys are having a good race to the line.
And there we go. Wilco getting a little bit spiced up there in the chat. And there we go. I'll make you... hang on. Sorry about that. That's all right. Sorry, busy day. Steaks are on the barbecue. A nice 2 hours of sitting in salt, pepper and garlic. The steaks have been sitting in salt, pepper and garlic, not Jason. I just had them. Oh my God. You don't want to, yeah, go into my mind. That's
Wilco's been marinating in this 7 minutes.
No, this big 6 foot tall. He's 6'3" and he marinates in steak juices. But no.
Dude, that genuinely, no, like, just real talk for a minute. I don't think people realise how tall Wilco is. When he came to visit me, it was my first time meeting Wilco in person. He is bloody tall. He's like a head taller than me. I had to look up at him. I was like, I feel so small.
How's the weather down there, son? Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
As he jumped into your bloody gorgeous rig and had a bit of a drive around, but the voice is breaking, so we are getting late in proceedings here at Misano. 40 people still watching us, Chuck Norris. If you're out there watching, please consider following. Don't even consider following, please just follow. That'd be even better. But it has been a busy day for Wilco. And now as he continues to marinate his steaks, F1 Manager 24 Tuesday, that'd be an interesting game. Very well priced too. I like the price of that one, Chuck, as we've got another drive-through for Sparky here. So Sparky God has fallen foul of the stewards once again, and he will be driving through the pit lane with Monkey Matt now behind him, but it's all academical because he will have to come in and serve a drive-through. And you can see there now, George Russell look-alike. Imagine how good he would taste. Sounds a little bit weird, but he does look a lot like George Russell. And yum, 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 yum. If you're out there lurking and you're one of the 40 watching, consider following the stream. We would love to have you as part of the community. And we are on lap 215. Nemo continues to lead, and we've got a yellow flag, albeit briefly. Oh my goodness. And is that another... Has someone else got a penalty?
I think that's another stop go 30 for Greeny after he just cleared the stop go 30.
Well, it's a real stop go 30 party here this evening. It is getting darker here in Misano. Wow, every time I've seen those sort of backward shots and camera angles, Chuck, they just seem to be pushing the limits. Are they pushing too far with track limits here, do you think?
Yeah, we're at that point where fatigue is really settling in. Even just doing a 6-hour race, you can get fatigued really quick. It's a big day, and you're putting maximum effort every single time you're in the car, and even when you're not in the car, you're sitting there making sure that your driver is doing what they're meant to be doing, and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a long day for everybody doing the 6 hours, so naturally you're going to be making some mistakes along the way, and unfortunately the mistakes come in the form of drive-throughs and stop-go birdies, and if you're really unlucky, you end up crashing and in a wall. So yeah, I mean, these drivers, final 10 minutes, it makes total sense. They're all kind of ready to chill out, have a bit of dinner, but they've still got that 10 minutes on the clock.
They certainly do. Still plenty to play out here in this one. This afternoon, you can see there Nick and Hainsey, and this is for position. Completely disregard everything I said previously, because this is for position, Chuck, of course, and this is the penalty, I should say, is going to be removed post-race. So this is battling for position. Chuck Norris inside the top 10 with less than 10 to go.
I'm sorry, I'm yawning. Sorry, Trev. Yeah, this is a good battle here. Although Hainsey's obviously got that 130-second penalty, which was confirmed, it will be removed because it was contacted to go prior to that happening. This is still that battle, even though it doesn't look like it. It's still a battle for that P10 position. So it's just a matter of whether Nick can push through that final 9 minutes, make sure that he can hold on, because Hainsey's definitely going to want that P10.
He certainly is, no doubt about that. It's getting close, getting very close indeed as they go through the head of the Serpent there at turn 14 and into turn 15 now through the final Misano corner. Haynes, oh, there's contact. There's contact there, but I don't think it was the sort of contact that's going to ruin their friendship, I should say, and get them off each other's Christmas card list, because Hainsey is through, and my goodness me, we are peaking Nigerian Prince at 44 viewers. Chuck Norris with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, we've got 44 beautiful people in the chat right now. If you are enjoying the stream, please do consider hitting that follow button. We've got tons coming up from our charity weekly series, Wednesday, Thursday nights. ! Discord for more information. And if you do want to get involved in our charity endurance race at Kailami in around a month's time, ! Endurance in the chat as it starts to bucket down with rain traffic.
It is
in my local area.
Pissing down, bucketing down with rain here. It's not raining here. Where's it raining, Chuck? Is it
outside my window?
Guess what? I know, because I'm outside your window looking at you. And there we go, 7 minutes remaining. It is not raining here at Misano, but we have completely lost the plot with 7 minutes on the clock. The clouds are gathering at Misano. And if you look in the grandstands, there's people waving flags. Non-stop action here at Misano. The Misano World Circuit here in Italy has hosted round 3 of this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. Chuck Norris alongside myself, Trevor Kid Byers, in fact, if you want to call me that. But 6.5 minutes to go, and this battle continues now. P1, you can see there, numero uno, as they like to say in this part of the world. But Nemo leads, and Jish is in second. What a performance from this man. He's done the GT World Tour Circuit, Chuck. And I've got to say now, he's just joined ACC, only really joined. He only really knew he was driving this race before Friday qualifying, and he's going to finish in a solid P2.
Yeah, he's been doing really good. Obviously, we got notified earlier that he was a GT World Tour driver, but he's very new to ACC, and he came out in force. And we've seen that during the qualifying night on Friday. During Q1, Q2, he was consistently P2, and then obviously the top 10 shootout, he did really well there as well. And not only that, coming into ACC, first time, very new to it. He's showing what he's made of as he goes for a little bit of an excursion there over the bumps there. But you know, they'll be happy with taking out a P2.
They'll be very happy with that. Geesh doing very nicely there. We're going to keep going through the field. And if you're out there, if you are lurking, please consider following all that good stuff. Apex Humper is there. He had a penalty, didn't he? Was it a drive-through, I think? But there was a battle between Geesh and Apex Humper, BSR 1 and BSR 2. They are still second and third. I don't think it affected too much apart. I think they're still going to finish on the podium, of course, nonetheless. And Sofa King in the Mustang with under 5 minutes to go. It's been pure entertainment, pure action here at Misano for the 6 hours. And boy, oh boy, we're going to share some details with you. We've got a big charity month coming up. It's August time. It's always such an exciting time of the year for not only Chuck Norris, but for the charity month as well. Such a fantastic cause. And we've got a battle here. Is that Maxi Naked Blade catching Jono? Is he going to catch him enough though, Chuck? That's the question with 4 minutes and a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, it's going to be very much. You're going to have to make sure you're hitting your marks and hoping the driver in front makes a couple of mistakes. But I mean, look, I've seen wilder things happen in the closing, minute of a race. So yeah, as long as he keeps doing what he's doing, he might be lucky to claw onto the back of that. As we should only have about 3 laps. I'd say 4 laps. Worst case scenario here to the checkered flag. So it's one of those things. Has he got the pace to claw it back in that amount of time, or is he just going to miss out?
Let's wait and see. Plenty of questions to be answered. Dask is behind Smitty here. And through turn 1 they go. There's also a good battle between Jackery and Jackery in that beautiful livery. Very nice livery. We've discussed that already. But Ahoon Corp 1, they're not going to be too happy, I don't believe, with their result here today. But can they get past? Not too close there, Monkey. And 1,000 monkeys working on 1,000 typewriters, and soon they'll create the greatest novel known to man, as Mr. Burns said on The Simpsons that time. But Monkey Matt looks good here for a move, Chuck Norris. I think he might be making it now.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to go for that move here, which is something we were expecting a little while ago. They're going a good 2 wide. Jackery kind of goes out a little bit wide there, but in these closing minutes, you've got to defend it with all your might, because even though you're fighting for that P14, you still want to finish in that P14.
Absolutely, and you've got to play the minutes, that's for sure. And I tell you what, 6-hour race, but we've seen some strange things happen. Strange things happen when you're going around the twist. Did you ever watch that at school? No, on the ABC, but you're probably a little bit too young for that, Chuck. But Monkey Matt continues. No. Remember that Lighthouse show?
Yeah, Oliver Twist. Good call.
No, it's around the twist. But anyway, that's okay, because we've got 2 minutes remaining.
I knew where I was talking.
Oh, yeah, just talk to my leggies. And yes, there we go. Nigerian Prince is with us here this evening, and Nemo. I think this will be the penultimate lap. I think there's going to be another one. We've got this lap to go, and then another one, and then we are done and dusted. Geesh on his own there. Apex. We were going through the order before I got distracted by the one and only Nigerian Prince. I'm going to blame you, Prince, for that one. But Jono there in 5th. Maxi Naked Blade can't subscribe to the channel because he's in the car. It's costing me money, him being in that car, actually. And anyway, but you know what I'm trying to say. 90 seconds to go now in this one. There is my Bingaling. And it's been an absolute honour to call this race alongside you, Chuck Norris. And will Kings Racing be happy with this big yellow Chungus coming home in 7th? I think they will be. They're going to be P4 in class, aren't they?
Yeah, I would be stoked with that, you know what I mean? A P7 overall and a P4 in class. It's been a pretty faultless race. I mean, I do believe they did end up coming through for a drive through for track limits, but I mean, outside of that one small mistake to come through for that, I think they've been running a pretty good race. Both Binger and Jimbo, and I believe there might be somebody else on that team. But either way, Kings too, they've been doing really good over the course of this one.
They have, and it's been a fantastic race from them. Dask as well for OTR2. There is Hainsey, who who has got past Nick, but what about this man? He's going to finish probably just outside the top 10, but he has done this race completely solo, and thank you, Universal Boss, thank you very much for that. The leader is on the final lap, thank you for confirming. Doesn't really sound like the Universal Boss at all, does it? But it's for race control. But not sure what I'm going on with there. But Nick, what an effort from him, Chuck. Do you even get a chance to wet your willy or wet your whistle in that time? And 3, 2, 1, go! Happy New Year! Because we'll get back to Nick and his wetting his whistle. What I'm trying to say is, do you get a chance in the pits? Do you get a chance in the pits to... oh, there's a battle going on here. Maxi and Jono. We'll get back to that question in a moment. Ranger Oz, there is a chance for a 5th, 6th and 7th battle to really heat up here before the end of this race. We might keep looking at this battle, I think. Thank you, Ranger Oz, because Nemo's still got a little bit to go here before he crosses the checkered flag and takes victory. And this is the 222nd lap. Richie Benno would like that one up there in heaven. But here we go. Jono is continuing to battle with Maxi Naked Blade. Just 0.5 of a second between them after 6 hours, 200 and something laps. It can all come down to the final lap as we're going to keep an eye on Nemo. Here he comes through the second to last corner, now approaching turn 16. The Misano corner, out of the Misano corner, onto the start-finish straight to become the king of Misano. BCG2 win this race here, and look at this for another battle happening. Ranger Oz, no, he's not out on the circuit, he's in the chat watching this battle. But not a battle, I should say. We'll get back to that battle for P5 in a moment. But Jeesh is coming through the final couple of corners. He's been on the GT World Tour. He's new to ACC, and he's going to finish P2 here tonight in the darkness as these strange blue flares start emerging from the grandstands. Grazie, grazie, tutto, grazie. And he comes across the line. It's a bit of a formation finish there. What's going on there? But Jeesh finishes second. And here comes Apex Humper, like the little engine that could, all on his own, Chuck Norris. But it's been action everywhere right throughout the course of the 6 hours, hasn't it? There's always been something to watch.
More, you know, there's a lot of people that had pretty faultless races, and there's a lot of people that unfortunately succumb to the track limits around here. But the one thing that hasn't disappointed is the amount of battles that have been ensuing, you know, from some people kind of battling stint to stint, and other people managing to claw in and have some good races along the way. So yeah, I mean, the one thing that's definitely not let up is another fantastic 6 hours.
And it is fantastic as well, as we see the donuts happening there with Maxi Naked Blade. List of teams, there we go, but top 3. Sorry about that, everyone, but a few technical issues, but that is the end of the race. 6 hours has gone like that in a blink of an eye. It goes quick when you're having fun, but BCG2, and we can see there on your screen, BCG2 winning, Nemo, Norm and Noodles there winning this one. And as you can see there, look at that, their race time, 361 minutes, 14 seconds and 0.987. Car number 1 finishes number 1 here this evening, and you can see there through the order, Jeesh and Captain Muffin Man. And it is Porsche and Porsche 5th and 6th, BSR1 and BSR2, double podium for them. Of course, Sofa King, Jono, Side Organ, Mintmat, 5th for BCG1, OTR 1 following them home, Kings Racing, and the rest of them. Who have you let me start again. Who have been your standouts, Chuck Norris, in this race here this afternoon as we wait for the drivers to join us post-race for a bit of a chat?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of, definitely BSR1 with Jeesh at the helm there. You know, it was a big standout race from him coming out for the first time. You know, that team had a faultless race as well. But, you know, it was good to see a first-time driver coming into our series and performing well over the qualifying night as well as over the course of this race. And BCG2, they did well. I mean, I'd throw Cave Racing up there as well, but I think the one person I think I've got to give my final big standing ovation to, that's Nick. He did 6 hours solo, and yeah, I've got a massive pat on the back to him for that. So I'm just gonna run away from you for just a brief moment, Trev. I'm just gonna get your interviewees in. I'll drag them up, and you can take that away when you're ready.
Absolutely. We'll wait for that to happen. As you can see, the final results there on your screen. We'll just wait to get the drivers in for a bit of a chat post-race. But wow, where do we begin unpacking that one? It's absolutely fantastic. 223 laps of pure racing action, and a big shout out to everybody. Going to give a quick mention to everyone here while we wait for the drivers to come in and have a chat. Clutch, Kick Australia, and Zandrox Spaced, the Eater of Food, Banano, Banner 90. I've been talking for so long, I don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody following, leaving their subscriptions and their follows. It's been absolutely terrific. We are waiting for the drivers now. They're just sort of in that, when you watch the Formula One and they're in that little room with those really small bottles of water and their little towels, that's what our drivers are doing at the moment. So if you're wondering where they are, that's what they're doing. But we might go back to the thumbnail. As you can see there, back to the thumbnail now. We'll get the chat up as well. We're getting our drivers in slowly but surely, and we're going to have a chat with them very, very soon. And now we're getting them into the chat, and you can see there, they're coming into the chat there. We've got a couple of got Captain Muffin and Mountain Goat there, and Noodles and all the rest of them. We might kick off our interviews very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere, because we're not done with here at the moment. We're going to hear from our top three, and Nemo, Norman, Noodles. We might start with our winner, and we've got Noodles there on the line. Noodles, have you got us there?
Got you guys.
That's right. You sound very sweaty indeed, and that sounds very creepy. But just to talk us through the race win, BCG2, car number one, getting P1 in the end, mate. Talk us through your race. You had some good battles there along the way.
Yeah, no, it went really well. Shout out to Norm and Nemo. They drove superbly all day. It was a little bit difficult. We were driving with 3 track limit warnings for like 4.5 hours, so we had to be pretty careful. But we had a pretty good race. Yeah, that's about it, really.
Great stuff. Couldn't have summed it up better. In fact, thank you, Noodles, for joining us. Of course, there's a month to go until the charity round 4 of this championship, of course, which is coincides with Charity Month. But thank you, Noodles. Congratulations on the win. We'll catch you next time around. Thank you.
Thanks, Trev.
That's all right. We'll let Noodles go and get his little bottle of water and his towel that we see drivers get after they're finished doing their thing. But we're going to wait to see whether we've got anyone else to have a chat with. In fact, we do. We've got the Muffin Man himself. Captain Muffin is with us. Aidan Holton is joining us now. Have you got us there?
I am here, big boys. How are you today?
Big boys. Big boys and their big toys. But Aidan, we are fantastic, actually, career best form for us. But tell us about you. Finishing in P2 in a 2-driver team with Geesh, who's also new to ACC, but talk us through your race, coming home as the winners, of course, in your class, actually.
Yeah, no, it was just a consistent run of form. Geesh just put in some of the best laps I've ever seen, and I did everything I could to try and undo all his hard work, but thankfully he did just enough to get the job done. But no, the car was hooked up all day. Only a few minor mares on my end, but yeah, I'll give it to Geesh. He drove brilliantly for the 3 hours 10 minutes that he did. He had a fantastic run, and also to me teammate there in Mountain Goat and Apex Humper, they did a great job there getting P3. Really proud of them.
Absolutely, mate, and happy with those results, no doubt about that. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate, to watch you and have you entertain us here this afternoon. We do appreciate you joining us post-race. We know it's never easy, mate, but congratulations winning the class and taking the podium overall.
No, mate, thank you for having me. Shout out to all you guys and admin there organising all the races here. Like, it's all well done as well. Shout out to all the guys at BSR, Brocky 05 Sim Racing there, putting all the hard yards in behind the scenes to make sure we can do the best on race day.
Great stuff. Perfectly summed up there. Thank you very much for joining us. That is Mountain Goat. No, it's not Mountain Mountain Goat. It's Captain Muffin. Sorry. It's been a long day, but we do appreciate you joining us, mate. That is fantastic. And getting back to the chat, Ikatosh is featuring very highly there. He's had his own fan club throughout the course of the afternoon. But Wilco, I'm not sure whether we've got Jason Wilkinson with us. Here he went off in the first hour to buy cigarettes and milk and never came back. We might have, I think we've still got Voodoo there, but some of the drivers, we don't have a lot of other drivers to chat to, Voodoo, I don't believe, at this point in time.
You've still got Mountain Goat.
Oh,
yeah, hello.
We do. They've got the same picture on Discord. That's very strange. Okay, sorry about that. I forgot about Mountain Goat and my hilarious goat noises, Mountain Goat, that I'll let you go back and watch a bit later on. But Mountain Goat, P3 P3 on track, P2 in your class, mate. And I'm so sorry to do that to you. But yeah, talk us through your race this afternoon.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No, we've had an absolute brilliant race. I can't thank my teammate enough, Apex, who's completely brand new to ACC, so had to show him how to do a pit stop and all the rest of it. He's come freshly from Gran Turismo, but yeah, no, I had to show him what the pit limiter was. But no, he's been absolutely brilliant. And same as what Muffin was saying, I've got to thank everyone at BSR Racing for the cars we had. They were just brilliant over the whole 6 hours. But yeah, no, I've got to feel for John as well, John and Barters in that in Cave Racing. They had a bit of a malfunction halfway through and they couldn't continue. But anyway, it was all better for us. But yeah, no, I just thanks for commentating as well, lads, sticking out for 6 hours. Awesome stuff. And Wilco and the guys for putting on the events. It's brilliant. Love what you're doing.
We love you more, and you know that that's not possible. But, you know, it's going to be fantastic entertainment. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it there, going back and watching the stream and listening to my very immature goat noises. But thank you for joining us post-race. It's absolutely fantastic to have you on board, mate, and BSR2 bringing home the bacon. And we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Anytime.
Great stuff. Apex Humper in the chat there saying Team Goat Humpers. That's an interesting 3 words I never thought I'd put together. But there we go. We had Mountain Goat on the line. They had the same pets. Very weird. Anyway, I'm losing my mind here. But Chuck Norris, I don't believe we have any other drivers. So we might be just about ready to wrap up and start talking about Charity Month coming up real soon.
Yeah, we just grabbed the top 3 drivers, 1 driver from each team. So obviously we had BCG2, BSR1 and BSR2 rounding out your overall top 3. So obviously we got to hear from one driver from each of those teams, which was good. But yeah, I'll just do a quick round out of the Charity Month before we wrap up here. So coming up from the 31st of July, we do have our KRL mini series, which will be kicking off Wednesday, Thursday nights. We will be mixing up the cars throughout those weeks. So if you want more information on that charity series, !Discord, jump in there and get all signed up and all that kind of good stuff. Coming up towards the later end of August as well, we do actually have 4 hours of Kailami, which will be round 4 of this endurance championship. But yeah, that forms part of our events for the August Charity Month, where we get behind supporting mental health and suicide prevention. It's going to be another big one. It'll be our 4th year. So past 3 years, we've raised just under $7,500 for mental health. So looking forward to another big year and 4th year running. So yeah, if you do want to be involved, !Discord for the weekly series, !Endurance for the endurance series.
Absolutely, and we'd love to have you as a part of that. And we're almost out of time, and I've got to say a huge big thank you to everybody who's been involved in this one in the this afternoon, this morning, of course, and not only this morning, but also Friday night for qualifying. We didn't have pre-qualifying, actually, did we? Because there weren't enough for the split 2, but we do appreciate your time. Thank you, Chuck Norris. We know things didn't go your way earlier in the day, of course, with the Spa 24, but we do appreciate you joining us, mate. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise. It's always a pleasure, Trev. I mean, yes, Spa 24 didn't quite go to plan, but no, it was a good 6 hours here today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what we've got coming up in a month's time.
Great stuff. Can't wait for that. Thank you to everybody who followed, everybody who cheered with their Mike Tyson voice, and also to Jake Wells Racing rating us, of course, earlier on in this evening. Can we send these 23 people somewhere, Chuck, before we head off? I'm not sure whether we can do that, but we'll just wait and see that. But that is a wrap, of course. Thank you, Wilco, everybody behind the scenes, Bobby, Burra, Simon, everybody. And we are rating Robbo HQ with 7 raters. But that's all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching the stream right throughout the course of the afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. Remember to be kind to one another, and we'll see you very, very soon for more racing action here on the Kid Buyers channel. But for now, it's goodbye.
Trevor Bears, commentator, live streamer like a motorsports dreamer. Crackling jokes and cracking streams. Pop culture jokes explode at the seams. When a laps round sick as biker car. Speed so far, like shooting stars. Motorsports mania, gotta watch his channels. Take you from pit stops to panel. Virtuoso on asphalt and gravel. Commentary unravel. Grip the mic like a steering wheel. Real feel, no pretense, all deal. Loves motorsports, don't get it twisted. With his laugh hypnotic and listed. Faces fear with humor and rap. Yo Trevor, tell him about that bubble rap man. Taking command, fearless dude, pop in hand. Watch him go live, vibe so grand. Motorsports knowledge, broad as the land. Comedy tight, wrap him up tight. Crack a pop, no fight, all flight. Trevor rises, reach a new height. Bubble rap king doing right. Pop a bubble, feel the rumble. Trevor never stumble. Pedal to metal, adrenaline treble. Jokes and gears never settle. Commentate, captivate. Motorsport magnate. Live stream scene, his domain. Popping jokes like champagne. See him racing, fast pace. Heart racing, laughing faces. Motor chasing, commentator. Banter level.